Things aren't meant to be fair. I know you left me down and out, and now the river is red. Got that hit on your head. Should've buried your dead. Should've listened to me and said, oh, how little you know. You better watch out, my friend. When it goes dark, you better lay low. When it goes dark, you better You should've kept up on your end. Should've been there when you said I depended on you over and over again. You think I'll sit here and pretend I don't forgive, I don't forget. Let me tell you this, my friend, you better lay
If you catch my drift. Right next to me, come on.
prepared me for the high stakes heartbreak that surrounds me. You want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can feel you coming like
Hello everyone, welcome to another day of Project Horizon. It is me, Zach, joined by Veggie Hot Dog today. We're going to be taking you through the first game. We've got some banger matches coming up today, an elimination one as well as a middle bracket one that will get one of two teams closer to Santiago. But before we get started with all the action, how are you doing, Veggie, today?
Yeah, I'm pretty good. I'm excited to be here. Listen, both of these teams are teams that at the start of the season you would have thought would be making it to Santiago out of the group. And I mean, potentially for one of them, they might not make it given who's waiting for them in that lower bracket after this matchup at least. And I think probably both surprised that they are in this lower bracket at this stage. I think they both would have expected to be in that upper final. So I'm excited to see how they come out fighting today.
100%. I mean, if you want a little bit of a recap about these teams or rather their history, DRG, of course, known most recently for signing Demon 1 as a substitute, but also two Ascension winners. They were able to hold on to their slot after a little bit of fracas, but they're still here. They're still fighting through, and since last year, they've been consistently making internationals. Even if last year at Champions, they weren't able to highlight their star player who couldn't get a visa, I think we're all very excited to see him in action today. But on the other side, Bilibili. Now, this is a pretty goddamn notorious team in terms of the achievements that they've had, beating NRG twice and eliminating them before huffing out, or just in general a very psychotic gameplay, which I personally very much enjoy. Looking at the bracket though, we're looking at the middle bracket here, which is where we're going to be seeing these two teams face off. Like you said, it's going to be them. Whoever wins this is going to be getting into that Santiago qualifications match and will go up against the loser of All Gamers versus XLG, which is the upper bracket game that will decide the first representative from China to Santiago. But on the other side, we've got the lower bracket here. Our second game of the day is going to be looking at EDG versus TYL, both teams who were able to win yesterday and will be facing off today in an elimination best of 3. Only one of them will stand. And if you had told me, Veggie, that a few months ago EDG would be in the lower bracket so early on, I would have been like, yo, what you on? Give me some of that stuff.
Smoking that good stuff. I think, listen, I think EDG is probably the biggest surprise. I think they've been slowly falling off as the regions kind of picked up the pace and started to catch up a lot, which is something that you want to see, right? Especially with how CN's been represented at the international stage. EDG is really that only team that's really made a name for themselves. I mean, I think you could probably argue FPX at some points have looked decent enough, but haven't made that splash like you said. Billy, I mean, upsetting NRG, upsetting FNS, I mean, that's just normal, right? Most people could do that in their sleep if they really needed to, so it's maybe not too big a drama. But I think when we look at how both of these teams have come to this point in the season, I think looking at Billy and specifically had a really poor off season and kind of started this kickoff slowly, but you have to admit they have picked up that sort of pace and force that they've been playing through with. And I think, the ultimate storyline is obviously how all gamers are in that upper bracket final that nobody coming into this would have looked expecting. They are the team that have knocked both of these sides into this middle bracket.
I think that there's a lot going on here. The triple elimination format has definitely caused a lot of chaos for sure in terms of the matchups that we're seeing, in terms of the players that are, being able to perform here. And I think that for this game in particular between DRG and Bilibili, middle of the pack, sure. I think that for DRG, going down to All Gamers was that major upset, right? In that upper bracket, I think everybody expected them to kind of be in that upper final for that first Santiago qualification slot. But let's take a look at the rosters here. We got Muggle, EDG's old coach, which they won champions with all the way back in 2024, or was it 2023? Either way, they got that champions trophy, and very, very strong squad. I think that YZ, of course, is the player to watch out for here in terms of just fragging potential and extremely insane plays, but also Neff, one of the more consistent players on this team, I think, coming in with that SEA experience as well, adds a little bit of spice to this roster. And Rushia and Knight have both been very consistent in terms of having that middle frag. So overall, this team looking very, very strong as a whole. And if YZ is able to find the gaps in the defenses, they've been able to just hit hard and go strong. Looking at this, though, I mean, it does seem like Bilibili have come out on top in past confrontations.
Yeah, and I mean, usually when we're talking, especially at the start of a new season, you might tend to ignore how that's going. But given the lack of sort of changes on both of these rosters, having probably two of the rosters that have the least amount of change on them, these really do become prevalent, because now you start to be like, what else can we change? We're keeping the same roster, where the map pools are probably going to be pretty similar to them. So head-to-heads actually do matter in terms of the confidence coming into it. We talked about how EDG have kind of slipped off. Well, to me at least, that fully comes down to losing that fear factor aura. And if you have that winning record over the team that you're going up against, especially in a big match like this, because if you win, you get 2 chances to go to Santiago, right? Whereas if you lose, you're dropping down to just that one final chance where every game after that matters. So having that sort of fear factor going for you into this matchup certainly puts you in a really good stead, and I think the team with that have a lot to play on.
Lots to play for, indeed. And I mean, looking at these clips, I think that DRG, one of their strongest players, of course, is Wukashu. I think that he's been incredible, even if he wasn't able to perform at Champions the way they wanted to last year. I think that overall, both these teams have been looking very strong domestically. Looking at the stats here, of course, I think DRG managing to look a little bit stronger in terms of the pistol round wins and the clutch percentage, almost double of BLG. But apart from that, it's been pretty neck and neck on both sides in terms of the attack and defense win percentages.
Yeah, and I think that's certainly quite interesting. The defence win percentage is probably the one that stands out to me. BLG, looking at how they've kind of played in these last few matches across Kickoff, have playing that one duelist, which is kind of anti-meta, going across what everyone else seems to be playing, especially across the region and across the estate, whereas DRG leaning into that double duelist meta. So for them to have the higher win percentage is probably something that takes me a little bit more by surprise. But when you have Wukashu on Cypher, I mean, it kind of makes sense when you have a movable object that's sat on site taking down 4 people every time they come in. Maybe that is why. And then the pistol round percentage, I mean, double duelists win pistols more often than not, so that probably plays a little bit into why BLG have got that less of a strong factor there as well. But then you look at the head-to-head, looking at both of the duelists that can come in here, Spirit Z1 and YZ. I mean, this is going to be a head-off for the stand. I think the standout picture right off the bat there is that Reyna that we have seen coming in from Spirits on that Abyss, which is one of these ones that I think it's the only time Reyna has been picked across the whole of Kickoff in every region, and I do believe that agent was actually dropped the match after. But it'll be interesting to see if that one's going to make an appearance again today, or if that was a one-off experiment.
Yeah, I think, you know, I don't know if you want to be picking it. Once might be an off-meta pick that takes people by surprise. Twice might be a bit of a mistake, especially considering how the meta has been shaping. Those were some great points that you brought up with the double duelist meta kicking in for most of these teams. And even if you're running a single duelist, you want to have something that has like a dive component to it. You know, whether it's going to be the Waylay with the, you know, dashing into sites, whether it's going to be the jet or even the raise with the satchel. So you need to have that kind of dive comp to be able to get through most of the annoying smokes and utility and everything else that's being thrown in your face today, and also take a little bit of extra space. I think that Waylay is currently the strongest duelist in the meta. I'm waiting for Kickoff to get over so I can get some more stats here, but we're going to be looking at another head-to-head right now. It's going to be the Initiators facing off this time around, and we were talking about Knight in the pre-show a little bit about how he's just been so consistent in terms of just not just using that utility but also fragging out. In terms of stats though, both of these players look pretty similar.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think when it comes to that, it's who's going to be able to set up their duelist the strongest, right? Obviously, both can certainly provide that shooting factor for their team, but when it comes down to it, just being able to set up that duelist the strongest is really what's going to make the biggest impact in that, and that's what K-Knight is certainly used to doing, having only really played that Initiator throughout it, and obviously Nick's the exact same for the opposite side. But I feel like the fact that Billy are just playing that one duelist role, they kind of have K-Knight and Bud along, who's the most recent signing, to help set them up as well.
I mean, the thing that I noticed most about that map pool is the weakness that DRG have exhibited on Abyss before. They haven't played Bind and Haven either, so Billy, if they can lean into those maps, gonna cause a little bit of issues. Either way, though, I think we're almost ready for the walkout. So personally, this is my favorite part of watching VCTCN, because it's just so much energy. And my favorite part is looking at the maskets, because each team seems to have so much personality. And I was just telling yesterday on broadcast that I want to have that job, you know, because I don't need to speak Chinese. I don't need to speak anything, you know. I just have to sit in that whatever you call those things, those costumes, and just you know emote around. It'll be so fun, you know. You beat a team and your player's giving an interview and you're just standing behind the camera emoting on people. Like, yeah, that's really fun.
Yeah, I always do enjoy it when it's the interview stage and they're right up, like almost as if they want to get involved in an interview. Like, tell us, Dragon, what's your view on the game? Yeah, I do. I think this is probably one of the best productions that we see across the estate. Once again, I just think China's really cracked down on how to maximise the sort of hype coming into it, the player cards that you see drop down, and then obviously the mascot just providing that little aspect of entertainment makes it really fun. And I haven't quite decided which mascot I'm leaning into the preference of so far. I don't know if you've got one that stands out to you.
I really like the TYL one for sure. I also enjoy, I forgot which team, but there's like this really cute puppy. EDG's is also not bad, to be honest, but yeah, I think my favorite is the ape. I forgot which team has it, but there is an ape. I think it's BLG, I'm not sure, but there is an ape that dances around and it is very high energy and very cute. And I don't know if it's an ape or a monkey. I know there's like a lot of different animals that look like monkeys, so I don't want to get into the zoology aspect of it, but that one is my favorite mascot. What about you?
I think if my memory serves me right, I believe All Gamers is a panda. So I'm going to go for a panda.
Okay, never mind. I love pandas.
Yeah, I think there's also a capybara, which could probably steal my way, but I think I'll probably slip into the panda for All Gamers. I'm on that All Gamers hype train, so I'm going to stick to the All Gamers mascot as well. Why not? But why not?
Consistency. Yeah. Oh, look at this. We've got, I think they're cats. I don't know what. I think DRG's is probably a dragon, like toothless, like from How to Train Your Dragon. That's a dragon. Yeah. That's a dragon, and the other's a cat, I think. But yeah, while we figure out what animals these are, you can see the players are getting ready, hyping themselves, whatever you want to call it, and getting ready to step into the fray. I think that. In terms of these two teams, I'm leaning a little bit towards Bilibili in terms of how they're going to be performing / the kind of. I think they have a little bit of an advantage in terms of the map veto, but DRG, you can't really underestimate them as a team. They've been able to work their way through the middle bracket steadily, even if they weren't able to make it to that upper bracket. I think that they have proven to be one of the stronger teams in this tournament, so I feel like this is a series that could definitely go the distance.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I'm going to probably take the opposite side. I'm going to lean into DRG for this side. I think a team that have they certainly showed the resilience sort of last season, being in that international stage and then having to refight for their place through that Ascension tournament. I just think if a team can show that much resilience and sort of team ethic behind them and still keep the core of the whole squad in as well, I think that just gives a really good showing of how that team synergy is going. Plus, I can't not back Vukashu. One of the best players on this region. I just think you're going to have a really tough time getting past this player, especially if they turn up to the full maximum that we've seen before throughout this kickoff especially. I think it's going to be a really tough one to see. So I'm going to be excited. I mean, we always know they're going to be Cypher, right? We just know that's the one guarantee in life is that Vukashu will be picking Cypher.
Well, Cypher on Vukashu, nothing like the sun coming up every day like sunrise, or the waves the tides being caused because of the moon. Yep, Vukashu back on his signature Cypher. I know he sometimes picks up the vibes, but personally I do love his Cypher. And this team comp, I mean, you've got the Neon as well, along with the Yoru, the double duelist comp that you were highlighting, but on the opposite side, look what we got, the double initiator as well as YZ on that Waylay. Now I feel like YZ, we've seen him mostly pick up that race in the last few years, but this year he's been just slaughtering people with this Waylay, looking so incredibly strong here. And yeah, I mean, I'm very, very excited for this matchup. If you look, of course, at the maps themselves, first map is going to be split. So BLG starting off on attack here with this comp. The lack of a Sentinel for them, I mean, this is kind of what the split meta has turned into, with teams opting to step away further from the Sentinel and invest in that Viper, maybe in a secondary duelist or an initiator. I think that this is also one of the maps where the double duelist is kind of an established comp. So it's a little bit more of an outlandish comp here, I would say, coming out of BLG, although I do think the Cypher is still very like I don't know, 2023. I don't know how else to say it.
Yeah, very much old style, but I think like you say, when I find it hard to push them off. I think the biggest interesting fact for me here that we're playing on split first is that this is the first time we're going to see Bilibili come on to this map after their loss to All Gamers. So it's clearly one that's maybe been hidden and hopefully worked on in the background to try and rectify what went wrong against that All Gamers side. Whereas DRG have played it once as well and have that victory. So I'm excited to see if they've continued their hype, but the biggest factor for me is if BLG kind of rectified the problems, and I think the problems definitely stem down to not playing into that meta style that Split especially leans into. But we're always guaranteed bangers when it comes to Split on this international stage, and it's going to start right now.
Ooh, I love Split. It might be my favorite map, but yeah, at least in terms of playing it, watching it though, it always seems like when I'm casting this, at least it tends to go into overtime. BLG going for that hit on the lurk on Rushia, able to find a kill, but in turn, it's gonna be Rushia finding yet another. Vukashu shut down here. All of a sudden, this A site looks very, very juicy, and the remainder of DRG are in a very awkward retake position. They've managed to clear heaven at the very least, but Ram's control still being watched, and 2 players on BLG ready to fight for that.
Yeah, DRG, all the space in the world on the map, but the space that they don't have is a space that they need. Using that smoke to get themselves down. K-Knight will be the first to contact and does take down Akaman. Looks for more, and it's a double kill for K-Knight. Only the one remaining left. Flexing, will have to flex those muscles to get back into it. Gets the one, but the Omen versus Omen favours the side of BLG as they come up with the pistol. The stats lied to us in terms of who was likeliest to win, but BLG will certainly be very happy with how competent that looked.
Very, very nice, clean round. Multiple players left alive as well. Bonus looking pretty interesting here with 2 Guardians and actually wait, a Guardian, a Phantom, and a Stinger. 2 players staying on Ghost, so possibly looking at upgrades for the next round. If this round goes its way, that would, if everybody stays alive here, that's gonna mean possibly 3 rifles and a Guardian, which makes it no longer a bonus and kind of like a full buy versus full buy. Right now though, it's gonna be this default kind of play, mid-heavy kind of play coming in from BLG. Yes, they're waiting for a push from DRG, possibly that mid-rush that you tend to see Team Psycho into so often on these eco rounds. But yeah, nobody moving a muscle. DRG having gone for the A stack. They left Vukashu alone on B, which tends to be the usual state of affairs. I mean, this guy is a solo anchor sentinel, but the problem is he doesn't really have any utility or any information. And BLG, they're not making any sound. Look at them.
Yeah, you would be mistaken if you thought the pause timer was on. The lack of movement going on the map right now, but it's going to be this lurking Viper that does try to take the first contact orb to progress into A main, while the rest of the team slowly trying as best as possible to be quiet, walking up onto B to distract all the members of DRG onto this side of A. And that first kill should try and get some movement, but the Cypher info keeps Vukashu there momentarily. Nick does get Rushia, but that's a ghost, so it's not really going to make any real difference. And Vukashu could have the timing to get one, looks for another, but the double swing collects for Bud, and it's a post plant now in a 3 versus 3.
Suddenly things looking much, much more doable. Although none of the weapons that have been dropped except for the Stinger are going to be capable of getting retrieved here. But playing a dangerous game, looking for the information. Flank open as well. It's all going to be a question of timing as that Haunt comes through. Distracts Bud a little bit, but YZ there for the refrag. And now a 1v2 at the end of it all. Nick having to find these headshots with the Sheriff. Knows where YZ is, but I don't know if the second player's position was spotted. Has to be able to get out. Yep, here's the shots, and YZ swings off the back of that contact. Able to get BLG their second round. And they hold on to 2 of their biggest weapons, that Phantom and that Guardian.
Yeah, that's probably all that they can ask for. Coming into this, making sure that they have the big hitters coming back through. Not quite so clean, but like you said, when you have those 2 weapons, the low buy certainly guarantees that this next round is going to be very feisty.
Well, bye, basically coming in for BLG here. Look at this. Except for Neff with the Bucky, but even the Bucky in the hands of an Omen, you know, you do a cheeky little TP into heaven, get into somebody's face. It's gonna be like BLG going for quick A control. Camera does tag out Rushia, forced to fall back a little bit, and now you've got Akaman on the angle. Not able to quite connect the shot, although that Viper wall, it does cause a little bit of chaos, but at least he knows for a fact that they haven't yet come in. It's going to be a mid-B split, crunching in towards this A heaven, and Akaman is going to be under a lot of pressure, unless, of course, he chooses to fall back. Flexen caught by surprise, barely getting away with his life there as the Bucky just, like, jumps in his face.
Yeah, jump scare, have to get away from that one, but limited space for kind of both teams here. A lot of question marks to re-clear, and it does come down to this fight from Akiman and Rushia. Denying that A entry, but it's been a pivot into mid. but there's 2 members for DLG holding this heaven. The Prowler should reveal that the members are notified, which does. Means Nick can back off ever so slightly and wait on this hit coming in.
Got a bit of chip damage done, but YZ the one to find that opening kill off the back of the flash. The off angle, the Haunt actually connects there, and YZ just goes ballistic. Akaman doing his best though to keep things even. 39 HP and a dream, but it's the Bucky in his face to make it a 1v2 at the end of all of that. Unfortunately though, it's not going to be the heroics to come through for BLG in this round. In fact, it's going to be Akaman with a 4K to keep his team in this and win out this full buy.
Yeah, I really like the accuracy of the rope Bucky climbing up headshot to take that one down. Made it a little bit closer than maybe it should have been, but Akaman doing a huge job after getting that kill on Russia right at the start to keep their team in this when the hit came through on B. Pivotal moments here as DRG keep themselves in a round that they obviously should be winning at the start, but 2-1, this is where they need to tie it up.
I mean, that was a round with a decent amount of heavy investment, but still going to be a buy available for BLG here. Now, Spiritzy, we've seen him before be so strong in a push. Now going for that aggressive peek, actually gonna be able to win out both fights towards mids. These double duels from DRG doing their job and winning out their 1v1s. Now, BLG, a whole minute left on the clock, but what can they really do here? They only have 3 players left alive. It's gonna have to be heroics from the remainder of the squad to be able to pull through. And you've got 3 players, including Vukashu, waiting towards this A site. It's gonna be very difficult for them to find that headway, especially with that Cam consistently finding those tags.
Really strong defensive display here from DRG. Just holding on. Akaman has to get at least 1, if not 2, but has the stun. At least gets the first. YZ gets the trade, but in a really tough situation. Yes, you have Heaven. Yes, you have ramps, but not much else changed to go with it. And Spirit's posted up on backside. Should be able to catch YZ off, but a peek gives away the position, and YZ capitalizes, opening up an avenue for this BLG side to get onto site. And it's going to be Vukashu that's trying to stop that cross, but with the TB across, Shrouded Steps make that one possible, and YZ keeps themselves up high, gets on, and is putting DRG to the test, but it's Nick who comes in, and Neff has a cheeky little cross, takes down Vukashu, and will now use a smoke to feint that the cross could have happened.
Gonna be a question of timing here. From now, it comes down to 1v1 at the end, and Neff ready for the swing. Here's a sound. Yeah, what are you doing? That's gotta be the kind of emote I have if it's a 1v1 and your opponent is giving away their position too. A little bit of lucky there, a bit overconfident perhaps from DRG, but Neff plays that to perfection at the end. You know, for a round that started off as a 3v5, the fact that it came down to a 1v1 at the end is just testament to how strong BLG can be, especially a player like YZ. 3 on the round before he gets shut down, and of course, the clutch here for Neff at the very end. Very, very nicely played there. And wow, are we gonna be seeing a timeout so early on, or is it a tech timeout? I can't tell quite yet.
Oh, I think BLG, yeah, I think that's a BLG timeout. Surely not, is that right? Yeah, we have confirmation. But if that is a BLG timeout, that's a little bit of a confusing one to start with, especially with the, I mean, granted it was a 2 versus 4, maybe the coaches called it in thinking the round had been lost like the rest of us, but certainly the decision making on show by the BLG team in those high pressure moments is what kept them in that round and certainly put them back into a 2-round lead. For DRG, they keep getting these opening picks on the rounds that start to matter but just fall apart when it comes to saving everything together. We do have confirmation it's a tech pause, so that makes a little bit more sense, and didn't realise we were watching EMEA, but thankfully it's been pulled through and the tech pause is cancelled pretty early.
Yes, we are lucky that it is not the usual 5-hour long tech pause that seems to happen on day 1 of VCT, irrespective of what region you're in. But China production, we love that. And they've cleared up the trouble pretty quickly. VLG now starting to build up that little bit of momentum. Still going to be a hero rifle in the hands of Vukashu, but everybody else on DRG looking a little bit broke, although Akaman does have that overdrive available if necessary. Look at the split up though. All of BLG reconvening back towards this A side, and a little bit of an overpeak from Vukashu, immediately punished there, and it's going to be a free side available in this round. The hero rifle also drops, so it's a bit unlucky here for DRG.
Yeah, I think Spirit's trying to make a hero play there as well, knowing that they're only on Sheriffs. Probably should have just waited for the rest of the team to group in, because now you're in this 3 versus 5. A Bucky and 2 Sheriffs is all you have to hand. Yes, you've got a Neon with some potential movement speed, and yes, you have Nick who can just pull a kill out the bag, looking down from heaven. Maybe makes this a little bit more percentage-wise likely to happen, but Rusha watching this with Outlaw should pick up that first kill. Maybe capitalise on the reload timing for Akiman here, if they choose, but it looks like it's just going to be a dive to spike angle. Try and not give out any more orbs, as Blason does take one, but there's an orb given away. What will Akiman be able to do? No extra frags, just jump into that spike and take the loss come the end.
Clean round. What you expect though when one team is way more broke than the other. It starts off with this opening here. I like that teams more and more are starting to buy the Outlaw when you know the opponent team is going to be broke, because it just does so much damage, and it does more than enough, I would say, in terms of being able to shut down these players who are forced to now invest in heavy armor here. Looking at the buy, you can see that's exactly going to be the case, at least for this BLG squad with 3 members on heavy armor. But although DRG, they seem like they haven't really opted to go for it. This is a full buy though, so I doubt that we're going to be seeing. I think they doubt that they're going to be seeing Outlaw coming into play here from BLG's side. Vukushu having moved over towards his B site, it's going to be back to the defaulting kind of play, and I love this from BLG, right? They've been very good at kind of controlling the change of pace on a lot of these maps.
Yeah, they have this conditioning that's going over towards A with the Viper Wall and Orb that keeps any vision away from that A defending side, which makes it really tough for DRG to try and find out what's going on, given they only have that fade for information. They have to rely on a lot of bodies doing the hard work to get any information. That's why you see Akiman and Flexen worrying about ramp, worrying about where players can be, the pings coming out that a player could have crossed. They've at least guessed right for now on terms of where this site hit is coming, and given how many rounds we've seen end up on A, they'd be certainly not amiss to assume the correct. And now you see their own Thunder coming in, pretty much confirmed that the site hit is here. YZ teleporting themselves onto site. Akiman does pick up the first kill though to keep DRG in this once again.
Good one to start things off. I think that also opens up angles for the ult. Look at all of this BLG players completely locked up on site, and that ult doesn't even cover the spike plant, so I'm not quite sure about this. Nightfall to come in though, gonna tag up all of these players, make them quite low here. You're gonna have to win out your duels, and it starts with Neff being able to find the first. Rushi as well catches the TP from Flexen. The sound cue might not be there, but his eyes still damn well work, and he's able to find that crucial kill. 3v4 on the side, and all of BLG playing around this Viper's pit. Finally, Akaman is able to find an opening here, but the problem is that he's still fighting. He's able to find a fourth on track for the ace, and he might just get it. Never mind, his teammate steals it away, but at the end of the day, it's a beautiful retake for DRG.
Yeah, I think the fade ult to kind of push back off of that once the Viper's pit went down, denying the entry off of screens, meant that the rest of DRG had to play out of heaven, which is why the kills come up so often from there. But a really good show of display from DRG, despite kind of losing those first 2 battles, especially with the Into the Shadows being played as well, to combo off of the Nightfall. I mean, it's just great from Russia to be aware that that was a possibility. And then it comes down to Akiman, the star duelist in this lobby for DRG, making sure that the team do not slip up around, and one that was certainly stacked up against them, they managed to convert, which is something they're going to need to start doing. Given we've seen the higher percentage defensive win rate, it's not something that we've quite seen yet.
I mean, Akaman, that's 2 4K rounds that he's been able to bring together for his team. In fact, both the rounds that DRG have won, he's gotten a 4K. So yeah, he just needs to be the X factor for his team now that the rest of the squad for DRG are starting to sweep up. Nice little angle being held there by Nick. Lets him get that first blood for his team. Neff goes down as well. That's your flexible controller down. Viper already having been invested towards A. It's going to make it much harder for this B hit, especially when you have 3 players from DRG who have already rotated over thanks to Cypher and Akaman playing hard anchor towards A. Mid control, of course, has been garnered by YZ here. That vent space having been taken could be a major factor.
Yeah, that camera now gets taken out on A. At least alerts that space is being gone, but for DRG, they know there's a load more question marks that need to be created and cleared through before they want to make any space. It's also drawn out the rotate of spirits to watch up onto heaven and make sure no one goes into sight. But here comes the hit over towards B. The Nightfall collects a number of bodies, and it's just going to be an absolute bloodbath on top of heaven. The hit was well thought through, but they didn't anticipate the bodies to stack up and just fall down to the hands of DRG. And it's another round for them that they'll be happy to get on the board, that at least this time they didn't need Akiman to pick up a 4K.
Yeah, it's a much cleaner round than the last few have been, at least for DRG's side. No more hero plays, just gonna be the rest of the squad stepping up. In fact, this might be the first round where we haven't seen Akiman get a kill, where they won everybody else stepping up big time. And a flawless round to boot, gonna be doing wonders for DRG's Academy. Unfortunately, the economy, the same cannot be said here for BLG, who are, in nicer words, just completely broke right now. I do not know how they're gonna be playing this round. It does look like a pretty simple mid-rush. Spirit Z, of course, holding this crossfire, and of course this close angle being held here by the Bucky, although Bud is able to get two crucial trades with that Sheriff. Very, very nice. Nick now looking to reposition, and BLG, I mean, they might be able to retrieve some of these weapons if they can take care of Nick.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think you probably want to see Flexen using this smoke to try and deny off the space, to not allow these weapons to be garnered, maybe apply a little bit of pressure onto BLG so that they back off and go elsewhere, and that's exactly what happens here. You see that Prowler getting utilised as well by Nick, just to make sure that nobody has walked up, and now BLG walking into the warm, embracing arms of Vukushu, holding down on this side with the cam, trying to trigger out who is there, and it's two tripwires that's going to take this first contact.
Warm, loving embrace. I don't know if BLG feels the same way about that, the way Vukushu has been playing. It's got the full setup as well. It's going to be very difficult for them to get through. The trip has been broken. It's going to be a trigger on to the cage, and it's going to be Russia who's going to be watching it with full awareness, actually getting that kill. If Neff can get this, that should be a thrifty that will materialize for the squad, unless, of course, you're going to be seeing Flexen pull off absolute heroics. 1v3 at the end of it. Two people with guns. Spots out the position of Neff, but it's a crossfire, and Neff is happy to re-swing off the back of his teammate and find that kill. What a huge round from BLG. What a thrifty to come through, all off the back of that double kill from Bud with that Sheriff. Yeah,
absolutely massive. I think especially then when the sight hit does fall on towards A, you're looking for Vukushu to provide a little bit of value and fall into that first contact on Russia. Really cements the rounds potentially not going in their favour. I think the TP onto Heaven as well catches them off guard. You can see the knife being used as it walks out into Heaven. Unexpected that a BLG member would be up there given how the round is played out, but we need to start seeing a little bit more common sense maybe utilised and clearing out angles. Thrifties are not something that you want to be given over to your team against you if you want to try and come out of this round. I mean, you often talk about the minimalities of the game and how things can really turn your way, and not converting thrifties is certainly up there with one of them. We've seen that with BLG bringing out the Outlaw when it was their turn to go against one, and not something that DRG had in their hands, but this time out is going to have to address some maybe slight concerns that the coaching staff have seen and how they want to play this one through, maybe not being very proactive against this BLG side and allowing them to be the ones to dictate this pace so far.
I mean, I think, to be fair though, it's a bit hard to be proactive when you have Russia holding down so many random angles, and you also have this double initiator clump coming in, right? You get one hint and it's going to be a breach stun and a Prowler possibly in your face. I agree with you though. I think DRG, they're going to have to fix a lot of these mistakes that they have been making if they want to be able to take this map towards their name, because remember, this is their map pick. So early Prowler to come out does catch presence towards B main. And I like this. It's a full retake strategy that DRG seem to be looking at. They want to re-clear mid, make sure there's no deep lurks, and even if BLG take the site, they're happy to try and retake it because they've got three ultimates, 3.5 ultimates.
Yeah, using this smoke that we've seen more and more often on this B side just to try and make sure that they can retake without being challenged from main, but are they prepared for this lurk up on mid? It certainly seems that Flexen is aware that it's a possibility, and that takes down a big angle that Russia would have had as a win percentage to take this one on. Dimensional Drift invested as well to pull out even more information on where all these players are, as well as the bald man mode of Cypher. That was the TP back to safety, and it's Akiman who capitalises getting that first kill. 3 remain back on site, but it's DRG Nick who's cleaning this one up, but Bud won't go down without a fight at all. It's Bud who cleans the house. Full house in, chips on the plate. They are walking away all in.
You know, if I clutched that as well as Bud, I would be jumping up the same way. Because they pushed one by one. Why do you guys push one by one into an angle? It started so well, you know, they get this kill onto Russia, they get the neural theft in, and of course they shut down the lurk early as well. And in the end, it's a 1v4, one by one. It's a collab at the end, to be fair. I guess you can't blame DRG that much, but the first 2 kills being given there for free, just absolutely unfortunate. And what a huge round there for BLG. What a clutch from Bud. That's 2 rounds where he's been able to step up and been kind of that win factor for BLG here as they continue to push this lead on this attack, guaranteeing themselves an even half at the very least, if not more. But I don't know about that, Chief.
Oh my god, they somehow come out on top of that. Spirits keeping Akiman alive. All the utility thrown at them, but they find a way to remain. And it's Nick with the Sheriff this time who takes down Bud. Repercussions from the round before. And now, and it's not this round that the timeout would have been used for, but it's certainly finding a way to provide an impact. And the timing fails for Russia this time, working up on A, but it just leaves Neff alone. 1 versus 4, has the spike, has some utility left, a smoke and 2 shrouded steps, but on the top of this spike, DRG are alerted. TP's back into main, some cover fire down, and the paranoia out. First contact comes through. And it's just going to be held for now. Just hold it away. Yeah.
They just get the retake and the defuse. I don't know what the heck they were trying to do down in mid. You know it's an eco round. You go running in the open with your haunts, you get shot in the head, and your 2 teammates come to trade and they also get shot in the head. That's a very, very painful round to watch. Ackerman, of course, continuing to be a beast. I think he's on like 15 or 16 kills at this point. It's just absolute insanity coming in from this man. And yeah, a bit unfortunate for BLG there. Minor mistakes being made very, very badly. I think the coaches are also pissed off after seeing that, so they're gonna be calling a timeout.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I just praised BLG for how they wanted to play up against Decos, and then we see that mess coming. My bad on that one, Chief, my bad. Not what I thought was going to be coming through. They tried to get too aggressive with that play off that top bench, right, and then just get punished down immediately for it. But DRG will be happy to at least convert with that one, keeps them within touching distance heading as we get closer and closer to half time, as they'll get onto their favourable attacking side. They'll be looking to at least rack up enough rounds to make sure this one can go their way. But it's going to be a tough sort of battle to go on the opposite side. The double initiators going to deny them a lot of initial space, so they need to try and find a way to conquer off of that. But with the double duelists, there's certainly a way for them. But this time out now for BLG, just rack up as much as you can before this one finishes out.
True. I mean, I think that for BLG already on this attacking side, being able to get this 6-4, especially against the hard Cypher comp that DRG are running, is pretty nice. If they can get a couple more rounds, it's going to be even more nice. The problem is their defense, because they don't have a dedicated sentinel. It's going to have to be either very aggressive plays or retakes to come through for BLG on their own defensive side, but we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves. We've still got 2 rounds to get through before we head right there. Neff towards B main, holding down the angle, not going to really go in for those peaks. And I love these kind of one-way smokes that you see Flexen giving, really letting his team play off the back of them, play a little bit aggressively. And look at this, a 4-stack towards B main. We might see a bloodbath down towards mid if they decide to go in for the push and the peak here. No noise being made quite yet off the back of that Prowler, though. It does seem like contact is going to be made. The Saturate doesn't quite connect, but there is going to be that crossfire available between Knight and Bud. The problem here is the spike, and Neff TP's into sight, spots out Mukashu, and he's like, nah, I'm out of here. I want nothing to do with that.
A second later, and that's a lot more dangerous. But they thought they had space. You could see the call coming in to be rotating over towards A to capitalise off of how much pressure had been applied onto mid, and now the spike has to hurry itself away. Has to flick over on towards B side, and it's a pivot back again. It looks like we're going into mid and heading onto site, but Nick and Akiman are here to answer the prayers, and it's Nick that comes out on top now. 2 versus 1. Spirits fighting through the angles on that alleyway. Not dark and misty down there for him. He knows what's going on. He comes out on top. DRG back to another winning round.
Spirits had 3 kills that round, and one was in B heaven, one was in A heaven, and one was all the way in spawn. Just using that Yoru to its full capability for sure. Very nice round coming in for DRG, who despite letting BLG get into their spawn, had every other area under lockdown, so it wasn't too much of a problem there. Last round in the half, still going to be an economy available for DRG. Unfortunately, the same cannot be said for their opponent team. They've got 1 rifle on YZ, and everybody else is on Stingers and Sheriffs. It's just going to be a straightforward A hit with the breach. Oh, the problem is, are they going to check the corner? The Prowler does, forcing the TP out of the Yoru here, and it's just going to have to be Vukashu playing that hard anchor as always on site. Does have Akaman for company, although Neff and Russia with the Stinger do so much damage.
Yeah, this is the opposite of what we're expecting from Vukashu so far. Really unable to hold down the site. But BLG certainly capitalising and taking a 7-5 lead into the half. Like you say, that they'll be very happy with that. It will need some adjustments coming in. They've certainly made an improvement onto how they played up against all gamers, looking to be a little bit stronger. And I think Fukushu in this half time will be self-reflecting on maybe what's going on. Maybe they need to warm up a little bit more, because coming in with 3 kills is not what we'd expected on one of the big star players.
Yeah, it's been a quiet half for him this time around, but I think when the lurks start kicking in on that attacking side for DRG, things are going to definitely be fun. Looking at both of these teams, I think what I liked from... I'll talk a little bit more about that, but who do you like more? I also like YZ more. What about you? As a duelist anyway.
I think I'll go YZ as well.
I think the China audience seems to agree with this. It's been 2 votes for YZ and 3 votes for YZ. Oh no, I like Spirits, don't get me wrong, but YZ is just on a whole other level, and it seems like VCT China agrees. 3 votes for him. Let's see if there's any more. Oh, finally, nice. Spirits gets 1. There we go. He gets a vote, and people are going to be very happy. At least he's going to be looking a little bit happy. Of course, they're going to ask a DRG fan. That's just scamming. They get 2 for 1. All right, 3 and 3 each. There we go, back to YZ. 4. YZ starting to get closer to being able to win it out. Of course, the China fans making it a bit controversial, making it 4 and 4 right now. You don't want anybody to be left behind, and it's gonna be the last vote to decide who is on top. Yeah, YZ, there we go, man of culture right there, and YZ is the one to win it out. Oh man, I love these little interactions they have with their fans in halftime.
Yeah, I feel like it's a little bit like of a cop-out in selections though, right? We see Spirits play this Yoru that kind of acts as a little bit more of an initiator rather than the neon duelist that Akiman pulls through. So I feel like they've maybe been let down just a little bit by their selections against the one duelist that BLG bring in. But nonetheless, we won't be calling out for any corruption in the broadcast team here. We'll be looking to get this second half kicked off as DRG look to rescue this first map pick that they have chosen to come into. Now onto their own attacking side after BLG chose to start on the defense. Need to top that 7 rounds that BLG managed to moment on their attack if they want to avoid losing or going into overtime. And it's going to be a start that heads us over towards this A site. 5 stack in, no supplementing mid, no supplementing any toys on the idea of B. It's all going to be headed up onto this ramp.
Against this pistol indeed. Already though, DRG looking to get aggressive towards heaven. Rushia falls. Of course, YZ is able to dip out of there thanks to that ability, but Knight still fighting strong on side, gets 2 before being shut down. That is so important right now, and Bud coming in for backup here. Perfect saturate, doesn't even need it. It's just a headshot to come in. A second one as well, and YZ is activated right now. Spirits versus YZ. We saw it in the crowd. We're going to be seeing it in this 1v2 right now. Spike going to be dropped. Can he even pick it up is the question, with the help of this TP or with the help of this fake TP rather. He's gonna be able to pick it up and get onto site. Doesn't know the location of these players though. Neff re-clearing main is gonna be happy to find that kill, and it is gonna be another pistol here for BLG, who have been looking really good on these pistol rounds actually. I think they have one of the higher win percentages for these rounds. But yeah, YZ just goes ballistic.
Yeah, 2-0 on the pistols for any of those slicky watchers that like to keep a track of these important rounds.
I'm one of them, sorry.
Yeah, I'm the same. I'm fully the same. Keeps track. Listen, it gives you the momentum and the game starts you snowballing down early, gets those dominoes rolling as soon as possible, and you can see right off the back of that DRG, except that maybe A-Hit isn't going to be the play this time, so we'll head in towards mid, which Russia is going to be waiting and ready to pounce. Has that orb up, waiting for the first contact. The Spectre could find so much value spraying on through, but it's going to be the bite. At first it denies after the orb goes down. And now the timing on who wants to make that first move.
Timing indeed. Yeah, Russia just executioner, judge, jury, executioner, whatever you want to call it, and it's just going to be poor Vukashu left by himself. I mean, he's incredible, but in an eco round against 5 people and the might of BLG rushing him down, yeah, not going to happen, Chief. I'm sorry about that. 9-5 right now. BLG starting to really build up this lead here, a 4-round deficit for their opponents, and I think that, okay, sorry, I got distracted by watching that. I wish my Spectre did that, dude. Mine doesn't do that. Nah.
Mine's looked a bit more like the classic at the end there, but I think BLG certainly coming out and seeming to have that chip on their back, knowing that everyone was talking about how bad the off-season looked for them and having kind of major doubts over how this season might play out. But ever since that opening match against All Gamers, they've certainly managed to put the pieces a little bit back together, and honestly I believe they'll probably hoping that All Gamers lose that upper final tomorrow so that they can extract some revenge. And I would not put it past them right at this moment in time. But as we head into this round, it's Spirits who gets that opening kill on Nep, trying to get a little bit of info purely by peeking instead of using the breach that they have that's capable of holding back with the fault line and the stun. And it means there's a little bit of space opened up on site for DRG, a little bit of space across the map. But for now, it's just an exploration of mid that will be the play. And we've seen this last round. Will they fall for it again?
I don't know, it's a difficult round for sure. I don't know. It's a nice shot, to be fair. I do think that Flexin has to be... I mean, it doesn't matter if he's allowed to save, but yeah, Vukashu ready for the rotation, ready for the kill. I was just thinking if he's gonna go for a save or if he's gonna try for, you know, something else there, but that was the bonus round, to be fair, for the side of BLG, so not the worst thing in the world. I do think that this round is gonna be crucially important, but what we did see in that round from DRG was nice, because even though they're down, they're not out quite yet. Very methodical, very clean gameplay, there for the punish, and basically a flawless round for them, so they're gonna be feeling pretty pleased about that. 3-round deficit now. Looking at the economy, this is the swing round here. Full buy for both of these teams kicking in. Ultimate wise though, it's only the Nightfall that's 2 away, I think, for the side of BLG, and Lukash's ult also coming in pretty close along with Spirits. Next round of the round after that gonna be one of those huge ult rounds that we love seeing, and that makes Valorant so, I don't know, difficult to play sometimes, at least in my opinion. 2 people sitting in the smoke, very, very nice. Spirit Z could find the timing here if you're not careful. But YZ ready on the angle, no free double kill for Spirits. It's just gonna be the first opening found here for BLG.
Yep, Spirits go down just like the vote went against them. It will be YZ on top. Means that DRG need to rethink how this attack's going to go. They will just reaggress up ramp as well. Vukashu taking some of that space that was previously cleared out, but behind this Viper wall, does not know what awaits and doesn't know that there's nothing really awaiting. Just YZ holding by the door and Nick holding down by screens. Site's a little bit free, but BLG are happy to play into that retake scenario as they get closer on. They do have some stronger utility to get themselves back on, and now YZ gets the info, uses that saturate just to hold off on site for themselves. DRG will progress themselves on, try and prioritise who gets that spike plant down, and it's Vukashu who's come online to take down Russia up on top.
3v4 at the end of it all, but YZ still looking for more damage and more kills towards that heaven angle. able to get his team the advantage once again. The problem is Nick holding down main so steadily. The double swing from Heaven though takes another victim. Flexen falls. There's just gonna be 2 players left alive. Akaman and Nick though make it a 2v2, make it a 1v2. In fact, it's all gonna come down to Bud, who is gonna be able to bring it down to a 1v1. It's a question of timing at the end of it, and once again, Bud, he's just so good in this clutch to get BLG to double digits. Yeah, bro, what are you doing? That's what I would ask as well after that. But to be fair, that was a very chaotic round from start to finish. It was a 4v2 that became a 1v2 that he clutched out. So I don't know if I would give his team kudos, but I certainly am going to give him kudos.
Yeah, I think to see Bud clutching up in so many of these scenarios and providing the value that they have is something that's great to see, right? We talk about how Levius was a late retire just at the start of the year to maybe throw the BLG squad into a little bit of rapture in terms of scrambling to replace off that unexpected timing, but they have certainly stepped up to the plate and provided value, at least in this game so far, showing that they are a worthy replacement and certainly worth the value that they're bringing in. And right now, it's a little bit of contact off the face on B main, but opting for both sides to respect the space and willingly give it up, which neither team's quite identified this happens yet. It's another stare down on mid. The Mexican standoff that quite often becomes here, especially without that default stage that you tend to see on your ranked games holding down that mid. But it's the Viper Orb instead that recreates that aspect, and DRG kind of default across onto A, which is seemingly where DRG want to force the aspect of this fight to be.
Early position from Knight. Gonna be spotted out, although beautiful haunt there. Just catches Akaman as he tries to take the space on that side, and this execute from DRG completely ripped apart by this crossfire. Rushia finds another kill, catches out the Yoru here, and these smokes, I like these crossing smokes. They're gonna hear the reload. At least Fukushi is gonna be able to find one, maybe get 2. Actually pops the neural depth here, has to be able to defend his teammate, but not gonna happen. The saturate perfect to deny the double swing there from Nick, and now 1v3 for Nick, able to get the first, but a nice little stun from Bud to close things out as BLG get themselves up to 11. And the scary thing for me here, Veggie, is that the next map is Abyss, and the problem with Abyss is that DRG have lost 0. Like both times they played, they got bullied in a couple of them, and it's a map that BLG have proven to be very, very competent on. So it's gonna be important for DRG to lock in here. It's still possible. 6 at 11. It's only 5 rounds that's not in their way. Problem is it's an eco, so it's very likely that unless of course miracles happen, it's gonna be just match points here for BLG.
Yeah, I think you've hit the nail on the head. It's worrying times for DRG coming into this matchup as I thought as favourites at least, but certainly right now looking like they struggle to even stay alive in the lower bracket with how BLG are systematically tearing them apart. A little bit of fresh out of ideas as it's continuing on to mid pressure. At least Rusha gives them a chance. Akiman will get an upgrade to that weapon, but on that 1 HP you'd imagine it's going to be floated across to another member of the team if they can cross past this space, which the Paranoia will do, but it's Bud who's here to stop any more pressure coming in. Has the Rolling Thunder as well, should they feel the need to use it in. The wall goes up means spam can be done. Akaman has to escape, and with the fast footsteps on, B-line's out of there. The timing. Oh, Spirits gets unlucky, has one of the hero rifles and doesn't manage to stay alive.
Here comes the Nightfall though, gonna be trying to get DRG a little bit of space to work with. Still numbers advantage here for BLG, and Akaman is just a little bit of a, I don't know, breath away from death, I would say, as DRG are able to at least get themselves a spike down, a little bit of an improvement in this round. They also have 2 rifles in their hands, so Flexit and Nick could very well pull off heroics. The problem here is the positioning. They don't really have any extra control. They pushed out CT, but already Knight going for the reclear, gets the first. Rolling Thunder invested as well, despite the dink. I feel bad, a little bit bad there for Akaman. The Stinger is not really gonna do much, and YZ with the judge to put in the final nail in the coffin as BLG get themselves 2 match points. Very, very nice.
Yeah, and you know what? I really don't mind that ult there. A lot of people will be criticising the use of a Rolling Thunder in those sort of clutch scenarios, but when you need to clear that space, you do not want to be ecoed. You want to get yourself onto that match point, right? Now it's 12-6, you've got so many opportunities to get more ults online as well as just converting the rest of the round, and picking that one up, you dealt with the threat that was close by, gets you on site and gets you the result to come alongside it. Fantastic use just to secure that one up, put themselves into match point, and basically, apart from a momentous fallout here, which I'm a little bit scared to curse off, guarantees you that you should be walking away with this round, right? There's enough time to kind of domino enough ults on your own side to pull through at least one round no matter what happens.
Yeah, I think I agree with you there. The problem is you need 6 in a row. And that's kind of where the issue is, because yes, you could try to win. I think it was a similar game that we saw a couple of days ago where it was one team that finally won an ult and that finally won a round at the half, but it took them like 4 different ults to do it. And that's gotta be your win condition. I don't know if you have what it takes to be able to get 6 in a row to push yourself to overtime. Last time out here for DRG, they gotta fix it now or it is one and done here. And BLG, they are just looking so strong. We talked about YZ in the beginning, of course, but it's not just YZ on this map. It's Rusia and Knight, and of course, Bud, who really has been standing out strong here. I think Bud in particular has just been so pivotal in the clutch. And yeah, I mean, winning out that 1v2, getting that 1v3, it's just incredible things that have put BLG here at the end of it all. I mean, despite Akaman being the top frag on the server, it's the squad difference that makes up the difference in the whole. BLG, every single member seems to be fragging here well. You know, it's a little bit of a quieter day for some of these DRG members.
Yeah, I think that's exactly it. It's just BLG. All the team seems to be ready and waiting for it, and they don't want to give any space up this time. This is the first real time we've seen some fight coming out on B main. Russia starts it off, Spirits. Yeah, I don't know. That's not the ideal one, but I do like this aggression. BLG just wanting to get this game over and done with and really make DRG fight for any space that they want, and right now that fight has led them to 2 players up. Viper's Pit just to confirm even more space on mid, and that funnels this attack into B site, which is actually weaker right now. The 2 players from Heaven are going to have to do a good job of controlling that once Neff comms that the hit might be coming in here, and that smoke enough to back this side of DRG off. Time of their middle bracket run could just be ticking away.
Looks like they want to head into this Viper's Pit. Maybe they just want to give Rusia an ace and they're being nice. I don't know. It's going to be very difficult for them to make their way through, especially the angle that Rusia is holding. He's going to be seeing them first as well. The trades coming through going to be very difficult, especially with the shorty coming out. But Flexen shuts him down with triple 4. The Viper is all that he's going to have to be satisfied with. Immediately, though, there's going to be that Nightfall coming in to get that additional bit of information. I don't know if it tagged up these players, but at least they know that they haven't pushed A Heaven, and the hit is coming towards B. YZ, though, beautiful conversion pots, and yeah, Flexing can try to TP out of it, but he's still gonna be chased down. BLG, a dominating win, 13-6 at the end of it all, and they're gonna be feeling very happy because now they're gonna be going into Abyss, their own map pick, 1 map up.
Yeah, big dominating's probably the best use of the word that you're going to get to describe how that one went. We spoke just at the end when it got to round number 12 that all BLG needed was an ultimate round to kind of turn the match on their favour. We weren't quite expecting it to be that very first round after, but they used everything. They made sure that round was secured. No slip-ups, no mistakes, just a full house sweep, and sends DRG back to the locker room to rethink this Abyss strategy that's going to come up for them. And like you said, a little bit of concerns given how their map pool has looked for that one. This is one that they really had to convert, and BLG done their homework, has certainly rectified a load of mistakes after that All Gamers matchup, and certainly in the driving position right now.
Very true. I mean, you talked about the driving seat, and yeah, definitely they're leading the charge. Of course, it's not. I think for more than YZ, it was the support members of the cost that were shining out. You know, usually you want your initiators and your to set up your duelist for success, but it's the initiators finding clutches, Knight finding so many crucial frags. We've already talked about Bud, of course, but you know, every single member on this team was fragging out. Neff in the clutches, Neff with the smokes and the TP. MVPs. Russia, of course, just locking down mid and being such an annoying menace in terms of a lurk. And if you look at the DRG scoreline here, 2 of the rounds that they won were off the back of 4Ks from Akaman, and another 2 rounds were 30s, which were rounds that honestly it was more of a BLG throw. So this could have very well been a 13-4 or a 13-2 if things had gone a little bit more luckily in with more luck in favor of BLG, and that just goes to show how dominating they've been on this map from beginning to end, winning both pistols as well. So yeah, just not much space for their opponents to work with. It's very difficult.
Yeah, I think the crucial thing that you pointed out was that BLG, their whole squad were helping out. Everyone was there to help put the pieces together, whereas for DRG, that's something that we're used to seeing them have. Like, we'll listen to these team comms first.
哎，我分烟，我分烟，包点，包点，在对地吧。你看线，快，走吧，我不进了，我不进了，我们2个留来路，世界包，我有黑的小开，把7给我留着，可以。我来 elbow 给你双架，等一下，马上来 elbow 来，你就这样，我待会给你们开 Q， 往右来点，开 Q， 往右来点，对，我可以多闪，有一个，抓了可以了吗？我先看一下屁股，换个位置，挂了管2楼，我 Q 没了，哦，我看了 ，OK。 2楼一个，费德。好，找他们给个黑好吗？我捏着，你看一下我推。哎，就在铁板。顺了。打他小黑，来上，关 Q。上龙吗？没有，小 CD。压力，打30。把一枪没开赢了，我那也没看到。
But yeah, just to pick up on what I was saying there, it's something for DRG that we're used to seeing them across the board of all really chipping in and not really having that differential between the kills, and you just seen it on display. BLG put all that together, whereas a lot of the members for DRG kind of not showing up on the stage so far, and if they want to at least make Abyss competitive, never mind winning it, that's something that they're going to really need to fix in this short break.
Very true. I think one thing that I'm a little bit like stunned by is the fact that Russia, who is a controller player, is the one who his favorite gun is a Vandal, which I personally take a lot of offense to. Because you're a controller player, bro. Why aren't you spamming through smokes? I mean, he's playing a Phantom, but for the most part, but still, yeah. I think that jokes apart, I think stat-wise he was definitely doing super good. We saw a couple of those highlights as well, but yeah, we're gonna be looking at the overall scoreboard now here. 19 kills for Akaman, who's gonna be the match MVP in terms of stats, but yeah, in terms of ACS, everything. But yeah, BLG, that's the team diff that you can see here, right here. Everybody on double digits. Unfortunately, only 2 people from DRG are gonna be on double digits themselves. So just a little bit of a fragging differential across the board here. I think that was the biggest difference maker, because it seemed like DRG did have good ideas. They did have an inkling of what they wanted to do. They just weren't able to do it when they aren't able to win out those fights in particular. You know, when Akaman is fragging, so I don't want to highlight like one player in particular, but I have to kind of do it here. If you're playing that Yoru, you need to be able to take that space, and it just seemed like Spirits was just being so consistently shut down. This gives us a better story as well, because I mean, sure, DRG didn't get to play too many post-plant rounds, seeing that their attacking half was, what was it, 6 rounds?
Yeah, so yeah. I mean, they converted 1 out of that as well. It's a little bit disappointing for what you want to see, but you're right, not being able to play any post-plants, only having 2 opportunities in 6 rounds as well probably speaks volumes into itself on just how poor that attacking half was.
100%, yeah. I don't know. They couldn't get any picks. They couldn't make any headway onto site, and they lost 3v5 at some point. So yeah, not the prettiest look for this team. By the numbers, though, I mean, we're going to be looking at Akaman, who did have the best score on the team. First of all, 7 first kills. That's exactly what you want out of your Neon player. Absolutely doing his job. Insane ACS, highest on the server, averaging 1 kill a round. All right, yeah. Good enough, I guess. Just consistency popping off. But in terms of raw stats, at least, Akaman definitely deserves accolades for being able to perform at that level. Kind of the problem here is that the rest of the team wasn't able to, and now they're headed into Abyss. So I feel like, unless of course DRG are going to pull out some magic, it could very well be a 2-0, because I've seen BLG play before at Abyss, and it's not a fun thing to play against them. That's the nicest way I can say it. They've been looking so strong. I think that they've won Abyss consistently as well. 2 wins while DRG have 2 losses. So yeah, I don't know about this.
Yeah, and I mean, one of those wins was against EDG and the other one was against Trace, right? So I think both of them get for BLG certainly up against a decent opposite or level of opposition, despite both of those teams being in the lower brackets. It sounds a little bit contradicting, but both teams that you'd maybe expect to be higher up. But DRG, at least the only thing that I can think that benefits them going into Abyss is that they've played with a slightly different comp both times they've played it. This is the map that we kind of get to see if they do go back to play that arena or if they're going to switch back to, I think it was Whaley that they ended up playing the second time. And for BLG, maybe that's a small factor into it, but in all honesty, I don't think it's going to make too much of a difference.
Yeah, anyway, though, we're going to be taking it to a short break before we head into Abyss for map number 2, so stay tuned and we'll see you on the other side.
Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high.
Tell them what your name is. Spotify for the speedhouse.
Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high.
Tell them what your name is. Spotify for the speedhouse.
Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Project Horizon. It is still me, Zach, joined by the wonderful Veggie, and we're going to be taking you through the first series of the day. Now, for those of you just tuning in, remember, map 1 on Split, DRG's pick just got over, and they got absolutely demolished by BLG. I can't think of a nicer way to say it, but we're going to be heading into map number 2, Abyss, where I'm also expecting a similar fate for DRG, unfortunately, because it's a map that they just haven't been able to figure out the solution, but maybe third time's a lucky, huh?
Yeah, and I mean, listen, it's going to have to be if they want to avoid going onto that lower bracket where, like we've just mentioned before the half-time, that there's a lot of strong teams in this region waiting down below, waiting for their opportunity to get into Santiago as well. And despite kind of what DRG have shown the respite throughout sort of the whole of last year, we need to see that resilience come up right now. We need to see what they can do, and I think my mind has just been blown. We're getting to see a new iteration for DRG on this map. Reyna coming back in for Spirits, Vukashu playing for the first time on this Vito agent. It's not something we've seen before, but we are starting to see Vito get a little bit of more playtime, especially on Abyss, but I'm just not too sure that in a fight or flight moment, that's when you want to see it coming out.
I mean, more than Vukashu, I just have objections to the Reyna. Like, she was already pretty bad, and now she's even more bad. Thankfully, the new patch hasn't hit yet. I feel like Riot saw Reyna not being picked in pro play, but everybody picking it in ranked, and they were just like, yeah, screw it. We don't care about this agent in ranked. Nobody uses it anyway. Nobody uses it in pro play anyway, so we're just gonna try to make rank more bearable, and they hit the nerf button. But, Spirit's probably trying to play it a couple of times before the rank, before the nerf hits and makes it even more difficult. That said, I do not like this comp. I do not like this comp from DRG. I know they're trying to cook, but I feel like they're cooking something pretty awful. I like Vukashu on Vito. That's like the least of the problems that I have with this comp. The Reyna and the Waylay is one of them because, you know, if you're running a dive on this map, you want to run it as a solo dive where you want to have like a little bit more utility to like back it up, or run like a double dive comp, which is what seems to be the meta on this map. But then you've got this Reyna coming in, and my biggest concern here is more than the Reyna, it's Spirits, because Reyna is an agent that only works if you're able to frag out. And you know, if it was Akaman picking up the Reyna after last map, I would have been like, yeah, bro, go for it. You know, nest them up, go get your kills, go get those frags. But it's Spirits, and Spirits was really struggling. And if you're not able to get the kills, the Reyna kit is just not gonna find any value, especially when you look at the rest of the team as well, right? They've got the Reyna for the flashes. No other flashes really available. It's just the Sova as that sole initiator as well. So once the utility runs out, your info is looking pretty bad. I really like BLG continuing to double down on this comp, and I love the Daeho coming out from Knights. I think it's one of the strongest agents on the map. Either way, they're headed into the pistol round here, and it's going to be a straightforward mid hit. In fact, BLG have completely left it open, and it's just a 4-stack towards this B site.
Yeah, the only benefit is the Daeho drone has cleared out all of A, makes sure that nobody is there, which is why you see the backup slowly coming, and the mid hit looking like the read for BLG. They will be the first ones to get that kill, and there goes your Reyna falls down at the first contact. At least they're dying where they're supposed to be, and now trapped up in this pen that is mid-controlled, they'll be heading themselves over on towards A side. K-Knight takes a back seat, but the shots just don't quite connect, which opens up an avenue to get onto site. But with all 5 members still left alive for BLG, they'll be looking to make this pistol round read 0-3.
I mean, Vukashu has to be able to find the kill here. Looks for the aggressive peek at least. Takes down Bud, but YZ there for the immediate refrag 2v4 situation right now. And Akaman position spotted out. Aggressive angle as well available for Nick, although the recon, there's no safe space to really use it. Everyone flooding in towards CT. And oh my god, Nick brings it down to a 1v1 at the end of it all. But Neff is there for the refrag from heaven. And even though it got a little bit dicey at the end, yeah, they know it. BLG happy to confirm this pistol. 3 out of 3 today. I'm sorry for laughing. That was just so chaotic.
If it wasn't for that reposition right at the end, to be in A main, that round reads a whole lot differently, which really isn't what we're expecting when it comes down to that 2 versus 4 there. Nick's just absolutely farming from that top spot. BLG, like we say, they take this round to go 3-0 and the pistols on the day. Really good stat line for them, given that DRG had won the more pistols before this side has started on. Give themselves a really strong outlook, and they're going to be aggressing on towards this A main, which will be read and activated upon by BLG, but it's
oh god,
a 5k, it's an ace for Neff, just absolutely slaughtered and fed into the judge. Within a moment, you might as well have just jumped off the map because that judge has claimed its victors.
It's like it's like I'm watching somebody play Fortnite. That's what it feels like. Jumping in people's faces with a shotgun. Absolutely messed up there, but enough happy to take the first taste of the day. Oh god, I don't know how you recover from that. At least the nice thing that you can say for yourself if you're DRG is that it was an eco round, so not the worst thing in the world. But yeah, full buy is kicking in right now. Looking at the buy here for BLG, not the greatest guns for the long range fights, although YZ does have this Guardian available. Recon only spotted out 1 player, so he might be able to find an angle. Just holding the sliver If he's able to connect, he might be able to find that kill, but no. It's just a dink through the wall, thanks to Vukashu's antics, and Vukashu actually able to confirm that final kill, uses that veto util to teleport away. And yeah, advantage now found for DRG, who look to slowly execute onto this A site.
Find themselves in a moment of change, a pivot away, but there's two members waiting here. K-Knight and Neff still in position. Neff obviously holding on to that judge. Won't really be able to do too much, but we'll be able to deny any further space being taken should DRG commit onto here. With 45 seconds left, there is enough time for a pivot should it come down, but instead it will be this site hit comes in. Dash across, up onto top, and it's Neff with the judge who still finds that first kill. Still holding back. The paranoia is massive. Takes down Spirits as well, and now has an upgrade to the Vandal, but Vukashu stops that from getting any further. But K-Knight, undealt with, makes this a 2 versus 2.
Oh dear. That's a little bit of a throw there. Make that a 1 versus 2. Nick, of course, was able to find 3 in that pistol round, but no time at all. It's gonna have to be 7 seconds left. Plant has to come down, but just W keying it through, and with the swing and the stun, gets the kill as well. BLG convert this bonus, and I didn't expect this, but things looking very, very dark here for DRG after that round. Beautifully played though at the end. A little bit of a mistake there going up that zip line, but Neff, man, what is he doing? How is he doing it?
Yeah, I wish my judge worked like that, but yeah, right
Same.
at the end, that's what I mean, just misses everything. But that might just be a skill issue, to be honest. And you can see the rebuy into the judge here as well, knowing that it's not the strongest of buys that DRG are going to come into it, and it's really not the strongest of starts for DRG either, finding themselves 0 and 3 down on their own attacking side. Really not where you want to find this momentum. Not been able to kind of bring anything in. I mean, 3 players on Donuts going 0 and 3. Not ideal. Vukashu using that trap to deny space out of A main. We'll at least hold it for now, but with this outlaw in play from YZ, he'll be able to hold down mid and deal with the pressure that's coming up. But are they ready for all 4?
I mean, could find the value. It just has to be the question on the timing. The problem here is that he gets spotted out by this drone, so it's gonna be very difficult to hold this angle. But Aquaman actually dashes into his face, able to get that kill. Neff going for the peek with the Sheriff as well. Bit of an awkward fight. Switch to the Judge, son. You'll do much better there. And yeah, almost gets the kill, but Spirits finally opens his account. Takes down Neff. 3v5 for BLG. They still have the guns, but Rushia now having to find these kills one by one. Just so difficult.
Really tough spot, but Akaman has been the difference maker in this round so far. Picking up 2 huge kills to open up the site. And just like that, you can already see BLG thinking about making this save, not wanting to hand any more rifles and aid the economy of DRG, which fairly smart to do. Let them save it and let them take in Sheriffs and an outlaw into that next round. The judge on the attachment as well. Not the most optimal weapons for your attacking side. So I don't mind this call. Just to sit back. Usually I can talk about how this is like a mini tactical timeout, right? But in reality, you're 3-0 up. You've maybe tried a fancy play given the economy, but when you've been thrifted, there's maybe a little bit more to talk about, and I think it does come down to Neff maybe getting a little bit over-eager with the jumping peaks with the judge to try and deny that space, but when it's worked so well from them in the previous rounds, there's not much to complain about.
Yeah, I think that's bit of a awkward round, but starts with this kill from Ackerman, who was able to find multiple with the help of that Sheriff. Really clean shots to come through. And yeah, just DRG being able to exploit the fact that BLG left all of their players on that island. 4-person rush, 5-person rush in people's face, and things are going to win out. That said, that gives an opportunity for DRG to, for BLG to upgrade themselves to an operator now, which is in the hands of YZ, who is positioned towards mid again. I'm not sure about letting YZ play mid solo. There is a little bit of backup available now from Beho, who has rotated over towards that connector area. But Rushia, he's also been playing anchor on this B site. Here's some commotion. Joan might not actually spot him out here. There's a breach ready as well.
Yep, manages to use the smokes just to navigate their way through, awaiting the first point of contact. But DRG patient. That is going to be Akaman at first swings, and Russia takes the head off of them. Smallest of angles, smallest of timings. Draws out the Hunter's Fury, which will take out some blood to equalise it out. But for now, that's a battle that BLG will be happy to take with a 1-for-1 trade. Can hold on to sight, but Bud, over-eager, finds a way to fall down and opens up some space for Spirits to plant. But this push from YZ with the shorty gets the kill, but Spike is planted.
3v2. Make that a 3v1. It's just gonna come down to Nick here, who has been incredible in the multi-frag scenario before. The problem is he's got enemies everywhere on top of him, to the side of him, and of course Neff to the other side, who is happy to see him there and find that headshot angle. Very, very nicely played by BLG. A little bit over-eager. I feel so bad for Akaman, because in that fight against Russia, he did get the headshot. It was just one of those phantom moments. And yeah, a bit of a heartbreak there for BLG. And they had to invest, DRG had to invest that ult as well, right? To even get that site in the first place.
Yeah.
Hunter's Fury, instead of being used for that post plan, had to be used for zoning instead. So not winning the round off the back of that, yeah, I would be frustrated too.
Yeah, and they know that these are rounds that they need to start converting. You can't allow BLG to continue to pick up momentum. I've spoken about it so many times already, but they seem to be on this train after being so poor in the off-season, having a really rough start against All Gamers. They've seemed to have picked up momentum and found a way to just keep on digging results out. And when you've got a team that has that much momentum and firepower behind it, it can take a lot to stop it. And right now, they look like they're in a great position to secure themselves a solid chance at getting themselves back to the international stage at Santiago, a dream tour that they'd like to see international status restored. Right, this start of this half, it's looking like that could be a dream.
Dream indeed. 4-1. BLG, it just seems like they can do no wrong. Although Russia gets spotted out here. Akaman again goes for the swing, although Russia finds 2 victims before Spirits is able to get that refrag. Still the hero rifle in the hands of Lukashu. The double swing though is again just a 1-for-1, and Knight is still looking to hold down this angle, knows that Spirits is still here. Why is he holding down main? Manages to find another victim as Flexen goes down. It's just going to be the Reyna versus the world. Has a chance to really show us what this kit can do here. Able to find Knight, gets themselves the full heal, 150 HP now, ready to go for the play. Spike in his possession as well. The problem is that he's gonna be going towards his B side. I think that zipline sound was heard here by Bud, who's still looking to anchor down on the side. 10 seconds left, not hit by the stun, but the double peek is perfect, and YZ not only able to get that kill, but also dashes back towards mid and should be able to get that operator back online.
Yeah, very touch and go there. I think if anyone is going to be left alive, it's that Reyna that you want to be alive. That's the situations where they thrive. There's not many of them, but that is certainly the one that you want to see there. Unfortunately, that the double swing came from high-low. Not something that you're likely to convert. A costly round, you've got to say, for BLG. A lot thrown into that in terms of economy-wise, but stacking up the round wins, they're not really going to care too much. DRG get close to another thrifty, but that seems to be all they can do. Is whenever they have the rifles in their hand, they're losing. When it's a thrifty that comes in and only sheriffs, there seems to be a little bit more careless from BLG, perhaps, that gives them an in-way into the successful of the round. But a big timeout for DRG just to try and address the multitude of issues. I mean, we've yet to see them really find any success in getting onto a site, right? It's a lot of time it's been focused down onto mid. They have managed to make it onto, what, A1s, but even then it was quickly deciphered by a judge. So I think the coaching team need to find some way of addressing that.
Yeah, I think better late than never. I don't know, I feel like DRG just are not they don't have the team comp for this map, and I hate this Reyna pick. I know Spirits isn't doing too bad, but that's off the back of his teammates picking. He's the one getting trades, he's not the one getting entries. So I'm not very happy about this comp, and it seems like BLG are taking full advantage of it. I mean, they've got that double initiator, lots of utility available. Russia as well on the Astra once again, just doing so much work. Here's the sound. Gonna be able to try to play for anchoring site with the help of his util. I love that angle. Here comes the double ult here, and off the back of that, Teho util is gonna be forcing these players back. Rushia still though, unstunned, manages to get his way out, and he goes unchecked. Beautiful smoke, and he's the one nailing down the death blows. 5 in fact to come through, and Rushia, all 5 kills, stand up. Yep, there you go. He's the one at the helm, and it's gonna be a 6th round for BLG. What a play coming in from this man.
Unstoppable, gets pinged out by the Teho drone and still manages to find a way to kill all 5 members attacking onto that site. I mean, DRG are just in absolute bits right now. I really don't like tearing apart teams, but when BLG are running the show as strongly as they are, that timeout, you would have hoped to provide at least a little bit of extra value, but if anything, it made the round look even worse. Out of ideas, out of plans, and right now, out of money. Have to find a way to address this situation as quickly as possible, because the bleed out is coming and it's not too healthy in this scenario, and you're just feeding into Russia once again.
Yep. Talking about Russia, finally gets shut down here thanks to Vukashu, but Bud and YZ ready to go in for the swings and the plays here. Vukashu forced a TP out of trouble there. I think that's one of the few advantages of running that veto. I personally think he's a really strong agent. It's just the rest of the comp that I really hate when it comes to DRG. So Vukashu, of course, having to be that absolute unit for his team, does have that hero vandal, but no armor to work with. It's him and Nick versus the world. And again, the rest of BLG just ready to swing off the back of that. They know that there's an operator here. You see Bud ready with the flashes as well. Ooh, Vukashu playing a dangerous game. Gets that first one, but the breach flash is right in his face. Nick at least able to refrag one. Brings it down to 1v2, but look at this. The flank is already kicking and Neff is right behind him.
Yeah, I think it's just a matter of timing that they're not going to get spotted out. Neff, who started the half so strong, will certainly finish that round even stronger. Secure it over. I mean, it's costly once again in a round that should never really come that close. DRG seem to find ways to get the trades, but like we said, as soon as it comes down to rifles, it seems to be a completely different story. I think you're right to call out that the veto maybe isn't fully the issue, but I just don't think they've watched enough. Was it global esports that seem to be the only team that really have an idea on how to play this agent to the maximum?
Yes,
we're not. We're not really seeing it. Yeah, it's. I
think some America's teams running it in tier 2, but yeah, for the most part, he hasn't made his way into the meta yet. I think that teams are still very comfortable with what's the established controller / sentinel kind of gameplay that we're seeing, because I also feel like he's a very individualistic agent. It's hard to fill him in a team composition, which I mean works for Vukashu, because I remember reading an article about when he joined this team where he would just kind of like hunker down and anchor things himself while the rest of the team was yapping in Chinese because of the language barrier, but he's gotten better now. I think the rest of the team is also playing a little bit better now. I say this as they're 1-7 down, but you take my points anyway. DRG now calling their second timeout. Not going to be having any timeouts for their defensive half. If they can get through the attacking one, it might be worth it. 7-1 is not a nice position to be, especially when you lost your own map pick. And I don't know, I mean, going back to the veto, yes, Global is really using it well, but I think that's also because of the player playing it. Udotan is just so versatile, and G kind of is able to make it work around him. So I think that if anybody does want to look at good veto gameplay, not that Vukashu is playing bad, but good team integrated veto gameplay, yeah, Global Esports is the team that's currently doing it in this meta, which is quite nice to see, to be honest, because teams often tend to get stuck in those same traps of the usual shenanigans that they put together. But now a little bit more adaptations coming in, and I mean, you could say the same for DRG, I suppose. I just really hate this team comp. I know I've said it so many times, but there's not enough util there, dude. There's not enough stall util. There's not enough util to take sight. How do you get the operator off the angle? YZ! Okay, that's the advantage of having that Waylay available. He's gonna actually pop the ult here, and it's gonna be Spirits who doesn't get tagged by it, so it's gonna be able to keep the rest of his team safe. But that is a lot of information, and more than that, that's a lot of time that's been grinded down already halfway through the clock.
Yeah, that all just at least slows the push down and allows reinforcements to come in and not get caught out too much. Bud sat here with the Rolling Thunder as well. Could be something else that we see getting thrown at it. We know they're not scared to use ultimates when needed, and with that gravity wall coming in, eye shot down, it's traded out back and forth, but it's Spirits who makes the first contact. But YZ and Bud are holding down off the back of this wall, dismantling the oncoming attack. Stunned out of ideas. It's going to be a retreat with Spike isolated on site. DRG off the back of another timeout have fallen apart once again, really struggling to find an way. With 10 seconds down, they need a miracle, and I don't think we're in the season of miracles. Try and just hold on to these guns for as long as possible. No avenue given to them for success, and an 8-1 outlier for BLG. It's amazing. I just want to kind of pull back to the start of that round where we were in that discussion about Vito, and I think one of the things that we see Global do so much success with, and kind of one of the reasons we've not seen a lot of teams find so much success, is we're using the trap like we're still playing Cypher, right? That trap gets put down out of A main, which isn't really what it's useful for. The fact that you can throw it could clear out so much space. I want to see that being thrown up mid to kind of cut off angles and get early information. Otherwise, you're getting no benefit out of playing this agent. You might as well be on Cypher.
Yeah, pretty much. And I agree with you there. You need to have to be very flexible to play it, and it's hard to do. Back to best round though. YZ already pushes out, gets a kill. Also lets Neff get into this nasty little position if they decide to come back towards this B site. However, seems like DRG have called for the full rotate very early in the round here. Ult-wise, not much left in the tank. They used your Cosmic Divide in that previous round, as you saw. And yeah, nothing really else available. If Nick can get a couple of kills or the spike plants in the orb, it might be enough for the Hunter's Fury. But again, look at this. Every angle being watched. BLG just willing to take these aim duels, and most of the time they're winning them so well.
Yeah, Asher utility just to deny on site the deep smoke to allow Rusha some extra space. You can see Spirits has made it out. The drone tries to tag up, but not quite spotted yet. Rusha will take that first contact, but Spirits finally comes out on top. Rolling Thunder answers that one back. Bud capitalises on the kill, and all of a sudden the site remains in BLG's control.
Very, very nice Rolling Thunder. As soon as Russia fell, if that was the fallback plan, you didn't want to use it, but if you had to, it was perfect. And once again, Neff, he's been on the flank so consistently, and he's been such a menace. Mukashu at least finds Bud with the Sheriff, but it's not going to be much at all. What a showing on this map from BLG. They look so confident, they look so in control, and they have just been flawless so far in terms of not just map control, but also just in terms of how they are playing this defensive side. I mean, this first kill, right? Even if YZ doesn't get it, him TPing back is going to let Neff take that space, but also on the other side, you've got Russia watching it. He's buying as much stall time as he can. Off the back of the rotates, you've got the Rolling Thunder ready, you've got the Armageddon ready if you need it, which is going to be up for this round. Knight just one away from that crucial ult here, and once again it's a very awkward buy for DRG. Last time around they had a couple of rifles and a couple of sheriffs. This time around also they have a couple of rifles and a couple of sheriffs. The concept of an eco doesn't seem to exist anymore.
No, I think it's throw everything at it and see what you can do type angle. It's often what you see when teams are running out of ideas, especially when you look at the ranked nature of this composition. They've made it onto site, which is the first thing and first time they've really managed to make a go of this. They will try and get the plant down, but that draws out the table missile. Reposition on where that one comes down, and look who's there getting the first blood. It's YZ once again. Almost gets taken out unexpected of the player being on top. Does switch across onto that rifle to give themselves a little bit more frag power when it comes to this site re-hit, and here it comes. Paranoia stun up, dashed on site, and double kill coming in. Dismantled this side of DRG. Only Flexen left.
Like, not planted for poor Flexen either. Doesn't have any stars available. Just has to hope for a push or a mistake. But yeah, BLG happy to stick that defuse any day of the week. At least Flexen gets another kill, but Bud sweeps back with the operator to find it. I think this is the best round that we've seen from DRG in terms of the A side, because I think this is the first round that they've actually managed to get the spike down.
Yeah, but I think that's just fully down to BLG allowing the space to come up so that they could play onto that retake. Something we've really not had to see come out of their pocket as they've been so front heavy and denying any space across to DRG. But once again, just showing how they've made this map their own and really putting things to the test. YZ holding this angle, the operator. Will try and find the first blood, but as the silver drone comes in, has to use the saturate to go away, and so much util being thrown at it in this last round of this half at least.
Op still in play here as well. YZ holding down this heaven angle. It's so difficult to peek into it, especially when there's a smoke blocking off that high-low setup that you like to see. And YZ continuing to be an absolute menace. Yukashu though, we talked about him before. He has to be the hero here. Does have that ultimate available, so gotta give him that staying power. He's gonna be back to full HP right now, and for once it seems like it's a winnable round for DRG here, as it's a 2v2. Can they get this half to a 10-2 instead of 11-1? It's not saying much. Yukashu though, 3 on the round already, back to 100 HP, might be able to isolate these fights, but BLG, they're sticking together. He has to be able to hit the shots, gets a 4K, makes it down to a 1v1. The problem here is Nick, and Nick with the position takes care of Neff. I feel bad for Vukashu, no ace there, but at least they get a round after all of this chaos. 10-2 at the end of the half, and BLG gonna be feeling very happy about that.
Yeah. I mean, is that what the strength of this composition was to do, is to get Vukashu his ult so that they can just battle against all the utility and give themselves a chance at winning it? Because if it is, we should have been farming a lot more ults and orbs throughout the whole of that first half. Scary scoreline to go into the second half on, especially considering when you throw in the pistols. Just a reminder that BLG are 3-0 up on pistols. To go 4 would basically put them on match point right off the start, which for DRG means falling down into that lower bracket and potentially a playoff match against EDG or TYL, with then awaiting the results on who would fall from the middle bracket upper final. And for them, it's a scary outlook, right? If you fall into that lower bracket, you're either facing an AG side, an XLG side, or this BLG team who's just dismantled you so comfortably so far. I spoke about at half-time wanting to see resilience from DRG. Not seen that come out of the pocket quite yet. This is the time that they need to be digging as deep as possible, finding every amount of value that they have as a squad and showing why they've been at international, showing why they've been stage 2 champions, and showing why they managed to bite themselves out of Ascension.
Yeah, I mean, I think that so far this map is half down to bad comps and half down to, like, they're down thanks to awkward comp, but also down to just their players are not playing today the way that they usually do. It's just been Akaman, for example, almost had 30 kills on the last map. He's 2 kills on this one. They're just not in the headspace to be able to perform again, especially against the BLG that's in full momentum here, coming off of that map number 1. They look so good, and BLG now 3 rounds away from 2-0ing their opponents and sending them down to that lower bracket. Remember, of course, this is that middle bracket, so a little bit more leeway. If you're down, you're not out quite yet, but yeah, you really don't want to drop to that lower bracket where you got TYL, you've got EDG, you've got whoever else is gonna drop from the upper bracket eventually. Not a nice place to go. I mean, the later you do it, the better, I suppose, but yeah. On the other hand, of course, if you do win this map, you're going to be 1 away from Santiago, 1 more win away from Santiago. That's the kind of stakes you want to play for. And in this pistol, BLG on this attacking side, taking it very slow. It's only going to be Spirits as that hard anchor on this particular site. So all they have to do is be able to get that trade. But instead, it's Spirits who finally strikes. That might be his first blood of the entire game.
At the start, it's something that they need to see a little bit more often. But YZ, always the equaliser, making this one stay in touch and distance, and with all this contact off of mid, it's opened up a gap on A site, which BLG seem to have a thought process of and have gambled towards it. The smokes will now give up the game and alert DRG to the ongoing dangers that's happening over here. But the spike being down, trying to decide where to plant it there. It was maybe we'll go backside, no, maybe we'll go front side. It does go down with 10 seconds left. Makes this a 4 versus 4 retake, and the odds are stacked up in BLG's favour, especially with those frags coming across now.
And the first frag went in DRG's way, but the rest of them, I mean, looks quite dicey. Rusia with 2 as well, making it come down to a 1v3 at the end of it. The problem is nobody except YZ really has HP here. 1 bullet in the dream for everyone right now. Flexen able to find the first. Can he get the other 2? A is going to be the question, but no. YZ with the Sheriff, happy to jump in and say, all right, that's enough out of you. 11th round on the board. 4 out of 4 pistols for BLG today. Probably the best that they've had. And 2 more rounds between them and being able to 2-0 their opponents. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we've seen some comebacks on this map from the 10-2/11-1. Yeah, I think that.
I think you've been smoking a little bit too much copium. If you're buying into the comeback,
it's happened. It's just not in China, you know. It's happened in EMEA, and it's happened at Champions twice. But once by an America's team and once by an EMEA team. So who knows? Maybe it's the first time for China. Somehow, though, I doubt it.
Yeah, not with that first kill coming through for Russia. Starting things off as they always stay and remaining the same. At BLG are up in the ante, up in the pace, taking this space for their own. Meet the first roadblock of the smokes that they respect for now. A lot of spam through just to see if they could try and collect any more. But for now they're thwarted and will look to pivot elsewhere, but pivoting seems to be what works for this team. We've seen it. I mean, granted it was only a pistol, but they're certainly capable of working on the fly. We've seen it on Split. We can see it now. But the only thing that won't be split is the opinions on this BLG's best attacking side is certainly going to be looking good.
Yeah, they're living up to it for sure. Not even the force spy from DRG, they're just opting to play for the OT. The paranoia doesn't connect, the shots do though, and Spirits is able to find at least 1. Still looking to hard anchor the site. The problem is that Saturate is right in his face, and YZ happy to capitalize and find the kill off the back of that. Spike goes down, 4v4, or rather 4v3 situation. Should be very shortly a 4v2, yeah. YZ happy to get that kill any day of the week, and now, what do you really do here? Do you want to go to the flank and die to Russia, or do you want to go towards CT and die to YZ? That seems to be the 2 choices available for these DRG players. Just no hope in hell at all. Not even a gun they can retrieve and try to save. And it seems like BLG should very soon be getting to match and series point. At least Nick is able to find 1 kill. Denies YZ that's gun save, but yeah, Spectre is running in your face. Sheriff not going to be able to do too much, and it's match and series point here for BLG.
Yeah, nothing less than what we expected given a half-time score. And see how relaxed the coaches are. Maybe for all the wrong reasons given how their team is facing up. But for BLG, a nice and easy workout you would have to say this morning for them, or this evening for the time zone that they're in. A 12-2 match point as the scooter comes out, and it's going to be BLG that you'd expect to be scooting into the middle bracket final, awaiting the outcome from tomorrow's matchup between Shilai Gaming and All Gamers. One that certainly promises to deliver.
I wouldn't better go to 3 maps, that's all I gotta say about it. But yeah, I mean, also I think tomorrow will be the first representative for Santiago actually decided.
Yep.
Before that though, we've got this match to get through, so we'll talk a little bit more about that when we head back to the brackets. But now YZ, Outlaw on hand, already claims his first victim, also attacks Akaman up to 10 HP thanks to that 140 damage, and is still alive and kicking to do a little bit more damage if necessary. Spirits has been taken out, and the rest of the team trying to figure out where BLG is going to go. It's been the B-side hits that have been working out steadily, and it's the B-side hits that they're going for. Again, there's only one big difference, that this time Bukashu is going to be anchoring it. There's his util available, there's his aim available as well, but that little util usage has given away his position, and Neff confirms that kill. Nick at least able to find a trade towards the mid of the map. YZ finally shut down. The problem is, look at who's alive. you've got the Breach with the Aftershock, you've got Knight with the Salvos if available, although they're not, and of course you've got Rushia with the Astra utility. Paranoia still in the hands of Neff as well. There's so much left in this BLG kit for this retake attempt to be denied from DRG, and yeah, I don't know, it just seems like it should be over here.
Seems like it, looks like it, smells like it, but can K-Knight say anything about it? He gets the first. Neff keeping this one there, and it now comes all down to Nick, who tries to fight from heaven but will not be successful, and BLG walk away from this one 2-0 to the victors. I mean, it's brutal for DRG, a side that we kind of had so much hopes for coming into this season, coming into what they could deliver, and right now it's an under-deliver on everything. You can see the look of defeat. The lower bracket awaits them. BLG find some success, restore the normality that they had into last season, and really look to have galvanised ever since that opening match up for them. DRG take a bow. Probably the best thing that they've been able to do today as they head back into the locker room, and here come your victors of BLG booking that place in the middle final.
Happy to do that, happy to get those get that win and do it in such a dominating fashion too. 13-6 and 13-2. Yeah, not the best scoreline if you're a DRG fan, but BLG, that's the burst of confidence that they desperately need. One more win away from Santiago. They will face off against the losers of All Gamers in that upper bracket. It's going to be very exciting to see who is going to be winning tomorrow and who BLG are going to be eventually facing here, because I think that both Chila Gaming and All Gamers have been really, really strong. Of course, All Gamers was a little bit of that surprise up here in this upper bracket, and Bilibili in particular, you know, if they do drop down to this middle bracket, it's gonna be very, very fun, because it will be a full rematch. Remember, it was BLG who got knocked down to the lower bracket by All Gamers, and if All Gamers aren't able to make it to that first Santiago slot, it is going to be them facing off against BLG once again for that second Santiago slot. And of course, now we're gonna be seeing the crowd coming in. BLG's cat looks a bit happy, and yeah, I feel bad for the dragon, but today it's a cat day. And you also could see the BLG crowd tossing some jerseys to BLG team tossing some jerseys into the crowd. I wish when I went to VCT teams did that, you know. I haven't been to VCT China though, so maybe next year.
Yeah, maybe that's the play. Head to the better stage. And here we come with the interview. We aren't going to be having the live translation across for you, but we will have text coming across, so bear with us as we work on the translations for how this one's going to go.
Hello， 大家好，我是BLG的Lucia。
Yes.
Hello, Russia 也是恭喜你们获得了本场比赛的胜利。
But if you can't understand, you can listen it now. And again, okay, sorry, I'm just looking at the cat. You gotta emote faster, bro. After your team won that way, you gotta take the L or something, you know?
Yeah, I think when we're looking at how this one kind of faded through, is I mean, I'm just going to reflect back on the composition that we kind of spoke about for DRG heading into that one, not to reflect too much on the losers, but it's a team that we're going to see more of as the broadcast kind of goes on into the later stages of the tournament. I think they just need to fully ditch that composition, right? We've seen the
I agree, 100%. Ditch the Reina, throw her in the trash.
I honestly, I don't want to see them playing Veto again. I'm not a Veto hater by any stretch of the imagination, but it just was not played right. I was watching through on the defense, and once again it was played in such a structure that it was very Cypher related. It seems like we'll put Bukishu there just on the fact that that ability can set them up for success, but it just wasn't. We're playing the trap on mains, we're putting all our util together, and it genuinely just seemed useless, and it's actually kind of irritated me slightly. I won't lie.
I accidentally put my monitor down. But yeah, I definitely agree with all the points that you made there. I think that for DRG in particular, it was not just the comp. I mean, the comp sucks, don't get me wrong. I agree with you 100%. Throw it in the trash, remake it, go back to your usual comp here. I don't know, and please get that Reina out of here. It really hurts my eyes, especially if your Reina is on single digits at the end of the game. That really hurts me. You want to have, I don't know, like when Tens was picking Reina way back in like 2021 in Reykjavik, it made sense because, you know, people hadn't figured out how to play the game yet, and it was still early times in terms of the agent being also a little bit broken. You know, you could buy a frenzy and armor and just run it down. All kinds of traps that were wrong with it for sure. But yeah, I think that for BLG today, looking at the other side, I think that they've been doing well. We have a little bit of an update about the first question. So the interviewer asked the question. It was about Split. She asked about Split and about how they defeated them when it's a map that historically DRG have been very good on, especially with the second half being so dominant. So the question was how they kind of did that, and the answer was that the coaches on the IGL did a lot of planning for the plays, and the rest of us just shot well. I think that's a little bit of an understatement. They shot really, really well. I wouldn't say just shot well.
Yeah, they certainly did. And then the second part of that coming in, just saying, you're playing well, what's your thoughts on your own performance? And just admitting that they feel like they've got kind of lucky. I mean, what way to be more humble, just to say, you know what, I've not really played that good, things are just going into my favour. And I think Furusha is someone that we have seen get so many kills, especially on that split side, and we're huge coming into here. It's certainly a lot more than luck. The skill that this player has displayed, and not just this kickoff, but split 2 and split 1 of last season, it's a player that certainly maybe a little bit underrated as a player, and we'll be looking to show a lot more in the future.
100%, yeah. And I mean, about the second, I think another part of the question when the interview was like, what are your thoughts on your own performance? And Rushia just says that I've gotten lucky. I don't know, you know that song, right? 10% luck, 20% skill, whatever. Like, it felt like he was in the right place at the right time a lot of the time, so that was a major factor for his team winning. And of course, that insane ace, like, I don't think I would care that. I would call that luck. Like, maybe your opponent's whiffing on you a little bit is lucky, but in terms of positioning, he set himself up for this ace. Look at this. He's able to isolate every fight except for those two in the middle, and he still gets the 1v2 there. Yeah, beautifully played by Rushia at the end of it, and he's definitely the MVP of today, at least in my opinion. He's been so good on this controller role, and even if every single piece on this team is just working in perfect sync. You know, YZ gets the entries, Nef's on the lurk, Rushia's there with the rest of the team to either get the trades or play that post plant. You've got perfect utility as well from both of those initiators consistently, and yeah, well, how do you really break apart that puzzle? DRG were not able to find the answers today, and BLG happy to confirm that win today. We got some team comps coming up though, so listen in.
来了吗？飞左了，不知道不知道，飞左了。我可以来。看那个，可能看那个。他封烟了吗？我拿上了，没有封烟。假的。中人过吗？小盖。下面假的 ，B 假的。来 A 啊，来 A 啊，你学。假的 B 大没。还有。两个，进了吗？我不躲了，我能够。多发也在。欧巴 B 大烟开了 ，B 大有两个，一个欧巴，一个维托，没进。欧巴雷纳维托往这靠了。我感觉那个阿斯也在啊，维托还在架我。包点。对，还有个雷纳。哦，我放个包点进来，下一个。减速。包点。包点还有个。我对你后面黑包着。包点不知道有没有啊？不知道。小人包点。哇，右边拉了。刚烟里，刚射大了。开包尾退，开包死了。nice。他骗咱们，是不是
？Well. It's actually going to be Nef who's the MVP on this map. We saw him get a couple of those flanking multi-kills and also just consistently frag out throughout the map here. But yeah, insane 303 ACS on the Omen. And yeah, I mean, going back to this particular map, we had a couple of moments for sure that were very, very chaotic. I think that for BLG in particular, off the back of a couple of more things from that interview, right? If you listen to them, they really said that their mental hasn't changed after they dropped into that lower bracket. And you could kind of see that today. They were playing on the top of that form. They continue to stay in the middle bracket. And the next game that they play is definitely going to be a best of 5. So the question that was asked by that interviewer was, how much faith do you have in a best of 5 when it comes to the map pool? And they said that, okay, we're 50% confident, but also 50% is going to depend on the coach, which I think is a fair answer. A lot of it depends on the coach, but they do have EDG's coach, and I think that EDG's strongest map pool was the year that they won champions. They were absolutely popping off, so who knows? That might be exactly what they need to cook.
Yeah, I think you can already see the kind of examples that the coach has been set. We touched on it at the very start of the day of how Split looked like it was going to be a pain point for this BLG side, but yet they came out swinging in true form to take down what was DRG's map pick. So it just shows you that the map pool is getting slightly stronger for BLG. There is obviously still some doubts about the likes of Corrode, which always ends up in an insta-ban for them. But there's there's got to be that give and push, right? You will still get a chance to ban that one coming out into the best of 5 at least. But the fact that they've managed to overcome an obstacle that was previously in their way is something that's going to spark a lot of hope for any of these BLG fans and obviously the whole team in general. But I think the biggest takeaway for me from today from this BLG side is that every one of them, when push comes to shove, is able to stand up and not just clutch out, but make the round their own. We've seen it from like Sarusha, especially on there. We've seen it from Neff. We've seen it from Bud on that split map. I think that 4K that my mind is instantly taken back onto split is probably the cleanest 4K that I've ever seen in my life. That the way that they're able to in every scenario is to isolate the 1v1s and take the heads off immediately is just... It's going to make these players go into that middle bracket final just feeling fully confident in their ability, and the coaches as well.
I mean, if I had to make a bet on who would have aced today, it would have probably been YZ. And looking at the graphic, he certainly excels in every single arena, whether it's whether it's like 100 ACS above everybody else on the server, on average, or just the multi-kills that came through. He played super, super well. We're not going to be seeing Greece today. Thank God, I hate that map so much, so I'm very grateful.
But the new changes are so good. It's a decent map with the changes.
It's even worse with the changes.
No.
I'm a Cypher player on this map. I'm a lurker. I go up halls. Where's my lurk spot, bro? It's gone. So, okay, jokes apart though, I've been playing more Waylay, so it's actually not a bad map for Waylay. I still hate the map in general though, so that's just my opinion. You can call me the Breeze Hater. It's my alternate name. It's my alter ego. Whatever you want to call it. But back to this particular matchup, 13-6 and 13-2. It's kind of a pity that DRG were only able to put together 8 rounds by the end of this series, and it's a bad sign now that they're dropping down into the lower bracket, because the next game that they're gonna play is gonna be up against either EDG or TYL, and both of these teams are looking pretty strong in that lower bracket. Anything else that you want to share about today's game, or your thoughts about today's game?
I think the only thing that stands out is obviously that you mentioned that they were only able to bring 8 rounds together. What we spoke about right at the end of that first map is that those 6 rounds could have easily have been 4, and could have easily have been 3, and could have easily been 2, and then could have easily just been the 1. It was momentous rounds from the likes of Akiman that was able to convert at least 2 of the rounds for DRG, thinking back to split. And I think that's what's concerning, is that there's clearly some sort of differential between the team. We've seen that they're used to all performing at the same time, whereas today was a massive underperformance from, let's face it, the whole squad apart from Akiman on that split. And I think the coaches need to try and figure out what it was that caused that, because that can be something that can be really concerning going into the future, or can be something that you can just look at this matchup and say, do you know what, we didn't turn up, players went on their A game, but that's fine because we know what they're capable of. And actually, when it comes back to playing in that lower bracket, as long as they figure out how to turn back up, and maybe they just weren't active mentally today, and when it comes into that lower bracket run, they can sweep it away and actually be the team that we know they can. But that to me is the biggest concern, is that it was 26-8, but could have easily been a 26-2 across both of the maps combined.
Yeah, because if you think about it, 2 of those 8 rounds were Ackerman getting 4Ks. One of those rounds was somebody else getting an insane clutch. So yeah, a lot of these rounds were won off of individual heroics. And of course, one of the rounds that they won on this, of course, if you look at Abyss, it could have very well been a 13-0, because one of the rounds they won was a full buy against Eco, and the other round they won was Bukashu getting a 4K. So yeah, not a good sign for these teams. Like you said though, hopefully they're able to fix what went wrong today as they head into the lower bracket. Talking about the lower bracket though, we are not done for today on Project Horizon. We've got another game coming up for you, and it proves to be just as exciting, if not even more exciting than this particular one. It's got EDG versus TYL. We saw both of them play today. Both of them were able to win their games yesterday, and both of them look to be in peak form. Remember, the next game is going to be the lower bracket, so if you lose this, you are headed home. No more kickoff, no more chances for Santiago. So lots on the line here for both of these teams. It's not going to be us taking you through the action for that though. It's going to be Colton and Kaiserine. So they're going to be back after a short break. Stay tuned. This is still Project Horizon, and we'll see you on the other side.
Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high, 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 start tonight. You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high.
Tell them what your name is. Fight for the spot.
Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. Say yeah, yeah, yeah. Say, you know me, I got no time to waste. Type of energy that can't be replaced, no debate. We could take it back to my place. I can turn around, let me show you how it tastes. Yeah. A baller, mine on the dollar. Swallowing the bottle while you're smoking on gelato. Now do you need some of that noodle? Just tell me that you're coming through. Why can't we ever bounce? Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to VCT China's here at Project Horizon. My name is Colden, and joined with me for the second series of the day, none other than Miss Kaiserine herself. So thank you so much for joining us here, and we're excited to bring you for more action here. But this game is between TYL and EDG. Kai, how are you feeling about this one?
Yeah, I mean, we have quite the matchup. At this point, we are going back to the lower bracket, so that does mean this is an elimination matchup, and these two aren't any strangers to each other, especially during kickoff, because I believe it was EDG that sent TYL down to that middle bracket originally, so a lot on the line here, but I know TYL is looking for revenge here, so I don't think EDG can get too comfortable just yet, Colden.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a little bit of a revenge matchup, I would say. EDG being the ones that actually knocked TYL down all the way from the top. And, well, you know, as fate would have it, they are meeting now in that elimination game all the way in the lowers. And, yeah, just a few steps away from qualifying to Master Santiago. So a lot riding on the line here. It's do or die. Stakes could not be higher.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can't really talk about... really an impressive lower bracket run without bringing up TYL, right? I think that pickup splash we were talking about in the green room has just been so dominant. And I think that was such a great pickup. This entire roster, I mean, yeah, they did get knocked down into the lower bracket earlier on, but you know, they've been doing a pretty good job at solidifying themselves as a solid team, and I think many people were surprised to see them knocked down so early, but I mean, that's what happens when you meet EDG so early, right, in that top bracket. But they have the chance to reverse the fates. But on the other side, Colden, we have EDG, and you know, these are veterans. We're no strangers to competition here.
Yeah, as we were talking about it in the green room, right? EDG are that champion caliber team, right? 4 are still from that existing roster. They're still, I guess, trying to find out their groove, the chemistry with their 5th player. They've been swapping up players left, right, center for God knows how long. Right now, they're finding a little bit of sustainability with CV, who is kind of being that the Yoru player for the team. And yeah, despite them, you know, still, I guess, struggling to find their identity, they're still a force to be reckoned with. They've taken down scalps already throughout this entire stage. But at the same time, there are weaknesses that can be exploited.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at these team stats, I mean, a lot of this does seem to kind of favor TYL a little bit. I wouldn't put too much weight on that. You know, we know in the kickoff bracket yesterday, right, EDG in the lower bracket beat JDG. The stats were looking a little lower there as well. So all things considered, pretty close matchup. I think you do also have to take into consideration, right, the last time they met up in that upper bracket. Now, it was 2-0 for EDG. It was a close matchup, though. I mean, obviously, Abyss, not quite as close as TYL would have liked. They lost 5-13, but they brought it to overtime there on Bind. Didn't quite go the way of TYL that time, but, you know, when you're talking about a team that's giving kind of EDG a run for its money, I think TYL has to be in the conversation for that. And they got the chance to prove it right here.
Yeah, and I have to mention it, right? Every single time the EDG plays, it's not even just the battles within the server, right? It's the flair that's brought outside of it. Kang always standing up, always bringing that energy. So we'll see if he brings that again today. I would be surprised if it wasn't. But yeah, super excited to see how these two teams face.
Yeah, I'm also really excited. I think, but I do think you bring a good point with EDG, just in terms of, like, I think it's like the presence and the aura they have on stage, on LAN. And I think a lot of times when we see them play, right, once we see them get into that momentum, that groove, that energy, it's really hard to break that spirit of EDG. So once you let a little bit too many rounds get away from you, that's tough. EDG kind of get locked in and comfortable. So one thing we've been saying they've been struggling is kind of finding their groove as a 5 now. Like you said, they've been kind of trying to find who that, like, solid 5th player is. But I think once they find that and kind of smooth out some of those bumps, I think they're going to be a pretty challenging team to face. So yeah, really important right now if TYL want to, you know, make it to Santiago, of course, and keep that run going. I think it's going to start with whatever map one when we get into, of course, the map picks and bans. But, I mean, they have a chance. I mean, just, like, look at the numbers that, like, Splash is putting up, right? Like, Hong Kong is not a bad player either. Like, this is a crazy head-to-head to see.
Yeah, no, you can't put Kang Kang being a bad player in the same sentence, right? Especially not after the championship run. But I think this storyline is very prevalent, right? It's the duelists of China's versus the new face that could be taking over that China's position as that face, as that player that's coming in as an import of all things, you know, shaking up the scene. It was #1 in ACS for one of the weeks. I don't remember which exact week, but he was at the top of the global leaderboard. So he brings in a lot of firepower and also experience. He's not a so-called duelist that just runs in blindly, you know, just pure mechanics, but he's a cerebral player as well, very smart in the game sense. So he brings a lot to the table for TYL. I think is a major win condition here in this matchup.
Yeah, I definitely agree, and I'm so glad you brought that up because it's not just okay. We have this new star player who just like goes and frags out. I think Splash has done a great job of just really sitting with the team and being able to play a team. Right, this is a team game, and I think one thing we said that maybe EDG was struggling with is finding that fifth that's kind of solid. I think Splash has been doing a good job synergistically with the team. And so I think this is really an interesting case of, you know, veterans fighting to get back to glory and then like the new face, new talent coming in and showing that, hey, like we're good, we're strong, we're dominant, and I'm really excited for this matchup. It's like old Valorant versus new Valorant, but definitely both showing that, hey, we're here to stay. We're solid teams, and unfortunately, I mean, we are gonna have to say goodbye to one of these teams, and that's a little tough pill to swallow, considering that like there's amazing talent on both of these rosters.
Yeah, that is kind of the consequence of, you know, falling all the way to the lower bracket, but they have been given more chances than they otherwise would have in previous years. So I did see a Twitter post from one of the, you know, Twitter analysts around the scene. Don't remember exactly who, but they did mention that, you know, now that we have a triple bracket, right, a lot of teams are willing to throw anything they could at their opponents, right, and hoping that something sticks because they've lost twice already. This is a third chance, you know, basically a lifeline being given to them. If things aren't working out the first two times, you know, this is the chance for you to maybe revert to old strategies, maybe go back to comfort picks. I think there was an EMEA game where we rolled back the years and both teams in that lower brackets were running compositions that were meta in 2024. You know, situations like this when your back's up against the wall, you have to try everything, nothing works, so you just go back with comfort picks. I'm wondering if something similar might happen here today.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, and I think especially from, you know, EDG potentially. I think, you know, we talked about the veterans, former champs. I mean, and for the most part, right, a veteran roster. So I think there's a lot of comfort picks and a lot to be said about that. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see some changes. Like you said, we've gotten to see a lot of that already in this triple bracket format, and I mean, obviously we won't know until we get into the server, but I do think you bring up an interesting point, and I wouldn't be surprised if we do see that coming out today.
Yeah, I think we also did mention a little bit in the green room, right? Like, Valorant is such a fast-paced game. From season to season, you could come from world champions to irrelevant, you know, in the blink of an eye, switch of a meta, one agent buff, you know, you find yourself in a very different position. And yeah, you might be, you know, EDG players subconsciously, I don't know if it's very much in the forefront of their brains, but definitely at the back, right? You know, you remember how good you are. You remember that heroic run. Sometimes you cling onto the past a little bit too much. You might just fall behind the rest. So we'll see. You know, a lot of discussions to be made, whether you want to change our compositions, whether you want to make things a little bit more comfortable for your team. Or is it just going to be, you know, them testing the waters, going for those confident new meta agent picks? But excited to see how this one pans out.
Yeah, I mean, and we talked about this. I mean, it's nice that we get to we get a little behind the scene cams, and of course the skirmish. TYL obviously looking really strong. I mean, Scales is just such a good representative to put in, but on both sides, right? I mean, you can see like I'm seeing smiles on both sides, and elimination matches on the line. They're playing for, of course, and that kind of first priority. But you know, neither team looks too stressed, and that's kind of the energy and the vibe shift, right? I think you want to bring into the server as you get ready to play, because I mean, you know, I think when you play stressed out, you get a little too fixated on we can't make any little tiny mistakes. And yeah, that was just a skirmish. It was just for, you know, that priority. I think not quite as important as necessarily like being in the server in the series, but it's good to see that the teams do have like those good vibes, good smiles, good energy, because that's really what you want to bring on game day.
And I think we have the map veto coming through as well. So EDG gonna be picking Bind. So that was the map that went to overtime in the last series that they played each other. TYL gonna be picking up Haven, and then Corrode as that decider. So pretty interesting map veto so far. We've got the classic maps, but then we've got a spicy one to close things out.
Yeah, I would be really excited if we bring this all the way to Corrode, because I mean, we've kind of been saying this, I think, throughout Kickoff, but Corrode's one of those maps you have to be so intentional with your utility usage, and I think it's really interesting, and it comes down to like good calls, good IGLing, and of course the team comps. Not surprised that TYL did ban Abyss after the last matchup. But yeah, I am excited for Bind. I think that has the potential to go either way, just especially given how close overtime was, and you know, there's been quite a couple matches in between the last time these two faced in Kickoff to now, so could go either way. I think we've seen both teams. Obviously Haven's been a staple for a long time. We've seen them put in work on there, so I think we have a pretty good map pool, and I think it still will lead to a really good series. Not a lot of gimmicks with this map pool, so very excited.
Something pretty interesting, if I'm taking a look at the stats correctly, is the only time that these two teams have played Bind was that series against each other. So that is their only record on Bind they've played so far in Kickoffs. And they're going back to it again. EDG, you know, saying that, hey, we are confident, you know, despite it being an overtime win for them, that they could make things a little bit interesting. So we'll see, you know, maybe some agent changes could be on the cards, you know, maybe a little bit of switch up, especially from TYL's side, considering that they slightly lost in that overtime. But who knows, we might even get same agents again. This is China's, anything can happen.
Yeah, I'm excited to see the agent select. And like you said, they haven't really had a chance to test anything else out, so wouldn't be surprised if we saw them on the same agents. But like you said, if there are, you know, more comfort picks that come out, definitely excited. But what I'm excited for are these walkouts. I love the production value over here in VCT China, and like for a Kickoff event. I mean, we talked about Aura earlier, and of course you have to talk about Kong Kong and EDG with Aura, but just like the entire walkout process, the entire production value here, incredible.
I'm still kind of trying to figure out what kind of animal TYL's mascot is. Maybe I'm not the most versed, but it looks like a dragon.
A dragon rhino hybrid?
I don't know. It's like, is that a horn, or is that like, I don't know. It's not something that you see every day. Let's just say that.
I mean, the mascots in general, like, how fun is it that these teams have their own mascots? Like, I wish every region did that. I love it.
Hello, mascot is a dragon. Okay, we've got confirmation from production. All right.
It is a dragon.
So I don't look like a fool.
I think that the mascot should get to play the skirmishes. That's what I think.
They should be wearing the mascot costume, tearing the skirmish.
They should have
stage.
to have the head on, yeah.
The head. Oh my god, that would be.
Your team can give you comms.
The team gives you. Move your mouse left, more.
Left. They're like, I can't see. I got a dragon head on my head.
I would love it if it was just a dude named Edward S. It just has a name tag on his shirt, just Edward.
Yeah. I think they've really been trying to solidify their fifth player. I think they need to just pick up someone named Edward, and I think you just like unlock your true potential. And then like that's it. Champ runs once again, 2026.
you know, you might be cooking something. Maybe put you on the EDG staff there. If you don't win,
Yep.
at least you get social media clicks, you know?
Yeah. I mean, for a team that already has so much aura, like Edward is gaming. Edward is gaming, and I don't know. They should consider. My name's not Edward, so I don't know a whole lot about how Edward's, the statistics of Edwards in server, but I just
that is a fair
throwing
point.
that out
Do we
there.
have any Edwards in VCT? I don't think so.
Yet.
Not that I recall.
Not yet. Or are they like against it? They're like, we can be the only Edward gaming here. Like no other Edwards in VCT. They just like
So they
buy
pick
out.
up all the Edwards and just put them
They
on the
pick
bench.
up and put them on the bench. Yep.
But yeah, we were talking about like that fifth player, right? CB, in all seriousness, coming into this EDG squad, I think a lot of pressure is on him, especially considering the current meta where it's very double duelist heavy, it's very Yoru heavy, and he's being that primary Yoru player for EDG because historically Kang just kind of struggles playing that agent. So CB being that kind of rock at this point for this current meta for this EDG roster, I feel a lot of pressure has to be on his shoulders to deliver the impact that Yorus can have in this.
100%, and I think you're absolutely right with that. This meta is so Yoru heavy, and you know, and it's important to have like a flex agent like that who can play. But they're so cute. They're so cute. Like,
I'll have to give this hit-to-hit to TYL. I think
I have to.
Yeah. The hit design is just out of this world. Lovely.
Yeah. I think if it was a 1v1, I do have to give it to you.
So is that TYL 1-0 up in the series?
Maybe. We'll see. I mean, in all seriousness, though, I would not be surprised if this series does go all 3 maps and we do get to see Corrode, because I mean, the first time we saw them face off, that Abyss I think wasn't necessarily going the way TYL wanted it, and we've seen TYL play Abyss since then, and prior to that they looked good on it. Obviously just not their best, but yeah, that bind was close. It went into OT, weren't able to bring it home in the end, but like, you know, I think it's a little bit different now that elimination's on the line. You don't have the safety of that upper bracket, so yeah, really excited. But anything you have as we're taking a peek at these comps here?
Let me take a look. Double duelists on one side. Is this is the exact same matchup? I think it might be. Yeah, no Yoru. CB is going to be opting for the Phoenix, which he did in the previous matchup. TYL's one's actually pretty different.
TYL's different.
So, yeah, slowly was playing the Sky previously. Now bringing over that Yoru that we mentioned was very meta. So they're slowly buying into that storyline, the narrative. ERV back on that Brimstone. We've got the Viper Scales. Sword 9 though, swapping off the Teho for a Fade as well. Splash back on that coveted, patented Raise. So small little changes from TYL, but I do kind of prefer this. I like this a lot more.
I do like this new comp. I'm worried because the last time they faced, right, like you said, I mean, they haven't had a chance to play bind since then. On the other hand, I mean, we talk about comfort picks, and I do like this comp better. I think these players also do really well on these agents, so I can see it both ways. I don't think we'll know until we're necessarily in the server, but I'm excited. I'm excited with the little changes we have coming up.
Yeah, as you mentioned, I like this composition. Obviously, it comes down to a little bit of the comfortability, but I took a look at Slowly's agent picks, right? He's only played Sky once, and it was that game on Bind to Kickoff, basically, for TYL. Ever since then, he's been played Yoru 11 times. Now he's back on the Yoru again. Is this the resurgence we need?
I think we need Slowly on the Yoru. I think the meta is so strong. I think Yoru is such a strong agent, and I'm excited to see what value that brings here on Bind. Ooh, through the wall.
Yeah, and the side they go already. EDG, they have it, but they haven't got the spike down. Flash through the smoke, splash, kick things off with a nice pick onto nobody. Back's turn. The redeployment of the smoke, tap of the spike again. Is EDG scramble to try to take a fight through. Chichu will punish ERV, but the flank has been compromised and slowly cuts down one more member. It's just Chichu left alone. They know his position and a flank to close things out. TYL kick it off nicely with the first pistol round win.
I think they had really good positioning there in terms of one, of course, that flank coming in, but two, just their on-site hold. I think was really good. And I think, yeah, it's just pistol round, but you know, you have those shots coming through early before utility gets a little too crazy. And I think it's always good to have those pistol rounds under your belt. You know, last time they played, especially when you know, they started, EDG started off with those pistol rounds, and having those 2-round buffers under your belt, I mean, it's gotta feel good. So I will
100%.
say though, the last time they were on bind and TYL did win a pistol, they did lose their bonus. So I'm not saying that's gonna happen here. That was a pretty convincing that was a pretty convincing pistol for me. I think they should have no problem winning the second one.
What are you trying to manifest here?
I'm not. I'm just trying to give
something.
us. I'm trying to give us all the information. Okay, all the
Fair enough,
information
fair
coming
enough.
in.
Well, I'll give you a little bit more information. So the last time they played bind as well, when that map kicked off, right? TYL was on defense side. They lost pistol, but they still won it out 8-4. And again, TYL was starting out on this defensive side. Is that going to be a trend, especially now that they've won that pistol? You know, let's see if the defense protocols are going to be as solid as they were.
I mean, I do think it's important for TYL to get as many rounds as possible here, right? Because, like we said last time, for half, make sure you have enough of like that good cushion going into your next half, because that's kind of where, right, EDG were able to come back and of course ultimately take the map through overtime. So yeah, definitely want to make sure you're putting up as many rounds as possible here. But you know, this little tech pause going on, right? Of course the match just started, but to me, any break in momentum is a little bit terrifying. And I think now, right, you're excited to get into the server, you just had a really good round, and now it's like, wait, there's a tech pause, and that's where you kind of can let the nerves kind of solidify when there's a pause in the action. So hopefully both teams were able to get back in and keep their mental strong, because I know we see that quite often, that you expect things to go one way and a tech pause kind of puts a little break in that.
Lovely scan though coming through from short now. He will catch on to Kang Kang as he settles out a hookah, and you know, once your tip of the spear has been cut down short already, just gonna trickle out onto the side. Nice damage from the paint shells. Slowly will easily pick off one. Sword Knight chimes in for one more, and this looks like a pretty clean round coming in from TYL. Just Chichu left alone again. He'll take one down with him, but other than that, it's a beautiful follow-up coming in from TYL. So breaking your prediction there, Kai.
I never. Whoa. Hold up. Let's take a step back. I never said that was my prediction. I just wanted to give everybody, you know, at home, all the information so we knew what was going on.
I'm driving this narrative here. Don't mind me.
Oh no! Please don't cancel me. Please. Yeah, I mean, I'll take it there. I did like the use of utility last round from EDG. I think they just didn't have the weaponry to back them up, and I think TYL hitting their shots with better weapons, that's kind of tough to go into. Now though, EDG on the buy-up, just kind of seeing we have a little bit of like a 1-1-3 going on. Posted up outside showers and at least got that ult orb, just trying to contact and see any sort of information we can gather.
I love that you're prioritizing that Phoenix out, right? That is the bread and butter of a Phoenix composition. Get CB his ultimate points, especially on the attacking side. It's very doable. You fight for showers. Be long, pretty difficult for the defenders to control. So you're going to bring back that Phoenix all around the map, pick that up, and look to siege this B side, which is, to be fair, the weaker side here. So EDG having the right call. TYL have to keep their guns about them.
a little bit harder to do when slowly able to get one and back off. Numbers to the side of TYL, and that's going to cause those rotates to come over. Plane should have no problem getting... Ooh. Still, no problem getting down, but TYL enough time to rotate over, and now they're going to have to decide how are we going to use our... Like, we have numbers here. Don't quite have the weaponry, but we have good enough that we should be able to retake with this.
He comes in, makes them a little bit flustered. See if he misses the jumping raise. Nobody has to hold it down towards elbow. But the trades favor TYL again. Smoggy now left isolated into a two-cut tap with a spike. But they give him isolator 1v1s. Last one up on bat, and Smoggy braves the situation. The composure coming in from him. Clutches out the 1v3 for EDG.
Like, that pretty much should have been EDG's round, but like after like that mid round, I mean, oh, you can't feed Smoggy 1v1s. Like, you just can't do that, man.
Yeah, too much disrespect here towards Smoggy. He'll make their pay with their lives and take the round as well. It could have been a bonus for TYL, but you know, not too shabby still. You come in with a full buy on the defense side. Interesting defense wall, allows him to creep up close towards Cubby, but TYL have to be on standby for this execute.
It's like TYL are ready. That's not gonna stop EDG scaling their way here on to site. And look at just the extremities control from TYL, right? They know that they're posed up here for an A execute. Lots of space given. Oh, I can't tell if Scale saw that gun barrel or not. I don't think so.
Spin coming in from slowly again. TYL in this defense. They're just letting EDG make the mistakes. They just hold down this A site with so much proficiency. Chichu again. 1x1 left in an impossible situation. 1v4 gets caught on the cross. His retreat has been marked for as well as TYL just double swing him together. Damage done, but not the kill just yet. Give him an opportunity. They will finally give EDG a little bit of respect, but it's just a matter of time. Wall goes up. Chichu trying to solve this puzzle here on A. Gets the nice pick onto Scales, but the swing is there from slowly. TYL back to winning ways.
Learned from their mistake last round. Not gonna let them isolate these fights anymore. I mean, I think TYL was just doing such a good job. And even the retake we saw the round prior, I mean, I think this change up in terms of their comp. I mean, like you said, I think leaning into the comfortability of these agents, plus I really like the Yoru pick here. They're looking really good. I think what it's going to come down to is like we saw, you know, not respecting Smoggy, letting Smoggy isolate those fights. Again, didn't necessarily come through here with Chichu. I mean, you didn't let Chichu isolate, but like, you know, in another world, right, you let Chichu isolate those fights and you do it again. So I think it's not necessarily their utility usage or their site holds. I think it's going to come down to just little tiny mistakes that EDG will be able to capitalize on, and just having TYL minimize that.
Yeah, I mean, so far I'm loving this this look of TYL. They don't look too flustered. Yeah, you give them that 1v3, but other than that, you know, just keep it under wraps. You make sure that you play the disciplined game up against this EDG squad and give them the due respect because they are champions, of course. But yeah, looking really clean so far. The defense has been stalwart. It's kind of up to EDG, right, to break that mold. It's got to be a little bit of an eco round for them, so we'll see if they can come up with something creative.
You take that time out, so definitely could have something up their sleeve here, but it's hard. It's hard when you just have Gale's constantly able to get at least one through that smoke.
Just completely harassing them. It's lovely to see that your Viper player is finding that much success in the early rounds already. EDG is just feigning a little presence in towards who got out. trying to let Chi-Chu work on the other side of the map, perhaps. But yeah, there's 3 defenders here on the B side. It is the stronger side, so who worried is TYL at the moment.
That's the beauty of having a Yor too, right? You can just teleport right out.
Interesting wall to come through from EDG. It allows them to get access to the front portion of this site, but the flash and re-engage of TYL is so convincing, so deadly as well. Double kill from Sword9 as he swings through the high tide. Hong Kong left alone. His teammate is on the wrong side of the map. The spike is just sitting in enemy territory. It's just formalities from TYL right now.
Yeah, not too much your Sheriff can do against a whole army of Vandals. Did get one, Hong Kong. I didn't hate that wall because it's an eco. Yes, does not a give you sight or clear sight, but it does allow you to scale up a little bit, especially when you just have like Sheriffs and Classics. And if you're able to scale and take enough space, you know, hopefully you get on site and then you can then clear the backside without having to worry about that full sight and those sight lines. But when you have someone that can just flash right through your wall, it kind of like renders that useless.
It will try early pick, but Boombot will note his presence. It's a heavy step from TYL. 4 players here on A. They're looking for the opening pick. Aula to come in again, slowly re-aggressing on that same angle, but and anything. Meanwhile, EDG have slowly crept up B long already. It's only just scales here to defend B, so TYL can't stay in this fawn setup for this entire round. They have to either find something or, you know, have to opt for that rotate.
I love that they stacked 4 here on this A site, but slowly getting shut down early on. Now that's gonna cause a rotate over to EDG towards this weaker site for TYL.
We're aware of it as well. Sending one more player to support B. Still, with the majority of the players here, let's see what they can get. The Reckoning comes through. Doesn't hit onto anyone, just gets scales. Perhaps calling for... No scans available. Wrong side of the map as well. Just a delay, utility, run it back. Doesn't get anything. So EDG at least will have that space off the side. And oh, now the commitment. No! Kang gets sniped out of the sky by Scales. Doesn't even get a chance to shoot his rocket out. Flash through as well, though. The follow-up is great coming in from EDG despite that bit of a fumble to kick things off. 2 versus 3 now for TYL. Creeping back in towards the side, but Smoggy's got Splash's number. Back outside, Sword9 will find a double kill, but Smoggy there for the trade. A crucial rock for his team. Initiates the execute and closes things out.
Yeah, good round. Good round for EDG. I think it came off the back of that early pick on Slowly, too. On that A site. I think, though, Scales early on saw that gun barrel. Hong Kong satcheled up there, and I think was just waiting for that. The other thing, too, I mean, you mentioned the Phoenix comp being kind of a little bit also dependent on this run it back. And I think it's also, I mean, like, right, run it back is like one of the only ults that are still only 6 orbs, right? So you can just constantly farm that. Look, CB just used it and already halfway there to having it again. Beautiful usage. Yes, didn't find a kill with it, but you can clear out so much of sight without having to worry about, like, what happens if I die? Like, nothing. You literally just run it back. So really, really good usage, I think, of the ultimates there. I know Kong didn't really find the impact that it wanted it to, but I think overall, good play also off of that Harbor ult, but don't have those ults to necessarily work with here. You still got 2 more, but not the same.
Ooh! How does Splash get the one behind? Nobody catching strays. And they're gonna reconvene, right? Fight back for control over towards long. Sword9, a little bit of a labored fight coming through, but he still managed to get the dink on Smoggy. Sends him packing. Gonna try to hit over back towards his A side, but look at where the Viper of Scales has crept up to. Yeah, it's gonna kind of get back towards his pit. Should be able to in the nick of time, but he's got that information, right? You can see the lockdown of ERV flanking them as well. Scales, you got your pit. Just stay within it, brother. No, 13 seconds left, but I think EDG, yeah, not sure. No assurance that the site is not flooded with TYL players, so they're just gonna opt for the save instead.
Yeah, that's. Yeah, I don't blame them. I mean, not a whole lot of time either to work with. Especially if they get on site and execute. You know that there's a Viper there. Through short, you don't know if showers are cleared. Good save coming in. At least you can save some weapons. And found one more for the road. Good
Poor
use
nobody.
of that showstopper. Yeah, poor nobody.
I wish you could see it from his POV. Like, I'm sure he was just sitting in the smoke, and then the rocket just comes at him. Lead trade of utility into what? Showers. Flash solo holding it for the time being. Prowler comes in to confirm that there's still presence of EDG outside, calling for the assistance of the rest of his teammates to re-clear showers again. This is something that TYL have consistently been doing this entire first half already. And they're gonna find success yet again slowly with a great pick onto Kang Kang.
Or nobody is gonna find their way right on the other side of a shotgun if they push this. That's okay. EDG has teammates to back them up.
Ooh. Just feeding this demon here, Hookah. Chichu.
Man,
Mr. Clutch
Bad
Man
judge.
again. I mean, there's just no way he gets back into this. Sword9's got his entrance under lock and key. He'll be lucky to even save this weapon.
I mean, like all 5 members of TYL just like sitting there and waiting. Like,
Surely we don't chase this.
that's
Alright.
tough. But even if you do, right? You had that the fade line. You know he. I mean, you know he doesn't leave. Keep you there. You go through. That's tough. I mean, that's really tough. Just like wrong gamble into scales with that judge. Like, yeah, really tough position for Chichu here. You just saved. Gonna have to save again, and even that you're only saving 1.
This is so uncharacteristic of EDG, right? 2 rounds back to back saves just because they don't have time. They don't even have an opportunity to execute into the sites. TYL meet them at the choke point. Don't even let them get past.
I mean, I think, and I'm also gonna be interested later once we see the stats from this game. But I mean, a lot of these first bloods going the side of TYL, right? They're playing together and getting that opening pick, and even if they don't, they typically get that trade out. This also kind of feels like we were talking about, like we said, top of show, but EDG just kind of like struggling to find their flow together, and this is exactly what that's feeling like here.
Speaking of flow, the water agent in the server, yet to see a lot of impact, right? Yes, you get the walls through, but it's very interesting what they have in store for us. All right, they're gonna pop the reinforce on that cove. They're gonna take a TP instead towards this A side, but guess what? There's 4 players of TYL here. ERB almost getting caught. Lobs in the molly just at the right timing. CB gets caught as well. Running back does not yield its value. Nightfall now invested. Sword9 playing up close and personal. The drop down is lovely coming in for Sword9. We'll pick up the easy frag. 1 by 1. Smoggy's turn. They just walk out of smoke. Thankfully so, CB somehow still catches that kill onto Sword9, flanking around the shower side. Splash now. Man of the hour. Drops the first. Shorty in hand, expecting the reswing as the spike goes down. Splash is within the pit itself. Oh, but Kang Kang wraps around him. Down to the 2 versus 2. The drift comes up, does not yield too much information. Kang Kang back into the pit. Protecting his Viper player. No! Gets caught with the spam, the vulnerability of his own teammates. Molly. Chichu now 1v1 up on the boxes. Oh, but Scales, understanding of where he could be playing from. takes the fight straight on and clutches around for TYL.
Do you ever watch this and you were like, I mean, obviously we have the nice little outlines on so we know exactly where people are, but you're like, just spray. You got it. Your crosshair's right on him, like, just spray.
And he did. But the other side, slowly with the ones to catch a Kang Kang and his little tippy toes touching that vulnerable snake bite. Oh, that's gotta be heart-wrenching for EDG. 7-2 TYL with a convincing lead so far.
Yeah, I mean, TYL looking really strong. We knew this was their better half for both teams. Holy. Good positioning. Yeah. He wants that kill.
Kang thanking the lucky stars. He's got a sliver of health to work around with. Gets into the teleporter. He will live for the time being, but for how long?
Yeah, not very long.
The presence of mind to know that he did hit that shot. He's not gonna down himself. A pellet from the shorty will do the trick. 8-2. TYL running away with this map.
Yeah, a really good half so far from them. Last time had 8 rounds on their defense, and that's after losing the pistol rounds, right? I mean, really, if you think about it, after those pistols, only lost 2 other rounds, all half. I mean, we knew this was a good half for TYL, but just seeing the comfortability and the way they're playing this, I gotta say, I was hesitant about the comp switch up. I like this comp better from them, but I was a little hesitant just because didn't really get a chance to play that here on Bind, at least in Kickoff. But I mean, the way they're playing, I will gladly eat my words.
Well, the way they're playing right now, they've gotten themselves an opening pick for what seems like the first time in forever. A second one to do it. That's just that. CB, his turn to take that contact play straight up. Got all the ultimates that they would want, right? Smoggy's got the Reckoning, you've got the Showstopper in hands of Kang Kang, but they're just gonna opt for a flip of the script. They take the teleporter, Chi-Chu's in towards Showers already, gets them access towards that A site. We've got a deep scaled in towards Jay's short, but that's all that TYL have here. EDG set themselves up for success. Double man advantage here in the post-plant.
The call to rotate as well. Good opening picks there, CB. Putting in work. That Fade Ultimate going to come out, but we're going to see if they're going to be able to execute off of that because don't have numbers scale, so good positioning. And it's the frag just... they're just going TYL's way right now.
Alright, CB, they needed him. Scott is running back again. And is he the one to be the saving grace for EDG? Pressure onto ERV, stuck in the corner. Chi-Chu with the swing. Thankfully so, EDG rally back with a bit of confidence.
I mean, beautiful wraparound. They weren't even worried, I think, about somebody coming from short there. And well played by CB. Good opening pick. But yeah, man. I think where I think EDG shine is just, I mean, you can tell they know this map. Obviously, Vine's been in the map pool for a while. EDG are no strangers to this map at this point. Maybe during Kickoff, right? Only played against each other, but like the awareness is there, and when they're able to lean into that and play around that, they do so well. But I think TYL just being so strong, so aggressive, and EDG getting a little flustered and caught up by that, and then just trying to brute force some things here, I think has kind of been tough.
Very interesting to see how Smoggy actually uses the Vahaba utility as well. A bit of initiation, gets them control with a little bit of a, what's the name, stun. But the wall comes in now. Them a little bit of access towards A. But they've got a pit into a short as well. The rocket from Kang Kang, but traded out by ERV. It's a 1-for-1 there. Man advantage still in the hands of EDG though. Just gotta wait out the wall. Splash is in a great position. They have no idea that he's up here just yet. Battle in towards short as well. Viper v Viper. Scales getting out of it. But I'm not sure if he should. Most of the players are still in towards A. I think TYL might think it's gonna be a B play instead. Scales has dropped his Viper's pit. But thankfully, Chichu has also wrapped around towards Shower, so it's all just left alone to Splash. He's the only person here. Smoke will give him a little bit of advantage. First kill's nice. Drops off to the high ground. 12 seconds left. EDG need to get their spike planted. Trader Utility. Splash still alive though. Holding down this ground for TYL. As he calls for the reinforcements now. Sword9's on the back lines. Putting pressure onto EDG. They're all stuck in towards Showers. And they're just gonna swing the players in towards Showers itself. Sword9, the double kill lineup. Smoking a 1v3. Sword9 alone tears it apart from the back line.
And I mean, what a good read from TYL. Just kind of pinching, and of course, I mean, Sword9. It goes without being said. Really good job there. I mean, they just like Chichu just swung into that second bullet.
Yeah.
Good half though from TYL.
Yeah, great half from TYL. It looked like EDG had that around the bag, right? They somehow managed to get skills to rotate all the way to B, you know. But yeah, maybe not realizing where the stack of players was from TYL, because they could easily have taken back of sight, you know. Converged onto Splash, who was by himself stuck in a corner with nowhere else to go. Yeah, that's how the cookie crumbles.
But that's okay. Really, really good half coming out from TYL, but EDG have the chance to turn it around. I mean, not too dissimilar of a scoreline we saw last time they played. Especially, you know, I mean, if EDG can get the 2 pistols here, definitely have a chance to bring this back. I mean, this is their map pick as well, so. But yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. TYL just, they looked so comfortable, and I know this is the better half for both of these teams, but like, they just look so comfortable as a team in the way they were able to like use their utility synergistically. I know we haven't really gotten to see them execute on site with this comp yet, but I don't know, man. If they can play even like a fraction of what they just did on defense, like, he might have a tough time.
Definitely could go down to the wire, right? It's got to come down again to the pistol rounds, I feel, because those 2 rounds could really swing things either way. And halftime scoreline, Sword9 really putting on an incredible showing so far. Gotta keep up that kind of momentum.
This like stage, the setup here, I mean, for a kickoff event, it's so good. So good.
Oh yeah. I could sit here and just yap about how great the production is on China's.
The production is? Oh yeah.
The lighting, the sound, the stage, the crowd. And the first kill for TYL. Kang just gets blown out of the water into Showers.
Yeah, I had that early aggression, but the thing is, you don't have someone to back you up and you can't really quite get to safety. Irv walking away with his life. Well, so not even able to quite equalize the numbers quite yet. Apart, EDG is right. Are you just anticipating this A hit? Partially thanks to being able to push out so much. So CB waiting for this, but look, that trade's gonna come right out, and now EDG again don't quite have the numbers they want. A 2v4. That's going to be a pretty open A site for them. They're going to make their way in. Bomb should have no problem getting down. Smoggy and nobody all down to their backs, and really think they need to win this round. They need these pistols, but that's tough. Smoggy in a 1v4. Nothing to lose. All down to pistols here. Not able to find it though. Slowly with 4. Woo!
That's the change up from Sky to Yoru. That's definitely going to bolster up your attacking side and give you a little bit of confidence to take these fights. Lovely stuff from Slowly there. That big fight towards Showers could have dictated the entire round. And, you know, why not just go for all 4 at that point?
Gotta feel good. 10-3 now for TYL and able to buy up here as well.
Wow, timeout being taken already?
I might take it too. I might take it too because the thing is you're gonna buy up the next round, and so if you can have the chance, it might be one of those things where either one, we have a really good call. TYL calling a timeout here.
Oh,
interesting.
Maybe expecting a force buy from EDG because they're so far down, so they don't want to. Yeah. They don't want the same thing that happened to them on the first time they played Vine, which, you know, in the second half, the second round, they got 50. You know, they lost that round basically.
They did lose that round, and the problem is after they lost that round, then they lost the next 4 in a row. So, yeah, I guess not a bad timeout to just like kind of identify what exactly we're going to do here in order to solidify this round for us, because while we do have the buffer rounds, I mean, this is not our stronger half, it's their stronger half, and don't want to make the same mistakes as last time.
Okay. Interesting. Nonetheless, I mean, we can speculate what TYL's side have been cooking up, but so far it doesn't seem like it's going to be too threatening on EDG. It's just CB with that upgraded pistol of his. TYL taking things nice and slow so far.
Progress and peak. Right click you. EDG though have the wrong read. They're 4 stacked here over towards this A site.
Scales is going straight through. Hello? Oh my lord! Teacher just goes down like that, sees the barrel first, but smoking with that trade. Bit of information garnered that, hey, there's a couple more players on towards that A side. Let's just accelerate in towards B. The scan clears everything out. Teleport is being taken by EDG. They just blood out a hookah. CB somehow catches that kill onto Splash. They jump up to pick up his rifle, but the teleport has been taken by TYL instead. They flip the script. They go back towards A. EDG now running rings around this map. But they have their man advantage in this retake. See if this weapon that Kang Kang has picked up is going to be of any use here. ERV on an elevated angle. Molly in his hands, drops it, sends it all the way towards CT. Perhaps damages a couple of players. Scan comes in, doesn't tag onto anyone. ERV now put under pressure, gets hit by the blind. And CB there with another kill with that sheriff. Sword 9 and Slowly both left in a 2 versus 3 to hunker down this site. TYL looking to right the wrongs. 1 kill is all he's gonna find. Sword 9 1v1, run it back invested, but it's all too easy. The exposed body of CB left out for an easy pick-off, and TYL braved the storm, almost fumbling the bag, but they still convert the second round.
Yeah, that was close up. That was close. But close doesn't matter. Close does not put a round on the board for you if you're EDG. 11 rounds here for TYL.
Sword 9, safe pair of hands. Look at him. 18 and 6 leading the charge as the initiator.
Man.
18
indeed. And 6.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I mean, it just makes it that much harder. This is a must-win round for EDG, right? You bought up here. You don't have numbers. You don't have that harbor anymore. That's okay, though. You do still have 2 more walls. But you've already invested your Viper wall. Your Phoenix wall is... I mean, you don't get that back, right? It's only good for a short amount of time, so... Luckily, you're on the defense. Really need that. Still Viper smokes. Forced to play this a little bit slower, and Choo going to be able to equalize those numbers. Those are your smokes. Only have a Viper to work with.
My gosh, Scales is just tearing apart A by himself. He's back off sight. The rest of the team, though, slowly walking towards B. It's just a judge in the middle of side. Nobody. Oh man, under pressure, spammed out through the boxes, and it's gonna take the teleporter across. Yeah, CP had a chance. That was his time to even up this equation, but EDG left scrambling at the bit, torn apart at the seams, and G2 a world away from this A site.
I mean, what do you even do if you're 2-2, right? You have to ace to win this round. You don't, they're a match point. You can't buy up into the next one. You could save a hero rifle. I mean, things just not
they heard
looking...
him.
The reload is... Oh.
It's all falling
That's just
apart.
heartbreaking. That is just heartbreaking.
Scales has been incredible in the last few rounds. I mean, just his impact alone, not even just his kills, right? His presence, sneaking around. EDG just have no way of finding him, no way of trading their teammates.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about like this double controller comp, and I love when teams utilize this Viper, and you normally do see, right, a lurking Viper. The positioning and the timing from Scales, though, I mean, like, it just goes like unparalleled. I mean, like you said, I mean, had all the way in the back of A site, right? I mean, beautiful from Scales. That's so much info. That's so much impact. I mean, you talk about like a team play, plus the rest of your team's hitting their shots too. TYL can elect to kind of play this slower, a nice little default coming out because they know, right? We're a match point. We don't need to over-aggress. We don't need to go too crazy here.
A little bit of a setup in towards. I know moving all the players into our showers slowly is one of his dimensional drift as that Yoru. So if they pick up this outdoor showers, it's a great opportunity for them to accelerate here. But EDG are aware of it. They want to take the fight straight on. Kang with the first, but Sword9, of course it's gonna be him to shut down all of their advances into our showers. Teleport is being taken by CP. He'll try his best, but he's being left at the door. No chance of entry. Nobody. CB 2v4. What can you muster up against match point? Nightfall invested just to clear out showers even more. Splashes on the elevated angle, but oh, it's not even needed. ERV just cleans up last 2 kills. TYL stomp all over EDG.
I mean, TYL just looked so comfortable on that map. I think part of it too, right? I mean, it's not just even on that map or even that comp, but in the lower bracket, right? They've been here for so long. They know, like, yeah, elimination has been on the line every single series, and we've still just like pushed through and remained strong. EDG can't be feeling too good about that one, but really because that was their map pick. But Haven's next, and we talk about these veterans. I mean, EDG can absolutely bring it back on Haven, but like if TYL continue to play the way they just did, it's going to be so tough.
And whatever that TYL has done, you could see that it's paid off in massive dividends. It feels like Edward Gaming were just chasing ghosts. You know, time and time again, whatever they wanted to do, TYL were either gonna match them exactly for firepower, or they had the better read. They had the better mid-round adaptations. It was beauty in motion. Sword9, by far the MVP in my opinion in this map so far.
Yeah.
He, you know, clutched up so many rounds just due to trades itself. If Smoggy doesn't win this round, this is a what, 13-2, 13-1 game.
Yeah. Honestly, and that just came from TYL. Oh, look at that. That from Scales. But yeah, I mean that honestly just came from TYL. Just Smoggy didn't even isolate those fights. They isolated those fights for Smoggy, and so I think, yeah, kind of all came down to that, unfortunately. EDG just like really struggled to find a foothold on this map the entire time.
For lack of a better term, it was a full team diff, I feel. Like in terms of the firepower, TYL were all shooting incredibly well. You didn't even need the prodigy of Splash to go crazy. I don't think we've seen some incredible Splash play in this map at all, right? It was the rest of the supporting cast that were finding so much success. Scales on his luck, Sword9 with the trades. You've got ERV as their rock to provide the cover fire as well, and the awareness to check for all these corners. CB, could have got one, could have got a couple, but look at the comms here from TYL.
我看 A 小对方 ，A 小开口 ，A 小封烟 ，A 小封烟，封 A 小烟 ，A 小一个贝德，手包那个，手包那个 ，A 小一个 ，A 小要过 ，OK， 我 ，A 哥等我开枪啊 ，A 小还一个，我跟你那位，两个浴室，啊，我帮你两个，我被 A 小死了，是，我拿在浴室，那位 ，A 小跟包点 ，A 小跟包点，两个浴室，我回来了，LT，帮你过 LT，可以。 No， 有可乐。红鞋。shower， one no info。我们A 上 ，他巴士 razor，sorry viper。浴室。好，我们说浴室可能换出来了，换左边了，来换左边。哎，他巴士，右边，跟我来跳啊。刚刚bench。来，峰哥。漂亮，李威 ，nice。 绿色看不漂亮，兄弟，我刚过不来，没事，我给他们全接了，现在没毛，厉害啊，李卫，没毛，老九小了，老九 ，Let's go guys， 老九一直在小，太小了，
TYL with a masterclass performance here. Sword9 being the MVP. Was that 100% KST? My lord, 342 ACS. This is raid boss statistics right here, Kai.
That is raid boss statistics. I mean, 100% KAST. That can only happen when you only give them 3 rounds. I mean, the lethal zones is really just the lethal zones are just wherever Sword9 was. A lot of that happened in showers. We saw kind of time and time again, and I think really, I mean, honestly, just checking out these lethal zones, right? You can see a lot of the spots. It's not really all over the map, right? So it's really just Sword9 was playing here, and then you peek Sword9. That's all it was. Beautiful. And you kind of brought up too. I mean, we had kind of hyped up Splash as like a player to be putting up these numbers. And I like that you said Splash didn't even have to, right? I mean, this was an entire team event. Obviously, though, I mean, Sword9 definitely put in the work, and for a good reason. I mean, look at this, just like constantly ready. Gets 1, gets 2. No big deal.
I'm pretty sure he had a multi-kill like every single round, and if not, it was a crucial trade. Again, this one coming in on the flank, they had all the opportunities to do so. Again, another clutch coming in from a triple kill right there. And yeah, that heat map showing that, he was fighting in the extremities. It was showers, it was B-long. His hexagon was full red. I don't think I saw a single gap anywhere. Just the best player in the server by far here.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking comfortable. A lot of that too, I mean, really great positioning, really good just calling and knowing exactly what EDG is going to do. And I think, though, for what it's worth, I mean, the whole team, I think, did put in a good amount of work. Look at this, though. The first kills, and we kind of called that, but 13-3. I mean, it's really, right, when you're looking at teams like this, it's just, can we get the first kill? Because we get that first kill, and now suddenly we have numbers advantages. We know when to back off, and we know what to do, but yeah, the positioning and the trades, I think, that came out from TYL were just beautiful, paired with like raid boss Sword9, and then it's just like, okay, well, like if we're EDG, what can we even do at this point? It's just a really kind of tough team to crack.
Yeah, it's impossible to crack on this map. It looks like a completely different team than what we saw in that first series. Between TYL and EDG in that upper bracket, the very first game of Kickoff. This is a revitalized TYL. Every single one comes up clutch, and I'm just looking at the first bloods right now, right? Splash has got 1 first kill. he's got 1 first kill. Everyone else has the same or more than him. Scales is 5-0. Sword9 went 3-0. I mean, the veterans are just not giving up any advantages to EDG at all.
Yeah. I mean, there's not even much else to say. I mean, that was really just a masterclass coming out from TYL. But again, I mean, this is very much EDG's series to lose. They won the first time, right? So I think kind of TYL have that kind of grit, right? They want this comeback story. They want to have their revenge, and if they keep playing like that, surely they can do it here once we get ready to go into Haven.
Yep, so we're gonna go for a short little break, and when we come back, it's gonna be that second map of Haven. Can EDG right the ship, or is TYL just gonna stomp all over them yet again? Stay tuned, guys. We'll be back after this short loop.
Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me hot. Hot, 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 hot.
Tell them what your name is. Fight for the speedhouse.
Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me hot. Hot, 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 hot.
Tell them what your name is. Fight for the speedhouse.
Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah. Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love.
Well, we are back and we are in Haven, getting ready to go in, and well, look at this. We got the chance to see EDG actually on Haven yesterday in the lower bracket versus JDG, and it looks like we're having a little bit of a team comp change here.
Yeah, it's pretty stark difference from what they played previously. Kangkang was on that ISO. He's going over to the chamber. CB was on the Yoru, pulled off an absolute stinker, and now he's chosen to avoid that agent, going to the Neon instead. So big changes in terms of the style of play they're gonna have. It was previously double duelist. Now you've got a bit more of an aggressive sentinel and a lot more entry prowess with the Neon.
Yeah, one thing also that stood out to me though is we got to see those stats, and it was the 100% win rate for this comp for TYL, and it was the 50% win rate for this comp for EDG. So just something that stuck out to me. Again, doesn't stats don't always mean everything, right? I'm just trying to paint a little picture here, but
it does frame the narrative. Another narrative that we could be talking about is EDG were on a 23-0 win streak up against TYL in terms of the maps. TYL have just broken that streak, 23-1 right now, and if they're able to do it back-to-back maps, well, it will be the first time in TYL's history to take down EDG in a best-of-3, and when else than the most important game thus far here in the lower brackets.
I mean, elimination on the line, and we said this was EDG series to lose, but of all times to lose, and those aren't even just series, right? Those are maps. They've never lost a map, and so to lose your map pick 13-3 against a team that you've never lost to before, I mean,
that's
crazy from that's crazy from Splash. I mean, like, fake clear, didn't turn back, and still gets to pick on nobody. That's rough.
Look at the discipline from TYL. They're not just gonna bum rush in towards A, they're gonna reset the round. But EDG, I like this little bit of aggression. They want to re-clear towards this A position as well. Active defense coming through from EDG, but TYL, the death ball of the map. Kangkang's here, might be in the place at the right time, but gets off the angle as they creep up in front of B. Smoggy goes down. Where is Kangkang in all the mix? Now he's smoked off. Tap of the spike. The molly doesn't allow him to peek through. CB on this flank needs this crucial kill here. Instead, Chichu will be the one to find things. Now the TYL players are kind of being crunched in. Flank exposed. The smoke allows them a little bit of room to play around from, but EDG, they're not gonna wait it out. They want to be aggressive. Chichu takes the fight first. Damage onto Sword 9. CB's turn to jump straight in, but it's Chichu to actually find that frag. 3 versus 3 in the site. Right click from ERV. Now flank is the main point of concern. Never mind. ERV's turn to fill the kill feed. Triple kill from him in the pistol, and TYL back to winning ways.
I mean, Scales doesn't even have to move. Scales was ready there, and like you said, I mean, look at Irv just ready. Nails those shots. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful coming out from TYL. First pistol round again. Every pistol round so far this series. Nice little way to start your map pick if you're TYL.
See if Kangkang can pull off some chamber stuff. Never mind. Oh my gosh. Alright. Hi, I actually want to take this time to talk about what we mentioned like in the pre-show. Going back to agent or comfortable agents for EDG. Right? Kangkang seems to be a lot more comfortable on this chamber. Doesn't necessarily need to do a lot more of those entry work. And CB, you know, evidently not that comfortable on the Yoru. Well, the Neon instead. Is that gonna pay off here in this matchup?
I think it will. Now, whether or not they're going to be able to convert this map and, of course, in this series and avoid elimination, that's another thing. But you can tell just by the movement alone. Yes, it's only been the pistol, but that chamber does look more comfortable. I think the movement from CB looks pretty comfortable here on this Neon as well. But, you know, the only thing with kind of changing that comp is you lack the flashes you had with that Yoru, but I wouldn't be too worried about that because TYL doesn't necessarily have flashes either. You both just have that paranoia.
Focused up on keeping this run nice and clean. First off, Scales with the scope.
Definitely.
Hopefully EDG just dives in the spike though, but you know EDG. They're gonna try to make things a little bit spicy. For confidence, I mean, they definitely
They definitely needed that. Those are good. Honestly, those 2 picks from Smoggy, like, would be enough for me if I'm EDG to be like, okay, yeah, we still got it. We got it. Let's go. Like, sometimes you need little wins like that, I think.
I see where you're coming from, but then again, if these are our consolation wins that we need to give ourselves confidence, it kind of tells a tale of the doldrums that we're in.
Confidence to go into your buy round, I think.
All right. Let's see. Okay, we've got Smoggy with a great double kill. You know, he's rallying up the troops. Kang is elevated on towards B. Newbie. How did he get damaged?
I was thinking it could be like, well, maybe a shock dart.
Shield took a little bit of damage, but we'll see. They're headed towards his position. This is Hong Kong's time to shine. Exactly where I want them to hit towards. Just gonna retreat back. They put a little pressure towards B, but scales up close and towards long already. This might be an execute just straight onto A.
I like how slow TYL's willing to fight. No need to just kind of like rush in there. Especially given, you know, how that last map went. They know they can take their time. Excellent neon tech coming out from Splash, and of course Irv right there to back you up. Be spiked down, that's gonna be sight taken. And now EDG. 2 rifles in hand. Are they going to try to save this? Are they going to try to retake? They're going to try. That's 1. Let's look for a couple more.
Slowly, safe pair of hands coming in from the flank, and yeah, Chichu. Yeah, teammates were absolutely demolished on that A side hold. You have 3 players there, not a single one found a frag. Have to just opt for the save.
Yeah, at least gets 1 for the road, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, I gotta ask Holden. Like you talk about a team like EDG, former champs, until Bind, right? Have never even lost a map against TYL. Lost 3-13 on Bind. They're having trouble here. I mean, obviously they've had trouble in a couple other series too, because dropped down to this lower bracket. Had a rough series last time. I mean, yes, did win, but lost pretty poorly here on Haven as well. I mean, what do you think's going on with EDG right now?
I think it's a bit of a mixed bag, right? I think it's partially because TYL have so much they want to prove, so much conviction in their play that yes, they do change their compositions from time to time, but it makes sense. EDGs, on the other hand, yes, we know the caliber of players that they have, but it feels like they're living back in 2024, you know. Just gives me the sensing that they still believe that they can be the champions, which yes, I applaud them for that, right? That self-confidence is important, but at the same time, sometimes changes need to be made, whether it's in terms of the roster, whether in terms of the coaching staff, etc. And if things aren't working out, it's better to just make a change that will be good for the future than to try to maybe put a band-aid fix on it.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if they're able to stay in. Good shots coming out and nice use of utility, but it's hard to work off that. Nobody finds one more, and Smoggy right there, so still got numbers here if you're EDG, but not quite the weapons. Pichu down to just 10 HP as well. Good position from nobody. That's going to be spiked. All down to scales here. That's going to be a rifle recovered as well. Time ticking. I think EDG might have just done it.
Yeah. So while we were harping on the reminiscent days for EDG, They do win out the round thanks to time itself. TYL clicked, wasting a bit too much time there when they decided to execute on towards C. When they didn't find the kills that they wanted to, EDG were able to stop them in the tracks, force them for a long rotate over, and then nobody with a beautiful catch on that rotate. CB, crucial first kills. Fates were good enough.
Yeah, really, really good positioning there from nobody. Still, if I'm TYL, I don't think I'm too worried necessarily just yet. But EDG can keep it up. The problem is, like you said, I think a lot of that was TYL just kind of taking too long, and so it's hard to say, EDG, just do that again. The onus is kind of on TYL and what they'll be able to do. Good positioning here, though, from Concon. Beautiful.
You like to see that confidence showing, ignores the drone, catches the second swinging player, and that's Irv. That's the smokes out of the equation, but slowly on the other side of the map, the catch out to Chichu, eager towards garage, but nice answer from Smoggy, down towards C, he's put himself into that cubby. See what the rotations look like for EDG, inquisitive towards mid, but slowly, already on this angle. The CB crossed this line that said no, instead makes a lot of noise. Knowing that he is rotated back towards that A site, now allows TYL to access themselves in towards C. Slowly here for the cutoff. He needs to find some crucial frags. Dodges it though, but that could be optimal. That could be a chance for him to strike fear. CB catching splash in towards garage, but that allows slowly to come a clutch. Kangkak has not left his position on towards A. Will catch onto the creeping scales. Commitment of the... No, not the from the shadows. Instead, still standing towards C as the time runs down low again. It has to be the B side for the final commitment.
Should be able to get the spike down just in the nick of time as well, but like you said, Kong hasn't left his position yet. But he is gonna fall there. All down to Sword 9, but if there's anyone I want in this 1v2 and I'm TYL, it's gotta be Sword 9. MVP from last series. Good use of Paranoia coming up from Smoggy. And Sword 9 tries to reposition, but CB is right there. And finally, Kong gets to stand back up. Another round on the board for EDG. Plant down that time, but again, timer ticking down.
Kong's gotta get his steps in. Every few rounds, gotta pace around a little bit, get the blood flowing, but that's what you like to see from EDG, fighting a little bit more confidence, holding down their sides, no one over-rotating. TYL try to pull apart that defense, try to string them for a ride, but the fakes do not work out. EDG string 2 rounds in a row.
I really like Kong getting to play on this chamber. I think obviously really suits his playstyle. And like I think he is just like a pretty strong opper.
Oh yeah.
Like
oh,
I mean
yeah,
like that, right? And to be able to get out of there like that too, I mean, it's what you like to see, but it's also what you like to hear, right? I mean, you can hear the crowd in the background every time Kong makes a shot.
And with that confidence, you can see that EDG have a very proactive defense. Smoggy again pushed down C long. You've got the op back on the line on A. B is the only option. TYL have to go for it. Spike to be planted, but man disadvantage. EDG preparing for this retake.
I think B site is easier to plant on, but it's so much harder to hold post plant.
Yeah, I do agree with you, but that lockdown might change the picture. Scales, the little snake in the sight. Kong expecting the peek out. Has to respect the lockdown though.
Yep.
And Scales gets strung in for a little bit of a ride there. Not expecting him in that position. Slowly's position gets sussed out, and EDG finding that groove bit by bit. Now 3 rounds in a row. That confidence slowly growing.
I mean, that's so hard when there's an op in play, and like, yes, it is easier to execute onto that B site, all this lockdown really did was just delay that diffuse, but like, you know, the ops in play, you can't really afford to be playing there. It's tough. I mean, I don't blame them. Time has been kind of like their issue, and so if you can't execute on the site, especially because those early picks don't go your way, yes, the B site, but I mean, EDG is just going to be able to kind of regroup and rotate back on that, so it's tough. Still have to worry about this op from Kong Kong. This time posted outside garage, and it looks like they're going to play right into that.
I feel like every single round that TYL has, that EDG has won so far has been off the back of an opening kill by Kong Kong. So this another one that's so into the mix for this round. Boding well for EDG. That's again the smokes out of the equation.
But at least is the operator down, but you still have to worry about nobody on site. Who gets one more before Sword 9, of course, trades that out. Have sight. Plant not quite down though. You don't have numbers. Splash able to recover a weapon. Sword 9 and Splash though, I mean, I don't think there's any problem for these two to deal with a numbers disadvantage. Plant is at least down. But
Chance
EDG,
Paranoia comes through. Sliding. Oh, with the lightning fingers. CV just absolutely smash a slash. No chance for him to even answer back. Sword 9, well, this got to be Hail Mary Dart. Doesn't tag onto anyone. Shock Dart in for a little bit of good measure. But the cover fire is here from EDG. This is 4 in a row. They're finding that momentum. Despite them, you know, kind of getting a little bit caught in the mid rounds, they stabilize for a very nice retake.
yeah, EDG, I mean, we've been saying they've been having a hard time finding their groove, and I think they've just kind of found it and sat into it. I think, you know, we talked about changing comps and like maybe comfort picks. CB looks so much more comfortable on this Neon than he did on that Yoru. I mean, I love the movement, and you can tell just the confidence on this Neon, and of course, Hong Kong on that chamber. I'm TYL, I'm taking a timeout here as well.
I mean, this is 4 rounds unanswered. EDG, that op on Kong Kong has not been dealt with, has not been punished. He's been getting away with opening kills scot-free, and there's just absolutely no reply from TYL. They have to find a way to either find out where that op is or avoid it entirely, you know?
I mean, I think you said it best. A lot of these rounds are off the back of an opening pick from Kong Kong, but you know, if you're TYL, nowhere is safe, right? I mean, you go A, he's A. You try to go through garage, he's there. Kong just seems to have the read, and also, right, when you're chamber on defense, you can avoid, or you can afford to be a little bit aggressive like that. You can't peek out because you can just TP out. Even if you miss your shot, you can TP out, but Kong Kong not missing any shots right now, and it's tough. I mean, you don't know where Kong Kong's gonna be, and he's playing so aggressively that, like, you have to expend util just to check to see where that op is.
It's the difference between a chamber and an ISO, right? You can play this up on defense a lot more freely. Well, that's a chance for them to answer back. Kong Kong, bit lackadaisical, does not clear out that corner, does not expect that Omen teleporting straight in. And so, off the back of a timeout, TYL string not 1 but 2 opening kills in a row. Spots out the third of Chichu. They want to capitalize off of him. Stuck in a corner, isolated and stunned up. That is beauty in motion from TYL right now. 3 kills unanswered and a free C site for the taking.
Job sort 9 going to get this well, and now well, CB and nobody like that, just nobody left to hold it all down, and not gonna be able to do much, but is gonna be able to pick up the op. Isn't quite ready though for Slowly to be sitting right there, just lurking, and that op's not getting saved into the next round. Good pickup round from TYL off the back of that timeout.
Fantastic timeout by hit coach hypnotizing. From the TYL side, that could not have gone better, right? You find every single opening kill that you want, It goes untraded. It's a flawless round. You break the streak. And is Kang going to be able to vine up? Yes, he's got tour de force. So
Yep.
I have to worry about that one. If they
But you
can
know
do
what I
it
like?
2 times in a row.
Last round is that TYL did use util to kind of suss out that op, right? They wanted to push up A. They invested that smoke, and so for Kong to have to peek through that, doesn't have the safety of that TP, doesn't find that shot. Because you have that neon to jump peek, right? So I think did a better job of just kind of sussing that out and baiting some of that. So good use of util off of TYL. They do have to worry about that tour de force, and it's like they know exactly where that is now. Slowly will fall. They're gonna push their way onto A side. They know at least the op is clear here for a little bit longer till that rotation comes in.
This defense has been great from EDG. Despite the up not being here, TYL tried to pounce upon it. But now it has. Enough time has elapsed.
Ooh.
The whiff shot, though, will cost him a lot of his health. TYL, too worried about it just yet. Still got a bit of time to work around with, but with Smoggy's position, this should be done round from EDG. He's getting a kill here, dropping a paranoia. Just like that, or just go for the pray and spray. Questionable. Gives TYL a chance back into this. 13 seconds left. The Neon's fast though. Have to get that spike down some way, shape or form. Cover fire from Irv. That's lovely. That stops the flood in from CB. Second one. And the third. Irv sits down EDG. TYL back on top.
If Bind was Sword 9's map, Haven's gotta be Irv, right? Like, I mean, so many rounds. The back of just like Irv multi-frags. Just like Irv's ability to lock on the heads. Ugh. That is kind of rough though if you're EDG. Obviously not the way you wanted that to go. I think everything seemed to be going right. Like Smoggy had a great positioning, and of course EDG knew they didn't need to move off that A site just yet because of Smoggy's positioning, but that committal to the spray and pray, only finding one there, especially when you're not even checked, a little bit tough. I like this positioning
small
from
little
slowly.
errors.
Yeah.
Small little errors in the round previous, but this time around, it's a gap here, but Smoggy, wow, very aware of the luck in from the Killjoy. And again, TYL, this time they're the ones that are making the errors. Kong comes back in with his op. Lines him up. I think it's a collateral onto Scales. He's down to 2 HP. Well, doesn't even matter. Kong through the smoke. The predictive shot is good enough. Irv himself through the smoke. Gonna find one more. Irv, he's an ace clutch here. And as unlikely as it sounds, it's a doable situation. Has from the shadows, could get out of harm's way. Knows exactly where these last 2 players were. Kong spotted on C. The Viper on the flank. Back on towards A, and he has that spike planted. Paranoia in his pocket. Has to isolate these duels. A deep smoke in for him to creep around. Has to be aware that a flank could be on the cards as well. Wants to find where Kong is. Here's the footsteps being made, I think. All about the patience game.
I think so too. I think he's waiting for maybe that split push onto A, but it's not gonna come through B.
Get closest to side eventually. Paranoia in his hands. EDG have convened. The Viper's pit now invested. Irv's chances slowly diminishing bit by bit. Tap on the spike. And the spam is great. Kong gets taken down. Half defused. Has to run in right now. Chichu gets him, but is there enough time? Somehow pulls off the miraculous again.
Wow. Well played there by Irv. Beautiful just playing time. I mean, time giveth and it taketh, right? I mean, that was kind of a thorn in the side earlier on in these rounds, and then to be able to play, didn't even need to invest that paranoia.
You're joking. It was 1v4? Okay, never mind. I mean, 1v3 technically. That is insane stuff from him. A smile on the faces as they realize what they've done to EDG. One more win from TYL and this op is a non-factor, but they still have to get past this one.
So John's gonna at least spot it out, and they're gonna swing off that, but that's the beauty of being chamber. You can just TP right out. Signal to leave. Lurking, waiting to see if anything.
Smoggy's been given way too much space in these rounds. I mean, he's just solo push down C's time and time again. TYL have not re-cleared that, so that allows EDG to have a heavier stack on other parts of the map. He's a bit of an issue though, as they get access towards it without any issue whatsoever. The mollies will prevent them from getting in. The re-smoke comes through from Irv. The raid boss this time on this map. Shotgun in hand. Splash will catch on the Kang Kang. Perna comes through to delay the push. They will do so, but Smoggy now finally announces his presence on the flank. Pit allows TYL to have some space to work around with, some sort of cover essentially. Smoggy now coming in from the back line. Spam shots. Chip down the HPs, but just a little bit only. TYL looking to win yet another round, but EDG want to have a say here. Irv, again, it's gotta be Irv. 1v1 up against nobody. Spike planet for his position. Peek out, and Irv predicts it. Another clutch for the Omen. Another round for TYL.
Man, Irv is just like on another one right now.
Genuinely unkillable. He just says no, does not agree to fate. Writes his own history. This is 4 rounds out in a row. TYL off the back of incredible clutches. 18 and 5 is Irv.
Imagine never keeping up with the China region, and then we say, hey, by the way, this matchup, going into it, one of the teams is 23-0 in maps against the other. Like, and then you watch how TYL are playing, how they played on Bind and how they play here, and you're like, surely it's TYL, right? Surely it's TYL, right?
Well, welcome to VCT China. This is the excitement that you all signed up for. Kang this time does not have the op. Finally, TYL have managed to take that weapon out of his hands. But is he still lethal on the Vandal? That is the question. Has to fall off that elevated angle. Stun is great. Oh my god, the movement from Splash. But scales there for the trade is good. Solid and Irv, who else? With the solid rock to find that trade frag. Slowly, the spam through the boxes on the Chi-Chu. The Hunter's Fury actually got to catch on to one more as well. 2 versus 3 now for EDG. Hoping and praying that somehow these shock darts do more than it has done. TYL successfully get that plant done. 2 ultimates in the hands of Sword 9 ERV, and they know their win cons. They're just playing for this win here, not being over eager, not playing with their egos. Sova has been sent back. ERV, the safe pair of hands. EDG now. What do you have in store? No ultimates available. The one-way smoke gets deployed. And this very early. Let's spot out where these players are. EDG eventually waited out. The TYL ready for the swing, but CB, the great shot with the Guardian. 1 versus 2 as Sword 9 swings out wide from long range. TYL picturesque for this round again.
Yeah, 8-4. Not a bad scoreline if you're a TYL fan. Yeah, you said it best. I mean, who else but Irv there to catch out Smoggy?
At the half, it has flown by, Kai. It feels like a couple of Irv rounds, and we find ourselves with a double scoreline of EDG. TYL leading 8-4. It's the best TYL I've seen in a while.
Honestly, yeah. I personally think TYL have looked pretty strong throughout this kickoff, even though, yes, they did fall to the lower bracket. Their first fall, right, to that middle bracket was off of a series against EDG. So, I mean, that was the first time that made it into overtime. But I think they started kickoff strong with that match against Fun Plus Phoenix, and they've looked good. EDG, though, I mean, for what it's worth, I mean, we're saying they've been struggling to find their footing, but we're also talking about a previous like champion team, right? Like these are not just like random players we don't have high expectations for, and so I think even that like it took a while until they fell right into the bracket, and then they had like 2 bad series to bring them to the lower bracket, but like it's not like they just immediately have fallen and haven't really kicked in. But it's hard, like when you're up against a player like Irv, like 434 what is that ACS right now, ADR
so.
267. That's like almost two kills per round. I mean just incredible. But I think, yeah, I think TYL have everything to prove right here, right? So and definitely they're playing like it. If EDG can win pistol here though, right? Like let's say that brings them to a 6-8. It's a little bit more doable, I think. Because also you have to consider they haven't won a single pistol all series, and like those are crucial rounds for them.
Well, you might have just spoken it into existence because they've lost their smoker on this attacking side.
Yes, they have.
I have to rely a little bit more on those contact plays or draw the rotations away, and being it kind of has. You could see a heavy lean from TYL towards the A side. Opportunities from mid and C to look up.
Hard to lose your smoker and then know that your opponent's smokes are like 19 and 6 right now. Like
I love confidence, I will say that.
That's like over a 3 KD, by the way. Like kind of incredible. A game from Irv, but just slowly to find the opening pick this pistol round, and EDG just playing slowly gonna look for one more, but they're and they check. But slowly. What a great hold. What a great hold to be alone on site. You have to actively be clearing that. You can't stare and then like turn away like that.
Oh, you did it. You did it to him, Kai. They've lost another pistol. TYL off the back of slowly just tucked in to the most committed angle. He has nowhere else to go. He could only just stand and fight. And say double kill, 3 in the round. Kang just showing his butt to him. Oh, and you can see the frustration there.
But it's like you see, like nobody peeks and clears that, and I guess it was just too fast. Kong just like, yeah, I don't know, man. Good hold there from Slowly. Very, very good hold from Slowly. Good shots too, coming through.
I could say that for pretty much the entire TYL roster at this point. It's only the 4 string of rounds that EDG will manage to string in a row, and after the timeout that was taken by the coach, TYL have not dropped a single round.
Yeah, that was a very good timeout. Very well timed. EDG had those 4 rounds in a row. I mean, they had that momentum, and whatever TYL's coach talked about in that timeout, like, clicked and resonated with them, because, I mean, EDG, back on the back foot ever since.
Stop dying to Kang's up. You know, that probably was part of the conversation. Splash is just breaking ankles. Instead, the CB don't want to find a successful fight. Shock dodge is beautifully played. They're all so low on HP, but things could get dicey. Slowly, somehow finds himself in a 1v3. His teammates tried their best, but a bit sloppy on this A hold. Damage done, but not the confirmation of the kills. No utility in Slowly's hands. I don't know why he hasn't picked up his Killjoy util, but hey. See if he... Oh my lord, he gets tagged by the drone to the smoke. Adding insult to injury. They know exactly where he's coming from. The refresh of the Chichu smoke. And EDG should have this one easily in their back pocket.
Yeah, that's... Honestly, that's tough for Slowly. Really good round from EDG. I mean, it's like hard to even see what went down there because it was just like so fast and we frags back and forth.
A lot of it's full commitment, right? From EDG, that's the main thing. TYL did, you know, try their best to flood in for the retake to support Splash. But yeah, EDG really all committing through the smokes, jumping through despite them being on low HP. Pistols do the trick. And yeah, they upset TYL in the second round, find that thrifty. So, the tables turn. TYL now, they're the ones with the weaker weapons.
Tries to duck away from that dart, but slowly can't quite do it in time.
Bit slow, one might say.
A little too slowly there.
He's good for the kills though. Dart's a bit difficult.
Like my teammates. See if they're good for the kills again. Oh, not quite. The deck means fortunately going to fall, and another pick as well. TYL now down in numbers, still down in weapons. All these just kind of remedies held. Be not afraid to play this slowly. Have weapons, they have numbers. Like eventually, I think this rotate to the C site, and TYL, the wrong read, have rotated all the way over to the A site. They know now they had the wrong call, but doesn't matter. That's too late, a little too slowly, and that spike is gonna get planted. Take with just sheriffs in hands. Maybe you just die to spike here.
That is the discipline call, but we are in VCT China.
Yeah. I think all the momentum they've had, the shots they've been hitting, I don't know that they're gonna want to do just that.
Try to feed the alt orbs to the duelists. You find the last 6 rounds now for EDG. They do what TYL couldn't on there.
Good round. Good rounds again from EDG. Not the weapons here, of course, but I also like the way they were able to manipulate the map and eventually end up on that C site. EDG can kind of like lean into this playstyle. Things are looking good, and then again, you've farmed enough. Kong has the operator back in hand, this time on the attacking half, and what got them so many rounds there in the first half.
We go. Op finds that opening kill, as they were so successful with on the defense side. Low HP means Earth will find that trade frag though, so turning up the numbers.
They know there's some motion here outside garage. The Sword 9. Left alone to just hold on to this A site. Looks like EDG electing to kind of rotate over towards there, but TYL, when you have 2 on B, those rotates can come in really quickly, and it looks like they're getting ready to prepare for this A hit.
I'm committing to this corner. Do they check it? Yes, they do. Smoggy with a great frag. Paranoia hits, but nobody with the great trait coming through. Scales cannot catch onto the sliding CB so slowly. Again, 1v3 required from him this time. Even weapons on both sides. Gonna make things even more difficult. Confirmation of his position. And a double swing looking like protocol here. Don't even need to be enforced with. Smoggy with a good close. Getting that confidence again.
And I mean, this is I think the EDG that like right where we're used to, right? They're comfortable, they're confident, and they're able to just like play the game. That kind of slipped away from them for a little bit because I think TYL were looking so strong, but I wouldn't mind a timeout coming back from TYL if EDG get too many rounds, because I think whatever their coach was able to identify definitely helped the remainder of the half, and I think, you know, props to TYL's coaching staff. They've been putting in a lot of work. Didn't clear out scale, so gonna have to use these shock darts to do just that. find the kill on Scales.
Amazing, right? They saw Sword9 swinging out to hit the drone, suspect that someone's close up. Spam all the util you have in that corner. Crypto to get blocked up by the smoke. Yes, it will. TYL though, I'm gonna get bested by Kong. I think he heard the smoke as his sidelines trailed on this flank. Of course, his timing when he gets off of it gets dinged through the wall, but Sword9, a little bit of an impossible task there. Kong with the close triple kill from their star player, and that's more of what you want to see as Kong reinforces that to his teammates.
All right, looking strong here on Haven, and suddenly what looked like it was TYL's map to take. Only one round separates these two.
Again, they have no answer for this scope weapon of Kong, right? Whenever Kong has an outlaw and op, TYL have struggled. So I agree. I wish that TYL pulled a time out here to counter this op. A stun is great to push him off. Hunt is really invested just to push back this aggression towards A main. TYL not gonna catch any bit of damage. Instead, they're gonna force EDG to commit towards this B side. We've got two players already within it. TYL aware of that prospect as well, but there's not much they can do. And again, it's gonna be Kong to find an opening kill. This time it's to an eager Irv, and that's the star player of right now for TYL.
The lockdown going to be invested. No matter, they're gonna break the lockdown and find slowly. Lay it all down to Scales, who finds one. That's right, but to work with it now. Like, they're doing this like half flood retake where it's like, yeah, you could flood when you have someone holding site, but you're a little late, but you're not doing like a set retake, and it's like you still have that op to worry about. EDG are on site, they're holding the chokes. Kind of one by one going in, hoping to find like some sort of really tough for them.
It's a great resurgence coming in from EDG. Kong is at the tip of that spear. And while it came close, came down to the wire, 1v1 technically. Just too many players for TYL to handle, and finally that timeout comes in. Can't expect anything other than TYL to be the one to come.
Yeah, definitely. Hey, Colton, what do you think are some of the things that TYL could look to change and switch up if they want to take this series?
Again, it's gonna be to counter that op of Kong, whether it's trying to flood towards him or if it's just using utility to even find out where he is in the first place, because yeah, it seems like they're throwing bodies at the problem, and Kong is happy to take them.
Yeah, that's the problem with an operator. Like, if you're gonna challenge an op, you can't do it one by one, right? You have to kind of, if you're gonna peek an op and you know it's there, you have to at least do it together. Because even if you find this op, right, their economy not in a bad spot, combined again, tour de force online. I mean, it's just, they did a good job after that last time out. Like you said, they started using utility to clear that. Better job with the smokes, better job just like kind of holding for that.
There's the Sova drone. Essentially just the Sova drone, because that's the only real recon ability. Maybe the recon dart. They could have just set up Kong. Now they've spotted him and they've gotten away with it. But there's one player just stuck in the corner. Yeah, slowly just gonna eat that. East side commitment, interesting up against the eco round, but CB with a very nice entry. That should be the lock and key for EDG here, running gun as well. Nothing much TYL can do for this one. Splash just left alone with the Marshall in hand. And confirmation from Smuggy as well. Double digits now. EDG finally get a lead in this map.
Get a lead in the series.
Oh, that's
up. I think one thing that might...
Let's go!
I'd be feeling like that too. I think one thing that might help TYL is like holding sites, but like a little bit more passively. I don't think they need to like peek for info. Like you said, I mean, they have utilities. That. Of KJ util, but like when you know that ops in play still to think about actively peeking. It's rough because I mean we're seeing like Kong's good for at least one with that op every single round that it's in hand.
Got their own. Splash has opted for that scoped weapon, but he's not exactly on the right side right now. He's got great vision. The drone to clear out garage as well allows them to essentially leave Splash on his own island on towards C, bolster up the rest of the sites. Spike as well is heading over towards the C side. Splash clutch. Take on B.
They're out. Fortunately, Splash made their way off site. Is at least gonna hear. Irvid's gonna suss out Kong though, which is huge, right? Every kind of opening pick has been off the back of that op with Kong, but still, now you're TYL. You still have to worry about the rest of site. Plants down.
Interesting pit.
Ultimate invested.
It covers CT, but it doesn't cover the spike. So TYL, if they come up to garage, that might be their way back into this one. Smoke in, allow them to flood in. Flash as well. CB trying to hold things down. Oh, pops the lightning finger, but Splash is faster on that one. Chichino comes out of the pit, announces his position, wrapped around. Tap of the spike as well. They have to commit this. Oh, knife in hand. Sword 9. Your sword's not gonna be good enough for this clutch, and as time runs out, Smoggy with the close. Close but no cigar again. TYL. Not enough. Missing the mark there for that retake.
Yeah, they did a good job, but like again, this is like what we talked about last map, but like close isn't good enough, right? Because now only 2 rounds separate you from EDG, but only 2 rounds separate EDG from bringing this to Corrode. And if you're TYL, you really, really want to make sure you can close it out here. You don't want to go to Corrode because, you know, if EDG are able to lock in, I think you're going to have a rough time on that decider. This is your map pick. You were looking so good for so long, and then you just allowed EDG to lock in a little bit.
And so now that you've lost that op in the hands of Splash in that round previous, back on string of, you know, the cycle of poverty. Stinger for Sword 9, Judge for Scales. He's got this pit. Gives them a little bit of room to play around with, but A side under scrutiny now. Fake coming through, pulls the peak of Irv, and that's exactly what Kong wants. Another opening frag with that op.
Like the opening frag with that up means EDG can have numbers here as well.
And cleanup crew is all on task. TYL scratching their heads. They just cannot find an answer on this attacking side up. Kong has just been tearing them apart. Round by round, I really wish you could see a recap of the opening kills that he's gotten on this attacking side and how many of those get converted to round wins, because TYL genuinely just have no answer to the op. They can't even buy an op on their own to challenge because they've just been losing so many rounds in a row.
I mean, EDG are in the server now. They're in the server and they're comfortable. Really, really getting tough. I mean,
man disadvantage, TYL just cannot find that groove at all either.
Doing a good job of sticking in there, but EDG, yes, you found the op, yes, you found Kong, but they have twice as many as you, and now they have sight. You're gonna have to retake. Still have a little bit of
even
utility.
go for the
you can
retake?
work with.
I mean, you have to, right? It's
You
up
have
against-
to, right?
Oh.
It's, you don't have a choice.
Refill of the smoke is just gonna mean that Mize again. If two controllers up in this post plant. Molly, flashes out one of the corners. The spam comes through. Smoggy easily picks that one out. 1v2 required for Sword 9. Time is ticking. He's gotta get his groove on right now. Close range shotgun from Smoggy does it. EDG is a basically flawless attacking side. Closes out the map of Haven. Steals it away from TYL and says, "We are not done just yet, Corrode." It's gotta be the decider.
And I mean, just when things were looking so rough for EDG as well, I mean, they were able to find that groove, and I feel like this is the EDG that, we've been missing for a while, right? I mean, they really kind of found their momentum. They found that comfortability, and I think a lot of it had to do with being the comps, right? Like you said, I mean, something to be said for comfortability here.
And being able to put Kong on that op so comfortably on both attack and defense sides, it was just enough. That was just the game plan. That was the win condition. Like it or not, that is the EDG playstyle, right? You have one of the best offers in the world. Why not just put him on an agent that can use it the best, and that chamber really shine through?
Yeah, I liked what I saw from EDG a lot better than their Haven yesterday. And a lot of that was Kong on this op, and I wouldn't say necessarily that, yes, this was an op crutch. I think EDG as a whole just started to look a little bit more comfortable, but having somebody confident with that operator who knows how to play chamber, I mean, definitely helped. But I mean, on the other side for TYL, yeah, I didn't take this home, but I will say Irv looked really good on this map. I mean, I thought Irv really turned up here on Haven.
In the first half, he was absolutely unstoppable, right? But the entire TYL squad was just completely shut down from just that one attacker op, and really just didn't have much answer to it. I'm getting put back on eco rounds. They couldn't build an economy. When they had chances to do so, you got the Viper's Pit in the mix. It made a lot more scrappy in terms of these rounds. And EDG, confidence was growing for them. Kong getting hyped up. You can see it right now. Definitely instilling that in the rest of the team.
加压力。哎，小友。
nice。哎 ，A B 点。
只能打 B， 只能打 B 点，状况炸了。
A 点就一个。
没，取消。
A B 点过不来 ，A B 点过不来。
啥意思
？A B 点过不来，正好看我就行。
我不动了，我不能动了。
剩余10秒。
B 下包，我看谁下，我调看一下。你去，右边。那个下包的是吧？对，右边。从 B 了。A B 零。回头了吗
？B 包点里。
这边跟他玩，我跟他玩。
这边得过来了 ，B 包点里。
板后小心，我帮你推板后黑，来，推了。左边。
nice。
Kong sitting right atop, right at home. It's 235 ACS, 1.4 KDA. Of course, with that coveted weapon. 6 first kills. And I'm pretty sure it's all with that op of his. So definitely the MVP of this map so far. Rough start coming into Haven, but once they got that up and running, there's just no answer for it.
Yeah, it was really tough. And I think it is easier to have an answer to that up when you're defending, right? I think they did a good job of just kind of like holding stuff down, but it's tough to go into. Tough. And yeah, I mean, Kong turned up the second half. The entire team also, I mean, I think it wasn't just Kong, it was Kong finding those opening picks, and then the rest of the team kind of sussing out the rest of TYL. But Kong looked, I mean, these are solid shots. The other thing is, like, I didn't see a lot of whiffs from Kong. That's kind of the other part of it too, right? Like, Kong had the up in hand, but Kong was hitting his shots with the up.
Yeah, there was a great supporting cast all around him, you know, providing whether it was recon darts, whether it was the smokes. Everyone was there to, you know, they knew what their task was. They knew their job was to give Kong the best chance at finding those opening kills. And then once he did, you know, you send in CB as the second line of aggression, the duelist, to actually find that space for Kong to close out rounds as well when they have those sites when they play.
Yeah, and they were able to do just that. Looked strong. I mean, it is worth noting, like, we did talk about, of course, Irv as well looked really strong in server. But yeah, 14 first kills, of course, 6 of those belonging to Kong. And I mean, looking at this post plans too, I mean, if EDG were able to get that bomb down the majority of times, right, like, there was one round that they couldn't hold that. So yeah, I liked what I saw from EDG once they were able to kind of lock back in and get comfortable again. Things look good. A near flawless half, like we said. And yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to Corrode, because I think the way both of these teams have played, I think it's going to be a good map. I think it's going to go down to, like, how comfortable can we be? What are we playing? Comfortable agents? How do we use a util? But even though they didn't win, I mean, when we're just kind of looking at these numbers, though, I mean, we did say Irv had an incredible map, especially that first half, and the numbers don't lie.
Yeah, 100%. Corrode's going to be interesting because it is a map that does not have chamber, or at least the composition that EDG did run previously up against JDG didn't have that chamber. We've seen so far in this series, right? TYL seem to be the more well-oiled machine when they have that the momentum, the aggression going. But when you face them up against an immovable object that always picks one of you guys off whenever you challenge him, it's going to be a scary prospect. So Road's going to be interesting. Is EDG going to change up the compositions to go back to something that they might be a bit more comfortable with? Or is TYL going to find the momentum again on this last and final map? We'll have to see, but we're going to go for a short little break. And when we come back, gonna be that map 3 of Corrode. Don't want to miss this. We'll see you guys after this break.
Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high.
Tell them what your name is. Sacrifice for the speed house.
Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail Cross the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high.
Tell them what your name is. Fight for the speakers.
Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You got
Welcome back to VCT China. My name is Colden. Join with me for the broadcast, and I've been Kaiseri. So yeah, we're back on another map 3 in VCT China. As we did mention, we were talking in during the break that a lot of these matchups in Kickoff so far have gone to 3 maps. This one, not an exception as well. Corrode, the final map between EDG and TYL. We'll see who comes out on top.
Yeah, I'm excited. I think it's going to be a good matchup. We talked about maybe is there variability in the agents they played, and you know, I think we could have saw Kong back on that chamber. I think there are a lot of comps on Corrode where you can run chamber, but excited to see this Phoenix come out. And looking at the stats, right? I mean, 100% win rate here for EDG on Corrode, but things not looking too bad over on the side of TYL either. I think this is going to be a close matchup, but I kind of like the comps. I don't know. What about you?
Yeah, I don't know how convinced I am with this Phoenix composition from EDG, but I do kind of like TYL's one. I think it has both. It kind of fits the meta, right? Fearless. EDG's one, you know, on brand, I guess you could say. Very unconventional agents. That Phoenix, that X factor, right? Is it gonna be a bit of a flop in terms of its success in getting entries, getting openings, or is the alt farm objective gonna?
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind it, but it is interesting, the Phoenix Yoru, right? I feel like normally it's you see one or the other. So very excited to see how they play around it. I think it could be pretty viable for them, but I think it might be a tough comp to work around if TYL kind of gain that momentum that we've seen them do previously. So I agree. Very, very unconventional. I think they have the chance to really make it work out, but I don't know that I'm going to be convinced until I see them in these first couple rounds.
See how things fare out. Sage as well. Interesting pick coming through. Out of the smoke, flash comes through. Splash. First one to find contact. The stun is great, but he's just gonna get out of harm's way. Doesn't want to get crunched upon. Skills instead gonna play around his opponent's wall. CB though, an important trade though, and the Sage wall actually coming through slowly. How does he get that kill over the wall? Of all things, Splash is in the mix, within the site, still finding success. Oh, Splash. I think that has done it. TYL, the jumping right click from Irv to close things out. It's another pistol that goes in their favor.
Keep up the trends. Hopefully this time they're able to win their bonus. I I actually don't hate Sage on Corrode. We've seen a couple comps that do run Sage on Corrode. I think there's a lot of value you can actually get. Normally, as far as Sentinels go, right, she's not my favorite, but we've seen a lot of teams electing to not run a Sentinel, especially when you do that double controller with a Viper. But I think on a map like Corrode, I mean, I think her wall can be really strong for chokes. At the very least, you know, it forces them to apply pressure to break that. I think her slows are pretty good as well, because I do think you have to be pretty intentional with the use of your utility when you're executing, and if you can time it right, it's hard to push past the slow like that.
See if there's a little bit of an eco round from EDG has any legs to it. They've gotten access towards the side, which is great. Kick things off, right? It's got the spike plant now. Let's see what damage they can do. Flash out of the smoke potential. No one's there to receive on the side of TYL. Slowly gathering their forces in towards the elbow. Pushing them down. CP with a great angle held. Catches onto Slowly's head. Scan comes in from the fade. A splash creeps out around the smoke side. TYL flooding and crunching the EDG players within it. Flicks upon it. But somehow, EDG, they're gonna win on the close range fights with just the classics.
I guess that's all you need. Why buy any weapons if you can just right click? Honestly. Free gun, by the way.
And when they're struggling in those pistol rounds, you know, maybe should take into consideration the second ones, because EDG somehow just pulls off some crazy stuff in the close range fights. And yeah, TYL fumbled the bag pretty early on already. They're gonna get pushed down on an eco of their own.
Really interesting. Not unlike what we saw on Haven, not unlike what happened last time they played on Bind.
On the head of Kang Kang, but to the boxes means he keeps most of his HP. Opportunity to top off his health with of his abilities or the Sage.
Just the another value of the Sage, right? That you do have those heals if like critical damage is done, collapse, anything. You also have that res, which I think is useful on a map like this as well. If you lose an important piece of utility, that's okay. Just bring them back online. Now,
This close corner. Question.
Oh, yep.
They do splash on the side. Makes things a little bit interesting. 3 versus 3. TB with a very important weapon here, but another trade. TYL, little bit of chance there, but nice swing from Smoggy to give themselves the advantage. Scales in a 1v2. A stun is beautifully timed. Smoggy, so aware of that potential. How's EDG to close things out?
A good round from EDG. I think EDG though do better in these conversion rounds when they have that weapon advantage. And obviously TYL have struggled a bit. Good shots, but not gonna be enough.
Ultimates close to being reached. Kang Kang, surprisingly, still quite far away. Instead, CB's the one to find his dimensional drift first. So that's a fantastic ult, especially combined with nobody's Nightfall. Or an execute here. Getting the ult up towards B, put a bit of pressure. Go back towards A. That's where Irv is.
Slowly making their way over, but Irv had such a map on Haven, so might be tough to fall right back into Irv as well here. EDG though doing a good job in that res. We talked about how strong it can be, going to come back up. It's gonna be Kang Kang back online.
Splash is able to find a double kill in all of that chaos. But aware that Scales usually rotates through mid. They've gotten him on the lock and key. Sword 9 in a 1 versus 2. Not much utility to work around with. Let's just tap on it. But EDG with the high-low setup. It's got to be a spray down if Sword9 wants to win this one. The jiggle, not successful. And Smoky with the close. A triple kill from the oh, it's not center. The smoker gets them yet another round. EDG building off the confidence of Haven. Being like a refined machine right now.
I think if Sword9 swings this, they win. We've seen it. I know a high-low is so hard to deal with, but we've seen what Sword9 can do. I think Sword9 wins that.
Speaking of him, he's yet to get off that goose egg of his, so get running sooner rather than later. EDG again, another anti-eco round for them. Splash with just that Marshall's not the best fit weapon for the job.
Yeah, especially on a Neon, but I do like Splash on this Neon. I like the movement. I think Splash, like we said, really strong pickup and doing really well. Just gotta...
Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, pick up the spike. They want to bring it all the way over to B. Somehow gonna be able to dodge that smoke fade from Earth. Give themselves a weapon though. And EDG, it's pretty telegraphed. I'm pretty sure TYL are very much aware that they are trying to rotate back towards B. Question is, can they stop it?
We'll have to see. Good pick there from CB. I really like the use of this Astral coming up from Smoggy as well, but you're gonna have to worry about Splash on site. You're going to be able to deal with that and get the plant down, but so going to have to worry about Sword and slowly. Don't have weapons in hand. You have numbers here if you're EDG. Fortunately, those two Fallen are on site, so they're not going to be able to pick up those weapons to use as they attempt to retake. Thought they were going to get timing, but Kong just kind of better. Finds 3, and that's the 4th round on the board for EDG.
Oh yeah, you know, when you see this kind of Kong come up, you know, he was a bit quiet in that first map. And now he's just fully just running laps around the stage.
And maybe the Red Bull in his cup has finally kicked in.
And you love that the Phoenix... Oh, I love it. So supportive. And the fact that the Phoenix gets the last 2 frags as well, slowly building up to his next ultimate. Exactly what you want to see from your Phoenix player. 4-1 timeout taken by TYL. This time it's not the op that's an issue, it's the whole team. EDG are all firing. And TYL not looking like how they were on the first 2 maps, to be honest.
Definitely not. I mean, I think it's hard. I think they had such a showing there on Bind and the first half of Haven, and suddenly, right, that momentum slipped from them, and EDG just got comfortable, and so I think TYL have really kind of struggled with that, faced with the fact too that, remember, eliminations on the line. Yeah, it's been pretty rough. I do think though, I mean, this is a well-timed timeout. Not too many rounds have passed, and like we said, you know, we've been highlighting the coaching staff of both teams, but back on Haven, they took that timeout and they were able to adjust. So hopefully we'll see if they're able to do that here.
CB's Yoru as well, been pretty successful, all things considered. See what the timeout has brought in store for this TYL defense. I've got a couple of great ultimates to work around with. Insistent towards mid is EDG.
Like EDG electing to take this little slower. They know that TYL on a buy up and had a timeout. Don't want to really execute into something that's too rough, but TYL now just having a hard time reading what's going on. Leaving Irv as an anchor on this A site. Gonna spray through, find 1. Finds 2, looking for 3, can't quite do it. Smoggy with that trade. Number still favoring TYL, but EDG able to make their way onto site here.
Oh my gosh. Spots on Smoggy in the minimap, I think. Splash is now back in full-fledged lightning fingers all around the side. Triple kill from him off the back of Irv's double. That's more like it coming in from TYL. A little bit of a dynamic switch up. Now prepared for that 8-side attack and a very swift retake to come.
I like the investment of Splash's ultimate there. I think a lot of times we see teams go, well, like, we have the numbers advantage, we don't quite need to do that. But I think, one, you'll gain it back. Two, you're trying to win these crucial rounds here. And even though there was a cross and maybe you didn't need to invest it, I love the kind of getting ahead and doing that. Unfortunately, though, for EDG, or for TYL, right? You did win the round, but you didn't quite put a stop in that momentum of EDG, so they're still able to buy again here. CB op in hand.
I mean, I understand it. It's the Yoru, right? The Yoru should be the one of the op, but it just feels so wrong when you have Kang in the server. And after that performance on Haven.
We'll see if CB's able to put up the same numbers. I believe in you, CB.
They pick off already. Chichu going down towards mid, I think. Bit of spam. It's got a great angle with the paranoia. Together with Splash, this could be a meat grinder. TYL just around this corner. And CB proves that, hey, he can up to. Irv now next one on bat. Kang with the cover fire. Big blunder coming in from TYL in their little trap setup. Great clear from CB to keep things in their control. TYL 2 versus 4. Sorry, 3 versus 4 actually. Just off for the save. The Yoru off slowly, just, you know, isn't even moving at all. They just might call it quits right now. Save what they have. Give themselves a chance in the next.
I don't mind the call to save here. I think it's early enough that you can recover from that, and it would be nice to have those weapons to bring into the next round. But I mean, it's tough to call a save on a 3v4, but like sometimes you just have to, you know.
Skills gets away.
Okay.
He does more than get away. Okay. That's more like it. He gets his ultimate off the back of that as well. So you've got another great piece of utility to help TYL get back into this map.
Unfortunately, though, the only one that didn't peak scales there was the operator in CB's hand, so do have to worry about that going into the next one. CB definitely proving us wrong. We wondered if... And it does kind of feel wrong, right? Not to put that op in Kang's hands, but CB doing a good job.
They're just gonna keep rolling with it, right? Successful that time around. Now the pit comes through on towards B main. Smoggy though, what's that? All the way on the other side of the map, catches Irv. Very wide in his swing. Deep in A main, no trade potential available. Splash will try. And get bested again, so this round already falling apart before it even began.
Ford as well, only had 5 HP there, which was a little bit tough, so now 2v5. It's hard because you just saved, but now you're in an even worse position than last time.
Felt like it was just a single mistake from Irv in this round, right? Just peeking out, I guess, giving an isolated 1v1. I don't think there was anyone with him in that engagement, so losing that fight was huge. Smoggy wins it out. Second one, you know, Splash tries to walk into the angle to even up the numbers, and then one by one, TYL just give those 1v1s to EDG, and EDG are more than happy, right, to take those 1v1s, get themselves back in, confidence overflowing, heroic plays being attempted by TYL, and it's really just...
If slowly is able to find Smoggy here, if it'll be the other way around. That's rough because now you can't even save that weapon. Just got one off the back of scales. Definitely rough.
The Viper's pit was just useless as well.
I mean,
look at this.
I don't know that it was useless, but the thing is, right, you have that Viper's pit that really kind of like, I mean, had they been going to that site, would have like cause that rotate. I think if you're investing that Viper's Pit, you make that kind of your, you can let Viper solo hold that, or maybe have one posted like near Link, and then you really beef up your A site.
Speaking of Vipers, Scales is just out. Just got caught on the execute. Kang looking for more. Spire, but again, another man advantage for EDG. They get their spike planted right in the open as well. That is lovely stuff. They can play the post run from practically anywhere. Cosmic Divide also invested on this attacking side. Isolates the fight for CB. Lovely stuff. Can hear the footsteps. And TYL 1 by 1 again. Where's this conviction? Where's the conviction that we saw in the first two maps? Lacking. EDG, confidence overflowing. They tested a second time. And TYL now finding form, finding confidence in the feed. Time is of the essence. Spike diffuse coming through via splash. Smoke covers it. Providing that cover via. And what just happened? The EDG just let them diffuse right under their noses.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we got to see that happen, but like, very, very interesting because you're right. I mean, things are looking so good for EDG. But yeah, that diffuse coming through, unfortunately, means that even though EDG looked good, the round on the board for TYL.
DG will make things very expensive though. You can see the repercussions now, all on basically half armor, one on a region shield. Scales has got a judge there. He's been abused quite a bit on that B site, and when he's not, he's just left in an impossible clutch. So can lock this down this time. Very deep peek coming through by the Yoru. TYL slowly down mid, has to teleport away.
GG. Again, playing this slowly. I like when they have these slow pushes because it's like they just kind of see what they can find, and then they're so strong, and means TYL doesn't really know what's going on. CB, I'm sorry we ever doubted the op in your hands. I'm so sorry.
Apologies.
I was unfamiliar with your game. I apologize.
We need that vintage performance here. The first one is great. Slowly chip down low, but he's just got a util dump, try to get his teammate out of harm's way. And Irv is just gonna stay in. Okay, Molly will keep him at bay. They could try to re-clear elbow. What a start from slowly. CB caught sleeping at the wheel. EDG 3 versus 4 now, man disadvantage. Irv finding that vintage performance that we were so desperately asking for. And through the smokes, they're just gonna get torn apart. A very respectful ultimate being thrown at Kang there in a 1v4, but very much needed. TYL finally get their name back in the scoreboard.
That was a better run from TYL. They'll play good site hold, and Irv slowly sword. I mean, doing a great job at just holding onto that site there, and yeah, another timeout coming out from EDG. This is a well-placed timeout from them as well. I mean, not too much has passed. They're not too far gone, but you don't want that momentum to swing the other way, right? This is such a momentum-based game.
To be fair, pretty surprised that TYL was able to orchestrate a pretty nice retake despite them losing, what was it, Splash early on.
Yeah, really early on.
That was kind of been EDG's playstyle in this attacking side, right? Once you have the op out in the hands of CB, slow down the pace of the game, slow down these rounds. Let CB slowly re-clear different angles, step by step. And TYL, they themselves, yeah, they tried a little bit of aggression at the early stages of the round, but they haven't exactly been very proactive throughout this map so far. Yes, they went on the retakes, but I would like to see a little bit more aggression coming from them, either mid round aggression, pushing out a main a little bit together as a squad, something like that.
Yeah, I think it's been tough from them, especially when they know the operators in play, and I think it's been something that's really scared them. But I'm expecting to see a little bit more aggression, especially now that the operator's in the hands of slowly. It looks like we might see it out on this A site. I don't know if they're gonna elect to push A. but you know the thoughts are there. Good positioning. Going to invest the TP to get out of there safely, though. Not a bad decision.
I would have liked it if Irv actually broke the util and allowed for Slowly to stay on that angle a lot longer, because now you have no information on A. You need to put 3 players of TYL on the A side, and it's going to be the wrong call.
Yeah, I also think you're absolutely right. That's the right call. Speaking of right call, though, I really do like this ultimate coming out from CB. Lots of intel given. They know this is the right site. Good flash is coming out from Kong before he gets traded out, but that's okay. You have a Sage. Entire team is back online, and now it's going to be a 3v5 retake. The operator at least is going to put in a little bit of work, but you only have an op, an Irv.
Last 2 spotted. Irv is strung in for a ride. And EDG just gotta mark their angles. No chance for them to come back into this one. 7 rounds from EDG. Very nice execute coming through. Good bait off the utility and presence towards A. Exactly what you want to see from this squad.
Yeah, I mean, EDG looking comfortable, looking strong. The operator should be back in their hands now as well. If you're TYL, I mean, I do think you make this a 7-5 win pistol. I think you're looking good in the next half, but I think it's going to be tough to ask them to get one more here on this half.
Hong Kong's got his ult. They're just gonna slow creep up again. I mean, this op has been finding so much success by just contact playing up A. Irv has got to come clutch again. Run it back. Now in the feed, and Irv just goes down off the back of that, goes aggressive instead of retreating. Does not get what he's looking for. The Sage Wall prevents Splash from assisting. The spike goes down. You've got CB in the poster with an op. The Sage Wall, you know, locks off one portion of the map. How does TYL avoid or get through this one? Tag through the wall, splash down on 5 HP. Yoru ultimate finding information from Slowly, but the isolation of Splash is perfect from nobody. Second one at that. One by one, they gotta feed the beast. Scales left alone in mid. He's good for 2 kills, but his crossfire setup is great. Oh, almost. But CB very swift for the trade with the shotgun. And EDG aiming again.
Edward is gaming right now, okay? Edward is gaming.
They are.
Yeah, I really liked how they played that. I mean, and like for what it's worth, and I think that does like shine out for EDG, right? Because I mean, Scales did a phenomenal job isolating. Really good timing to swing out there with that shorty. 8-4 half. Not too dissimilar from what we saw in Haven though, so I mean, definitely a chance for TYL to bring this back, but not if EDG are as comfortable as they are right now.
You definitely feel like the more comfortable team in this map so far. Definitely going according to their pace. I didn't really see TYL kind of put pressure on EDG to make on-the-fly decisions. It always seemed like EDG were in full control. They liked that slow place round with CB creeping up A, and then Hong Kong always being that guy with the entries, with the flashes as well. And yeah, TYL's, I would say, relative passiveness through on that defensive side just didn't really fare on their favor. They lacked information, they lacked map control. They let EDG play their game.
Yeah, I mean, they really, I think you're right. TYL really just allowed EDG to control the pacing of that half, and definitely I think that did like work against them, right? Because now it's just like round after round, it's like TYL's like, hey, how do we retake? Like, you're just letting them call all of the shots, and we're the ones having to play reactionary. So yeah, I mean, really strong half, I think, there.
60% pistol win rate versus 36. Excited for TYL.
Yeah.
See if that
Yeah.
just the run goes their favor because they desperately need it.
It could be Ailu bundle buff. Perhaps.
It is a pretty nice bundle, I'll give them that. EDG's one is pretty sick as well, like nice colors. And a nice push
do,
down mid.
yeah.
EDG getting very proactive.
It's just what you said. You wished you saw a little bit more from TYL, and yes, it's just pistol, but EDG, I mean, kind of showing. And I like that they're able to go up there, but they back off. They know to back off.
This buys time. Right now, TYL have to clear all these angles, maybe invest a couple of pieces of utility that they otherwise would have used on their execute. I'm a lot less potent. Meanwhile, EDG still gonna get aggressive on other sides of the map. A main's gonna be cleared up. A re-aggress from Kang Hang down towards mid. And they hear all this information already. EDG paint a perfect picture of what's going on. But slowly painting Kang Kang's head upon the walls. Nice headshot being found. Nobody sucked in close. That could be an element of surprise. Scales not gonna give him the ideal fight. Just gonna play the time instead. As slowly, one by one, TYL all finding success in the kill feed. Just like that, they flipped the script. EDG looked like they had the right idea, but TYL had the better shots.
I mean, are we too surprised? These pistols have been going very, very well for TYL. I mean, I think they kind of have it figured out. We know they have the aim, but I think this also just shows like when everything else is equal, utility plus economy. TYL do look good. They are strong. Yes, that was a good early read from EDG, but it made it harder for TYL to clear, but they have no problem doing that. Very, very good pistol.
The EDG have a little bit of a reliance on the most expensive gun in the game. It is part of the strat book. We'll see if they can convert this second round TYL, right? Pistols, so they want to maximize their bonus round, but gotta be careful, gotta respect the EDG players. They've got some crisp aim of their own.
Yeah, unfortunately, these sheriffs don't, like, I am a little bit scared of sheriffs in the hand of any of these players because they do hit their shots. So does TYL. Spike is planted. Give Scales. Larking knows there's a couple mid and they're gonna try to re-clear you. Get one before traded out, that's not too shabby.
The last, they know where Smoggy was. Pick up smoke perhaps. It's the last gun to run off to. Down mid. No, it's not. So, nice run on TYL. They lose one of their weapons. Some, lost somewhere across the map, but still, round win. That's the most important thing to take away. EDG. A little bit of answer there on that side, but other than that, it's nicely done from TYL to keep it clean.
TYL need to win as many rounds as possible here before that operator back online.
Up just yet. Wait a little. And waiting is exactly what TYL are doing, hoping to see an aggressive play from the EDG side as they're known to do so. That wall allows Slowly to even pick up his alt orb, so that's not too shabby, all things considered. They break the wall after. Sword 9 now here's a bit of commotion towards B. They are running away, but be careful of this close range judge in the hands of CB.
Waiting for anyone to swing. Over, I don't know if Sword 9. It looks like at some point you're gonna have to. You're not going to be able to see me doing a good job holding that down. With nobody in the boot, and now down to Irv with just 16 HP. Not going to be able to do anything. That right click's going to come through, and that was a very, very good hold from.
Yeah, the jump spot drawing all the attention, not expecting the close range judge. And you will pay with your life. So nice dynamic setup coming through. Simple, but it does the work. Speed run coming in from EDG.
Yeah, that's tough. I mean, to not get that trade out, that's tough.
Sometimes when you're up against a judge, you know,
yeah,
not the easiest task. You got to use your utility to clear it out, right? You've got a fade for a reason.
It's hard because you do have to use your utility to clear things out. You also have to use it to execute on site. I mean, tough map. But you have to use your utilities, bottom line.
They're in though. TYL. Oh, but Chichu, what a great hold coming from him. Calls in for the support of Smoggy. Comes in towards elbow, but there's still players back on side. TYL have not cleared it out. And they're kind of boxed in. Scales have got to do God's work together with Sword9. And that's exactly what they do. 3 kills instantly fill the feed for TYL. Despite being on a single point of HP, Sword9 will get that spike down. Stay within the site itself. Viper, what is his position? Kang, unaware of where Sword9 could be off to. Has to isolate these fights. And Scales gives him that fight. But the headshot is clean from him. Triple kill for the Viper. And TYL back on the board.
Good shots coming out. Good round recovery from TYL. I mean, like, TYL do have good shots. It's when
Yes.
what happens is I think sometimes EDG just kind of like sink into like that old comfortability they had, and they just have good reads sometimes, and I think that's tough sometimes for TYL, but the shots are not the issue for them.
Most, if not everyone in the server is incredibly mechanically talented.
True, very true.
It's about that synergy as a team, as you mentioned, you know, being comfortable. Also whittling out their opponent's utility. Goes from both sides. This time around, EDG are lacking that sort of utility. But yeah, again, as you mentioned, right, not lacking in the aim department. That's slowly out of the picture.
Yeah, these sheriffs are small but meaty. So eco rounds don't scare me because I know these teams have the possibility, but Splash.
Whoa.
Good neon, but peeking into too many. Choo-Choo's gonna get that trade off, and numbers still favoring EDG. They're making their way on site, but nobody's right there with a shotgun. That spike down.
What's happening with TYL? You're giving away easy kills to an eco round. The smoke fades. Sword9 is in the open. Kang will collect. Skills is gotta do the impossible. It's not gonna happen. TYL overconfidence. What is a slide down mid? Running in towards the side without waiting for the fade scan to go off. Kang makes it kick off at the very beginning with the Bucky run and gun. And then one by one, they're just being caught out in the open.
Honestly, yeah, that was just not respecting EDG. That was thinking like, okay, they have to save here. Like, we're fine. And you just can't afford to do that, especially against former champs EDG.
Oof. TYL up against the double digits of EDG. And guess what? So that win, the economy is overflowing for EDG. CV's got that coveted up in his hands. Looks like they might be headed towards his position as well.
Mid from TYL. going to be how they're choosing to execute off of this. And we talked about the operator, but it's back in the hands of CB. An uncharacteristic mix. But it's not going to matter. Yeah, still going to be spotted out. Trades going back and forth, but still favoring EDG here. And TYL have to decide 45 seconds left. Do they want to execute on this A side? It looks like they're going to scale their way up.
Dimensional Drift spots out the last two players. EDG very comfortable in the rotations now. Know exactly where the commitment's gonna be. Just gonna be marking this line in the ground. Oh, but slowly makes him pay for it. Get interesting now. The spike gets planted. Last two players in towards mid as well as A main. Much utility in either squads. You've got a flash for CB. Some smokes available for Smoggy as they creep in towards the site. Spike is planted back of sight, so they have to be wary of that potential. Scan to come in, nothing there. Cosmic Divide invested though, that is something potential for EDG. Both around the corner, TYL running around with knives in their hands. This is an incredible standoff. 1v1 and Smoggy gonna win out that fight. Favor to the EDG side. The Cosmic Divide makes TYL scramble.
Could make me scramble too. I don't blame them. That was well played, I think, there at the end. I like that Cosmic Divide a lot. Very, very good.
There's no, like, you have no idea if they're sticking it, right? You have to go through. Someone needs to. Smoggy is well aware of that. Up again in the hands of CB. Time is positioned towards mid. Put up a fight.
Wow.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh. All
okay.
right.
What a way to start off this round.
We're back on Haven, I guess, but CB's turn with the up.
Said it's my turn on the up.
Come just run straight in. It's got the run it back, so might as well. The fearlessness comes through. And it's a flawless round for EDG. Kang is roaring on stage. EDG have found their groove again.
Flawless round to bring us to match and series point. Holden, I mean, what do you think is the win condition here for TYL at this point?
Man, they've tried so much. They genuinely have so much trouble playing up against an AWP, whether it's on defense or attack. They just have no way of baiting out that positioning. And with the Yoru being able to play off angles and then just teleport away, TYL just have no answer for it. Whether it's the utility, whether it's drawing out their opponent's position, making them fail a shot. At EDG, whether it's Kantang or CB, none of them are missing anything right now. Again! This is it! This is curtain calls for TYL in kickoffs. Unless someone can pull off some heroics. Chichu is now under pressure. We need a little bit more conviction on TYL. The slide from Splash lets them nothing. 1 versus 4 will not go in TYL's favor. EDG, Edward is gaming again.
Edward is gaming, and Edward is staying in this a little bit longer. Unfortunately, that means that despite an amazing game on Bind, I have to say goodbye to TYL, and what a heartbreaking way to end that. But man, EDG somewhere in the middle of Haven turned up, and they stayed for the rest of the series at that point. Colden.
Yeah, it was a fantastic showing on Bind, as you mentioned. It gave us hope. It gave us so much hope for this TYL squad. Haven looked great, especially in their first half, right? And then Edward just started gaming. They just
started gaming.
They got their confidence, the championship confidence. Yeah.
But what a run TYL had throughout kickoff. I mean, incredible things to see. And you know, they might not have taken a series off of EDG yet, you know, that's still in the future for us, but they did finally take a map off of EDG, and so dominantly too.
Yeah, it was a good sign of potential, but the potential yet to be realized. EDG still sits upon their victorious throne. They still go undefeated up against TYL at the end of the day, and that's all that matters, right? Getting to Master Santiago, they are one step closer. They will face DRG in the next stage of the lower brackets for another shot at...
They will. I mean, this kickoff has been quite a ride so far, and we'll get a chance to take a look at that bracket later. But I mean, for right now, EDG, they sent TYL to that middle bracket early on. They're sending them home here. Things were looking rough and dicey, but they did it. They did it for the drama. They did it for the story. They did it for the gaming. Edward just started gaming, and you know, I'm excited for this interview. I think Vidas is gonna do a great job translating, and we'll hear what EDG has to say.
大家好，我是 EDG 的 Smokey。
欢迎 Smokey， 也恭喜你们赢下了这场比赛的胜利。因为其实这场比赛可以说让所有人都捏了一把汗，从第一把的失利到隐士修索的逆风翻盘，再到第3张地图的终结比赛，你现在的心情是什么样的呢？
我觉得还可以，因为我们自己现在在玩所谓的
How do you feel right now？
就是可能有点起伏是正常的，我觉得。
有点起伏，有点阵痛都是非常正常的一件事情，因为就像你说，其实今天两边都是在用辩阵给对方。
And he says I feel like okay at the moment. Like we're playing a lot of like new stuff, new comps after all. So like ups and downs are kind of normal.
调整的嘛，是出于怎样的考虑的呢？
就是我们很多情况，就像比如说图1办的，就有点容易进入别人的节奏吧。然后图2、图3，大家其实心态都稳下来，其实就还好。
心态都稳下来，因为
And he says he thinks that on bind they were kind of like pulled into TYL's pace.
节奏掌握回了自己的手里，尤其到了第3张地图之后，整体的状态就是越来越好，越来越顺利的。那你们在这个过程里是如何去调整自己的心态和一些状态的？
因为一直是最后一把，所以大家心态都特别好。
心态一直都特别好，是的。
And how's like the mental adjustment between like map 2 and map 3?
都会做一些调整，
making all those comebacks.
不一样的阵容，包括一些比较特别的设计。那在这个过程，你会觉得你们的风格发生一些改变吗？
我们现在在跟以前打的东西不太一样吧，然后我们也
And has your like playstyle changed? Do you think?
依靠信息这种感觉。
比较依靠信息，那你会觉得你们现在整体风格变成了什么样子？
And he says that he definitely thinks it's changed. We're playing like different things, and their current comps rely more on information.
所有的粉丝也非常非常的开心。最后有什么话是想要对粉丝们说的呢？
很感谢，不管大家从哪里来，然后或者是在屏幕前看比赛的
And anything to say to the fans?
然后我们最近就这段时间可能在练习新的东西，可能最近状态比较有起伏吧，所以希望大家能谅解，然后我们也会继续努力的，谢谢。
是的，粉丝们也非常开心，你们可以赢下今天这场比赛的胜利。再次感谢 Smokey 接受我
And
们
he
的
says
采访。
thank you everyone for the support, wherever you're from. And we're because we're practicing new things, we're gonna have ups and downs, and I hope you can understand
那接
that.
下来有请 Smokey 为我们抽取一下。
And that's it for the interview. It's time for the prize draw for the
开
audience.
始，3、2、1，停。对，直接说就可以。
开始。
All right, so yeah, EDG kind of finding their groove, finding the footing. And today they did so successfully, right? They leaned into the win conditions and they pulled off a reverse sweep of the series up against TYL.
Yeah, I loved how also Smoggy took a chance to just also touch upon the changes in team comps. I mean, yes, saying that, yeah, ups and downs are normal. Yeah, definitely are normal. And I think also, you know, just talking a little bit about the mental shift, right, between first and second map. And yeah, I mean, EDG had a rough first map, but really were able to lean into that.
Yeah, 100%. They said they were pulled into TYL's pace on their first map, but in the second and third, especially in the second half of Haven, you could see things switch, right? EDG finally got the money to bow that up, got the confidence flowing, and then they pulled TYL into their world, right? That is when they each of their individuals started pulling off incredible stuff.
Yeah, I think too. And we talked about this at the beginning, right? And we were just kind of joking around saying, you know, that the energy is definitely there for EDG, Kong, lots of aura, always standing up. But like we did mention that like once a momentum shift happens for EDG, right? They're really able to lean into that and things look good for them. And I mean, they really proved that here. A good turnaround there on Haven and of course Corrode. I mean, just really kind of looked like their map the whole time. Yes, yeah, TYL put up more rounds here than they were able to on Bind, but like at no point did this map not look like it belonged to EDG.
Yeah, 100%. The momentum was very much in EDG control. It was their map to lose. It was those rounds that they fumbled that allowed TYL to come back in. And player comms as well for us to listen.
3、2、1，有阵了。把要闪一起说，一起说，来3点号，3点号，闪光正好。没事。2个逼脸，2逼脸，能跳吗？没行，我有闪光，要来吗？3球，来，3、2、1，快跑，兄弟，换位。地下还有烟吗？没有烟，10。拒玩。我知道，我知道。我说牛逼，去！2楼一个，打55。到了，爆点到了。EDG姐，欧曼。2个100，我打了2个啊，我打了一个头，我打了1个半。
CB.
And that is CB topping the scoreboard as well. I think the MVP for this last and final map. I mean, he really turned up the ante. And I don't know, I just found it so funny, right? That in that 50 round, they were just laughing in the post play. They all stuck on mid side and they just started laughing. But hey, whatever gets you over the line, bring up that confidence, and CB definitely did so. I mean, he led the charge with that up on the attacking side. Not easy on Corrode, but he still made it work.
Yeah, I mean, especially after Haven, you know, that is something we said, right? Like, interesting choice to have the op not in the hands of Kong, right? But yeah, no, CB definitely making us eat our words there. Had a great map. Irv again, did look really good though on the side of TYL. Looked great on Haven, looked great here as well. But EDG as a whole, I mean, even listening into those comms, yes, on the you know, they lost the pistol and yeah, just kind of sitting on site with these classics in hand. But I mean, you could also tell from the team comms that I'm sure if we got a chance to listen into some of the other rounds, I mean, I know they had a plan. They were timing things together. They were in good moods. They kept the energy up and really didn't make a lot of mistakes.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at the stats as well, right? So the last time that EDG did play Corrode, CB was at the bottom of the scoreboard, 11 and 14. Today, however, he's completely turned it around, 19 and 11 with 7 first bloods, 0 first deaths. He's won out every single first engagement, and you can see in the stats, okay, this is Kangkong stats, but like in the stats previous, EDG were just heavily in the lead in terms of the opening kills. So CB putting a lot of EDG's performance on his shoulders, and he completely delivered today.
Yeah, definitely did a great job, and we were talking about slotting in as that kind of that fifth, and EDG trying to find their comfortability, but definitely seemed to find it. And we got a chance to look at Kong stats too. I mean, that's something else we noted, like a Yoru Phoenix. Okay, don't hate it, but it depends how they're gonna play with it. I mean, like, look at Kong stats, right? I mean, clearly well outside the you know, the average for the map on every metric. So did well after that 3-13 loss, though. I mean, EDG did a really good job turning the series around, and yeah, really showed that this is why we're former champs. This is why we're not ready to go home. We're here. We're strong. We had a couple hiccups along the road. I mean, I don't think that's any secret, but definitely found their footing again. So once again in Kickoff, beating TYL, but for the first time, TYL did take a map, and you know, there was quite a while that I thought they were going to take this series. So although we have to say goodbye to TYL, I'm really excited to see what we have from them in stage 1, because like I mean, they were looking good. They were looking clean, I think, throughout this kickoff event.
Yeah, obviously a little bit biased towards TYL personally because of the new pickup. I'm always supporting them. But yeah, it was a really nice showing coming from TYL. Hopefully they have more to show with more time to prep as a team heading to stage 1. But EDG, again, the champs, you know, have that resilience, have that belief in themselves that they, you know, whatever opponents are in front of them, they're going to be able to grind things out. They stuck to the guns, stuck to the game plan, brought out the AWP, and yeah, absolutely dominated on that last map. So congratulations to EDG. They move forward to face DRG, and that's...
They do.
Any final words before we end?
Yeah, I mean, and I'm not sure if we're gonna get a chance to take a look at the bracket before we end here. I know sometimes they show it at the end, but obviously, you know, I don't know. This is a little bit different. We're now getting into the later stages, so and they have a lot of other stuff going on, of course. We talked about the amazing Chinese production, but yeah, I mean, this obviously was a lower bracket run, so we're saying goodbye to TYL. DRG coming up and had a bit of a rough showing against Billy today, and I don't think that's a secret to anyone who got to catch the game. I know, depending on where you are right now, might have been a bit early, but you might, if you're looking forward to tomorrow's match, you might want to check that out, because that was quite the series. But yeah, so DRG did fall to the bottom bracket. Of course, we'll be facing Edward Gaming. But yeah, Billy moving on in that middle round, and they have one more match.
I think this is the recap of the performances today, right? So BLG, I mean, hard to see them not at the top considering their performance in their series. The very dominant performance up against DRG. Got Arusha right at the tippy top. YZ, Neff following closely. ERV, I think he had a really good individual showing, especially on Haven, but unfortunately not.
Yeah, and then of course, you know, we have Kong up there as well. Not a secret. We saw how Kong played, especially on Haven, but also turned up there on Corrode as well. So lots of good things today. Of course, yes, three players from BLG at the top. Not surprising, given that series. So might want to check that out if you're getting ready to watch some of the later matchups, because BLG are looking pretty good, pretty good right there. So not surprised after that. A really good series. But of course, you know, looking at this bracket, we have All Gamers versus Shilai Gaming in that upper bracket. Of course, the loser will be facing Billy in this middle bracket, and then a couple more games here in the lower rounds. But we're inching closer to see who's going to qualify for Santiago.
Yeah, step by step, we're reaching there. It's a pretty big bracket. With a lot of matchups, but we've been treated to some really cool matchups in games, you know, where opponents have the liberties to try out something crazy, because, you know, it's a third and final chance. As you saw here today, Chamber being brought up by Kong. Yeah, and this is the schedule for tomorrow. DRG versus EDG to kick things off, and then All Gamers versus XLG for that slot at Master Santiago as the first seed.
Also, of course, just a reminder to everyone that we do have an earlier start time, because we're going to start getting into the best of threes and the best of fives. So, you know, now we're at the finals, right? This is the upper final, AG versus Shilai Gaming, best of five. So, I think it's about, I want to say 2 hours earlier. But definitely check. You can check online. You can follow socials for that. But remember, if you want to catch this lower final and see who's eliminated, and I think DRG versus Edward Gaming is going to be a good match. You're going to want to make sure you're on time, or you just might miss the entire series before we head into that upper bracket final. So definitely make sure you remind yourselves, you set alarms for those of you who are getting up early for these matches. Good series are coming up. Got some good games tomorrow, Colton.
Yeah, very interesting. The first best of five that we're gonna have as well, sending that first seed to Santiago. Who would have thought All Gamers gonna be in that spot of all teams? All of the gamers are there.
All of the gamers. Maybe all of the gamers thought that, and of course, I mean, Sheila Gaming, I think also has been doing a phenomenal job throughout this bracket. So I think that's going to be a really good one. Obviously, yes, the winner will be moving on, but that's, you know, whoever loses tomorrow, of course, that's not the last we have to see of them. We still have that middle bracket and lower bracket and for them to fall down into. So could be seeing both of them, but yeah, definitely good series tomorrow. One elimination, one, I guess, qualification, if you will. So we're starting to get to the end of kickoff, and really exciting things coming. Just a couple more days.
Yeah, and I think we are done with all stuff. So any final words before we end things off?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we had a great day of gaming. We had the opportunity to see Billy just looking extremely strong right now, and of course we got the TYL Edward Gaming matchup that I think left a lot of people not too disappointed. I think TYL looking really strong. We had to say goodbye to them, but Edward Gaming showing that they're here to stay. So I think we kind of have the lead up for some good matches. But of course, I want to thank production, as always, doing a great job. Our producer Kashi, and then of course, wonderful translations. Thank you, Bidas, as always, the GOAT. Couldn't do this without you. Definitely nice being able to bring to life those translations. And then also we can do this without you guys watching at home. You know, we're really proud to be able to bring English coverage. And I know a lot of you out there, it might be crazy time zones, but it's really nice we're able to show this region some love and bring more eyes, because we're starting to get down to who's going to qualify for these international events. And it's nice that we've been able to see them, of course, in this kickoff stage going to those events. So thank you guys so much for watching. We couldn't do this without your support. And Colden, thanks for casting with me. It's been a lot of fun.
Oh, it's been a pleasure. Shout out to you as well, Kai, for waking up so early in the morning for all of this, and for everyone across the world who's been able to make all of this happen. But that has been us here, done today at Project Horizon for VCT China. Stay tuned for tomorrow's games, because it's gonna be a banger one. Make sure to set your alarm clocks if you're from a different region. And we'll see you guys tomorrow for more VCT China action. Good night.
Star tonight, you fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity.